Chapter 21. The Capture of the Paradoxical Howling Tail, the Mighty Pokémon of Zone Zero. To Zhang Feng's astonishment, the leading Howling Tail adeptly evaded Lucario's assault, prompting him to continue issuing commands to Lucario. Lucario, charge forward and unleash your Force Palm. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Lucario sprang into action, dashing at remarkable speed to stand before the Howling Tail. With a sudden leap, it gathered fighting-type energy in its right paw, positioning itself head down, its legs raised above, while one hand supported itself on the Howling Tail's head. Sensing Lucario's movement, the Howling Tail immediately executed its howl ability, a sound wave of palpable force erupting forth. However, at the moment Lucario launched its attack, a fierce power burst from Lucario's hand, striking the Howling Tail from above and interrupting its skill. Subsequently, the Howling Tail lay dazed on the ground, its eyes swirling in a daze. In the next instant, Lucario landed gracefully, a hint of a smile involuntarily gracing its lips. Observing this, Zhang Feng chuckled at Lucario. Well done, Lucario. Lucario, ding dong. Lucario has defeated Howling Tail 5, earning 23,700 experience points. Level up, current level LV97. The Fiery Monkey, as Zhang Feng's most formidable ordinary Pokémon, currently stands at level 99 among the elite tier. The Golden Boshicator and Metagross occupy the second tier, both at level 98. Meanwhile, Lizard King, Pidgeot, Milotic, Aerodactyl, Dragonite, Bloodwing Dragon, Golden Lucario, Garchomp, the Golden and Silver Gyarados, and the Black Bandura reside in the third tier, all at level 97, just beneath the most powerful secondary tier Pokémon. Now, Lucario has also entered this echelon. After praising Lucario, Zhang Feng tossed out a Luxury Ball and 4 ordinary Pokeballs, successfully capturing the 5 Howling Tails before sending them into the system storage space. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing Howling Tail. After securing the 5 Howling Tails, Zhang Feng continued his descent towards Zone Zero. As of now, he had yet to reach the first observation station. There remained considerable distance to truly arrive at the core's depths. Furthermore, the Paideia Abyss spirals downwards, layer by layer, consuming much time and distance. However, after Zhang Feng captured the outermost Howling Tails, he was quite surprised to have not encountered any new Pokémon for half an hour. Perhaps only upon passing the first observation station would one truly enter the Paideia Abyss. Approximately 3 hours later, Zhang Feng finally arrived at the first observation station. Gazing at the green safety shelter before him, surrounded by peculiar Pokémon, he understood that he had truly reached Zone Zero. Upon arriving here, the once towering trees and foliage had nearly vanished. In their stead were fruit trees and thorns previously unseen by Zhang Feng. While they were not reminiscent of the original forest vegetation, they still stood tall, measuring between 30 to 50 centimeters. Even the stoutest trees barely reached several dozen meters in height, lacking the density of the previous environment. Around the first observation station, the flora and paradoxical Pokémon coexisted in mutual dependence, crafting a scene that was spacious yet not overcrowded. What a splendid tableau of harmony between Pokémon and nature. Amidst the grass, numerous mushroom-like Pokémon resembling Pokeballs, presumably the ancient form of spores, known as malicious mushroom, scoured the underbrush for sustenance. Nearby, several insect-like Pokémon, adorned with massive wing-like appendages, representing the ancient form of the fire god moth, Creeping Wing, gathered in small clusters. As of now, Zhang Feng had only observed these 2 types of Pokémon, surmising that this area belonged to the domain of Creeping Wing and Malicious Mushroom. Ding dong, the current attributes of Creeping Wing and Malicious Mushroom are as follows. Pokémon, Creeping Wing. Classification, none. Level, 73. Ability, Ancient Vitality. Type, Bug, Fighting. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, none. Mega Evolution, unlockable. Gigantamax, none. Titanium Transformation, none. Special Form, none. Skills, Wind Gust, Bug Bite, Poison Powder, Charge Flame Strike, Tread, Low Kick, Morning Sun, Pounce, Raw Power, Bodybuilding, Dual Wings, Head-On Strike, Blowing Away, Absorb, Rampage, Return to Flight, Close Combat, High Temperature Compression. Affinity, 0. Experience, Paradoxical Pokémon. This enigmatic creature bears a striking resemblance to the mysterious beings chronicled in ancient exploration records. Rarely sighted, it remains an undeciphered organism shrouded in enigma. It shares characteristics with the ancient fire god moth, with speculation suggesting its origin from fossilized remains of the fire god moth, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Its name derives from the Book of Crimson, having arrived in the present through the time machine at the core of Zone Zero. Hobbies: crawling, living in groups. Pokémon: malicious mushroom. Classification: none. Level: 73. Ability: ancient vitality. Type: grass, dark. Aptitude: gold. Bond evolution: none. Mega evolution: unlockable. Gigantamax: none. Titanium transformation: none. Special form: none. Skills: absorb, growth, fright, paralysis, powder, ultimate absorb, photosynthesis, smoke clear, tooth for tooth, rampage, ambush, mushroom spores, rooting, rage powder, solar flare, seed machine gun, wave of malice. Affinity: 0. Experience: paradoxical Pokemon. This creature bears a strong resemblance to the malicious mushroom documented in the Book of Crimson. Rumored to possess characteristics of both dinosaurs and spores, it is a remarkably peculiar organism, exhibiting low intelligence and a ferocious temperament akin to a relentless boxer, arriving in the present through the time machine at the core of Zone Zero. Hobbies: attacking others, living in groups. Upon encountering these two types of paradoxical Pokemon, Zhang Feng took a moment to count. Around the first observation station, there were approximately 12 creeping wings and 8 malicious mushrooms. A total of 20 Pokemon, each possessing strength at the level of champions and overlords. Confronted with these creatures, Zhang Feng once again unleashed several Pokeballs. Subsequently, the 8 formidable Pokemon, Dusknoir, Megatyranitar, Machamp, Scizor, Snorlax, Electivire, Nidoking, and Nidoqueen, made their grand entrance. Chapter 22. A brand new paradox of Pokemon and the mysteries of Zone Zero. Upon releasing his 8 Pokemon, an overwhelming aura descended upon the scene. Most of these Pokemon were captured by Zhang Feng in the distortion world of the fearsome dragon Lord Giratina, while the others evolved through the use of evolutionary items, resulting in their current forms. Though Zhang Feng had captured these creatures relatively early on, their appearances were far fewer compared to those of the first and second-tier Pokemon. Thus, he intended to let them take the stage this time and engage in battle with these ancient Pokemon. Sensing the unfamiliar presence, the 8 savage mushrooms were the first to react, instinctively rushing towards Zhang Feng and his Pokemon due to their inherently aggressive nature. Their opening move was a barrage of stun spores. As the dense cloud of yellow dust approached, a smirk crept onto Zhang Feng's lips. How intriguing! The duckmouth flame dragon unleashed a fiery vortex, incinerating the incoming stun spores entirely. Following Zhang Feng's command, the duckmouth flame dragon strode forward, extending its cannon-like arms. In the next instant, a torrent of scorching flames erupted, obliterating the stun spores launched by the savage mushrooms. Subsequently, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and the Super Iron Tyrannosaurus unleashed the ground force technique, accurately striking 6 of the savage mushrooms and sending them flying. Seizing the opportunity, the Scyther sprang into action, executing its slicing move to reap the airborne savage mushrooms. The remaining 2 savage mushrooms fell victim to Snorlax's devastating dazzling gleam, rendering them incapable of further combat. Electivire and Machoke chimed in. Hey, we haven't even had our turn yet. After the defeat of the 8 savage mushrooms, Zhang Feng tossed several Pokeballs, capturing them into the system's storage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing savage mushrooms. Ding! Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Super Iron Tyrannosaurus, Duckmouth Flame Dragon, Snorlax, and Scyther each earned 10,000 experience points and leveled up. Ding! Nidoking and Nidoqueen are now level 85. Duckmouth Flame Dragon and Snorlax are level 86, while Scyther is level 84. After capturing the savage mushrooms, the previously engrossed Groudon continued scuttling across the ground in search of food, seemingly indifferent to the recent skirmish. Observing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing these Groudon are. As he pondered this, Zhang Feng summoned a Volcarona, a majestic creature he had captured in the Unova region, boasting peak champion-level strength, on the brink of master rank. Volcarona, engage with these Groudon and see if they would consider relocating to a different habitat. The internal space of the system is vast enough to accommodate thousands of ancient Pokemon without issue. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Volcarona emitted a soft sound and took flight towards the Groudon. Upon seeing a fellow moth-like entity hovering above them, the Groudon exchanged glances but ultimately succumbed to their preference for life on the ground, suppressing their curiosity about Volcarona. Noticing their stubbornness, Zhang Feng felt somewhat exasperated. Very well. Let the battle commence. Electivire unleashed a fire punch, followed by Machoke's Brick Break, while Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Super Iron Tyrannosaurus summoned a sandstorm. Snorlax unleashed Dazzling Gleam, while Duckmouth Flame Dragon and Volcarona conjured a fiery vortex. Scyther launched a flurry of random attacks to reap their foes. Upon receiving the order to attack, the previously indifferent Groudon suddenly gathered together, retaliating against Zhang Feng and his Pokémon with a flurry of moves, including Tackle, Poison Powder, Bug Bite, Energy Ball, Wing Attack, and Morning Sun. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng's Pokémon surged with determination. As the two waves of Pokémon clashed, the Poison Powder and Stun Spore were incinerated by Volcarona and Duckmouth Flame Dragon's flames. Following this, Electivire and Machoke barreled into the Groudon like two massive bulldozers, raining down punches like a tempest, causing the Groudon to wail in agony. Seizing the moment, Nidoking's Sandstorm engulfed the Groudon, lifting them into the air before they plummeted back down. Meanwhile, Scyther dashed forth, executing its slicing move with the precision of a master swordsman, claiming the heads of the remaining foes. The formidable opponent met its demise at the hands of Snorlax, whose Dazzling Gleam left even the strongest Groudon defeated on the spot. Following this small-scale war, the Groudon lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes swirling, utterly devoid of combat capability. Zhang Feng once again tossed several Pokeballs, capturing the Groudon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Groudon. In the original Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, the game is divided into two versions, Scarlet and Violet. However, in the real world, the Paldea region's school is the Orange Academy, and the legendary books passed down are known as the Book of Scarlet. Thus, the genuine worldview of the Paldea region aligns with the Scarlet version of Pokémon. Therefore, the Pokémon found within the Paldea crater predominantly consist of ancient species. Aside from Zhang Feng's earlier captures of the Majestic Tooth, Howling Tail, Savage Mushrooms, and Groudon, three ancient species remain unencountered: the ancient form of Magneton, Sandsteel, the ancient form of Mismagius, Vibrant Wing, and the exceedingly rare, legendary Bloodwing Dragon, Roaring Moon. These represent all the paradoxical ancient species. As for whether future species might emerge within the depths of the Paldea crater, Zhang Feng mused that he would need to venture into the very core of the crater to uncover the truth. Chapter 23, The Second Observation Station. Sandsteel and Vibrant Wing having captured these ancient Pokémon, Zhang Feng continued his descent. After an entire day's journey, he had yet to reach the second observation station. But along the way, he encountered numerous attacks from Howling Tails and Savage Mushrooms. Strangely, aside from the Majestic Tooth he had previously captured in the Burning Desert, he had not spotted any further specimens within the Paldea crater. Perhaps these mammoths reside even deeper. The presence of Howling Tails, Savage Mushrooms, and Groudon at the outskirts of the Paldea crater is undoubtedly due to their abundance and preference for sunlit environments. Indeed, it makes sense. The Savage Mushrooms are grass types. Groudon thrives in sunlight, and Howling Tails are active creatures. Given these circumstances, their appearance at the entrance of Zone 0 and the first observation station, which are truly the periphery of Zone 0, seems entirely reasonable. After resting overnight at the edge of the Paldea crater, Zhang Feng enjoyed a refreshing sleep before continuing toward the second observation station. According to the map sent by Dr. Oren, the straight-line distance between the second and first observation stations spans a depth of 10 kilometers. The subsequent third and fourth observation stations lie even further apart. It is evident how immense and profound the Parthian Pit, particularly Zone 0, stands as the most representative feature of the Parthian region. Not to mention, Zhang Feng descended via a serpentine mountain road from the newly opened path, requiring him to traverse a distance exceeding 100 kilometers due to the pit's 10-kilometer depth. Reaching its deepest point is even more distant. Along the way, Zhang Feng encountered numerous extraordinary Pokémon characteristic of the modern world. Within the confines of the Parthian Pit, only the crystalline flower can thrive. This Pokémon is also a notable representative of the Parthian region, and he possesses one such primary spirit in his hands. Upon finally reaching the second observation station, the population of Howling Tails, Fearsome Mushrooms, and Crawling Wings began to dwindle, replaced instead by a Sand Ironclad, a creature that walks on 2 legs and boasts 3 heads. Ding dong. The current attributes of Sand Ironclad are as follows. Pokémon: Sand Ironclad, Roll, None, Level, 75. Ability: Ancient Vitality. Types: Electric. Ground: Potential: Gold Bond Evolution. None, Mega Evolution. Unlockable: Gigantamax. None, Titanium Form. None, Special Forms. None, Skills: Electromagnetic Wave, Electric Terrain, Supersonic. Tackle: Thunderbolt, Heavy Slam, Charge Beam, Triple Attack, Screech, Heavy Impact, Metal Sound, Discharge, Earth Power, Gravity, Mirror Coat, Electromagnetic Cannon. Magnetic Field Control, Friendship, 0. Experience. Paradox Pokémon, lacking any capture records, insufficient data. Its name originates from the Book of Zhu. Some scientists speculate that Sand Ironclad resembles the ancient 3-in-1 Magneton from 10,000 years ago, although there have been several sightings claiming it appeared in arid areas. No photographic evidence exists. It arrived in the present via the time machine at the core of Zone 0. Preferences: dry environments, solitude upon sighting Sand Ironclad. Zhang Feng scrutinized it closely. Unlike the vibrant scene at the first observation station, the second station was devoid of greenery, which explains why crawling wings, fearsome mushrooms, and howling tails were absent. Conversely, the arid-loving Sand Ironclad congregated here, while the number of Sand Ironclads present was not insignificant. Only a few dozen surrounded the second observation station. Thus, among the 7 ancient Pokémon, Zhang Feng had yet to encounter only the Howling Moon and Fluttering Wings. The Howling Moon, known for its affinity for flight, was unlikely to be found within the Parthian pit, especially considering it is an ancient variant of the Bloodwing Dragon, which is relatively rare. Having encountered Sand Ironclad, Zhang Feng resolved to capture a few. He subsequently threw a Pokeball, causing his Venusaur to materialize before Sand Ironclad. Venusaur unleashed its Vine Whip to immobilize Sand Ironclad's movements. Just as Zhang Feng was about to command Venusaur to launch an attack, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Instantly, a pair of red eyes emerged from his shadow. Realizing this, Zhang Feng swiftly threw another Pokeball, summoning his Blastoise. As Venusaur's attack struck Sand Ironclad, 36 robust vines ensnared Sand Ironclad, preventing it from moving freely. Following that, Blastoise unleashed a water cannon aimed at the location of Zhang Feng's shadow. Suddenly, a creature resembling a Drowsy, but with an unmistakable pair of wings on its head, appeared. This creature was none other than Fluttering Wings, the ancient variant of Drowsy. Seeing Fluttering Wings concealed within his shadow, without his prior awareness, took Zhang Feng by surprise. Clearly, this Fluttering Wings possessed formidable strength. Ding dong. The current attributes of Fluttering Wings are as follows. Pokémon. Fluttering Wings. Role: none. Level: 78. Ability: Ancient Vitality. Types: Fairy. Ghost: Potential: Gold Bond Evolution. None. Mega Evolution. Unlockable: Gigantamax. None. Titanium Form. None. Special Forms. None. Skills: Strange Light, Vengeance, Frighten. Illusion Beam, Black Glare, Last Gift, Wish, Magical Shine, Shadow Ball, Magic Flame, Power Gem, Psychic Impact, Spirit Surge, Pain Split, Moonlight. Song of Doom, Friendship, 0. Experience. Paradox Pokémon. This mysterious creature possesses features akin to Fluttering Wings from the Book of Zhu, swaying its long fur gracefully across the night sky. Its temperament is relatively fierce and combative, leading some to believe it may indeed be a ghost. Born from the soul of an ancient pterosaur, arriving in the present through the time machine at the core of Zone 0. Preferences: cold, dark environments, flying. Attacking others at this moment, observing Fluttering Wings' attributes, it became apparent that among the ancient species, only the enigmatic Howling Moon had yet to be discovered. The other 6 ancient species were all found within the Parthian pit. However, wasn't it said that Fluttering Wings favored nighttime environments? Why then did this creature appear during the day? Could it be that while he slept last night, Fluttering Wings had already infiltrated his shadow? It was only upon launching an attack that he became aware of its presence. If it truly is a ghostly being, then that would certainly explain a great deal. Chapter 24. The Future Pokémon, Iron Moth and Fire God Moth. Zhang Feng's Venusaur and Blastoise were both captured from the wild, and both were caught after he became the champion of the Hoenn Pokémon League, upon returning to the Kanto region. When first captured, they were already at the elite level. Now, they have ascended to master level. Thus, facing these 2 champion-level advanced Paradox Pokémon was hardly an issue. Blastoise unleashed a water pulse towards Fluttering Wings. Venusaur directed an energy ball towards Sand Ironclad. Sand Ironclad, thoroughly bound by Venusaur's Vine Whip, posed no challenge. Venusaur opened its mouth wide, launching a green energy ball directly at Sand Ironclad. The immense explosive force compelled Venusaur to retract its vines just before the attack reached its target. Subsequently, the energy ball struck Sand Ironclad, sending it flying. Simultaneously, Blastoise raised the 2 cannons on its shoulders, extending them towards Fluttering Wings, and unleashed a water pulse. In an instant, the water pulse clashed with Fluttering Wing Shadow Ball, resulting in a stalemate for approximately 3 seconds before Blastoise's water pulse broke through the Shadow Ball's defenses, striking Fluttering Wings directly. The tremendous impact propelled Fluttering Wings backwards. Witnessing both Blastoise and Venusaur gain the upper hand, Zhang Feng immediately commanded them. Now, Venusaur, unleash Solar Flare. Blastoise, execute Hydro Cannon. Upon receiving the command, Venusaur and Blastoise nodded in unison. As Fluttering Wings was pushed towards sand ironclad by Blastoise, both Venusaur and Blastoise began to channel their ultimate moves. Under the scorching sun, gathering Solar Flare became a swift endeavor. However, despite the Paradox species' lower levels, their strength was formidable. Due to their ancient vitality ability, their maximum potential would be further enhanced under the sun's influence. This elucidates why, despite their lower levels, Paradox Pokémon could still contend with Zhang Feng's Pokémon. As the Blastoise and Venusaur began to channel their skills, the winged feather unleashed its own move, flapping its feather-like wings to release a powerful gust of wind. The Steelix, trembling, rose to its feet and launched a thunderbolt directly at Blastoise, attempting to escape the battle by initiating an attack. Just as the winged feather and Steelix were about to unleash their moves, Blastoise and Venusaur sprang into action. The Water Cannon, a formidable water-type move, erupted forth, with Blastoise's two cannons locking onto the winged feather and Steelix, delivering a devastating area attack. The tremendous force interrupted the skills of both winged feather and Steelix. In the next instant, the colossal flower atop Venusaur burst forth with a terrifying beam of energy, striking Steelix and winged feather directly. The successive blows overwhelmed them, causing both to collapse to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Ding! Venusaur and Blastoise have defeated Steelix and winged feather, earning 13,300 experience points, resulting in a level up. Ding! Venusaur is now level 88, and Blastoise is now level 87. After vanquishing their opponents, Zhang Feng threw out 2 luxury balls, successfully capturing the winged feather and Steelix. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Steelix and winged feather. Although uncertain as to why the winged feather appeared here, it seemed likely that it had flown out from the depths of the Paldea pit under the cover of night. Perhaps it was hiding in Zhang Feng's shadow out of fear of daylight. As for Steelix, Zhang Feng had encountered numerous specimens near the second observation station, capturing several and depositing them into the system's space. Upon entering the Paldea pit, Zhang Feng discovered that the distribution of many Paradox Pokémon followed a certain pattern. For instance, at the entrance of Zone 0, dense vegetation thrived, predominantly inhabited by the Roaring Tail. Closer to the first observation station, the area was mainly populated by the Fierce Mushroom and Burrowing Wings. Near the second observation station, Steelix was the most prevalent, while Winged Feather likely resided in the deepest parts of the Paldea pit, shrouded in darkness and night. One could only wonder where the future Pokémon might live. Just as Zhang Feng pondered this, he stumbled upon a future Pokémon after passing the Steelix habitat, the Iron Moth, a Paradox version of the Fire Moth. Ding! The current attributes of Iron Moth are as follows. Pokémon, Iron Moth, Class, None, Level, 75, Ability, Quark Charge, when carrying Drive Energy or in electric terrain. The highest stat will increase. Types, Fire, Poison, Qualities, Gold, Bond Evolution, None, Mega Evolution, Unlockable, Gigantamax, None, Titanium Form, None, Special Forms, None, Skills, Wind Gust, Blown Away, Ember, Acid Bomb, Bug Resistance, Flame Vortex, Pounce, Ear-Piercing Sound, Discharge, Mud Wave, Flame Dance, Morning Sun, Metal Sound, Storm, Bug Cry, Burn to Ashes, Flare Blitz. Affection, 0. Experience. Paradox Pokémon resemble the unidentified UFOs described in supernatural magazines, said to monitor humans and akin to Fire Moth, often following people from above and occasionally attacking. It is rumored that Iron Moth's aggressiveness stems from its true nature as an alien-controlled UFO, sent to observe humanity via the time machine at the core of Zone 0. Preferences, following humans and launching attacks. Upon encountering Iron Moth, Zhang Feng summoned his Fire Moth. Confronting a counterpart of his own type, Zhang Feng believed that, aside from the Motor Lizard, Paradox Pokémon were essentially beings of the first rank. The rest were merely higher-level versions of ordinary wild Pokémon. However, when it came to battling the elite Pokémon trained by humans, they were certainly no match. Most importantly, none of Zhang Feng's Pokémon were of low levels. Thus, it was only natural to let Fire Moth face off against its future counterpart. With Fire Moth's emergence, Iron Moth immediately took an interest. Chapter 25. The future Pokémon of the third observation station. Upon seeing Iron Moth, Zhang Feng released Fire Moth. Facing a creature almost identical to itself, differing only in physique, Fire Moth being a firebug type made of flesh, while Iron Moth, a poison fire type, was primarily composed of metal. There was an evident distinction. Yet, at first glance, the two appeared strikingly similar. Zhang Feng felt as though he were witnessing an Ultraman battle against a counterfeit mechanical Ultraman. Wouldn't you agree, Mechanical Ace? As Iron Moth spotted Zhang Feng and Fire Moth, it swiftly initiated an attack. With a powerful flap of its metallic wings, it unleashed a barrage of purple sludge bombs. Fire Moth countered with Flame Dance. This skill, upon attacking, has a 50% chance to significantly enhance its special attack, allowing it to both attack and amplify its power, a signature move of Fire Moth. Moreover, Fire-type moves hold a certain advantage over Poison types. As the flames surged forth, the acid bombs were successfully intercepted by Flame Dance, while the relentless flames collided with Iron Moth. Even without the Steel type, Iron Moth, being made of metal, sustained significant damage from the attack. Apologies, but in this realm, there is no ancient sunlight, nor electric terrain. Fire Moth unleashed Explosive Blast. Following Zhang Feng's command, Fire Moth ignited with fiery energy. The next moment, the Explosive Blast skill detonated violently, striking Iron Moth and triggering a massive explosion. However, since Iron Moth is a Pokémon, had it been an ordinary metallic object, it would have been completely obliterated by that attack. But as a Pokémon, Iron Moth, with its malleable metal, began to slowly recover. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng could not help but marvel. This must be memory metal. No wonder some believe it to be controlled by aliens. It truly resembles one. Fire Moth once more unleashed Flame Vortex. With another attack on Iron Moth, the metal finally ceased its rapid recovery, instead mending at an imperceptible pace. It seemed it could no longer endure. As Iron Moth fell to the ground, Zhang Feng promptly threw a luxury ball, capturing it. Given the system's indication that it might be mistaken for an extraterrestrial artifact, Zhang Feng curiously inquired of Arceus, resting within the system's space. Is this Pokémon truly one of your creations? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's question, Arceus lifted its head, glancing at Iron Moth before replying. I do not know. I am only responsible for creating the world and crafting the divine beasts with powers. The workings of the world are beyond my jurisdiction. Everything is a product of nature and the evolution of life. Perhaps in the future, many may prefer to battle with Pokémon made of metal. After receiving Arceus's clarification, Zhang Feng nodded in understanding. Indeed, it is true that the evolution of aesthetic sensibilities in the future has led to the astonishing phenomenon of Pokémon donning metallic exteriors. One could even speculate that humanity in the future may traverse the world in robotic forms, with memories implanted within their consciousness. However, such matters have little bearing on Zhang Feng. The choices of future humanity should be left to their own discretion. After capturing his first Pokémon from the future, Zhang Feng realized that these ancient species predominantly emerged in the sunlit regions above the Paldea crater, suggesting their affinity for sunlight. This has raised concerns for Dr. Oren, as their emergence from the crater could disrupt the contemporary Pokémon world. After all, despite the formidable prowess of wild Pokémon and trainers in the wild, elite and quasi-champion levels are the uppermost limits. Yet, every wild Pokémon within the Paldea crater boasts the strength of champions. Such overwhelming power is indeed a cause for trepidation in modern society. One cannot imagine a scenario in which countless paradoxical Pokémon invade, leaving only champions and above to survive in the Pokémon world. That would be utterly disastrous. As Zhang Feng journeyed towards the third observation station, the prevalence of iron moths increased significantly, with stretches of the path inhabited solely by this particular species. To progress smoothly, Zhang Feng had to defeat every approaching iron moth, which consumed considerable time. It was not until the third day that he finally arrived at the third observation station. The Pokémon that appeared next were no longer iron moths, but rather iron bundles, a future variant of the messenger bird, entirely composed of metal. The future species of Pokémon are astonishingly metallic in nature, a testament to the frightening evolution of AI and robotics. Zhang Feng recalled that aside from iron moths and iron bundles, the future species in the entire Paldea region also included iron treads, a mechanical elephant of steel, Iron Fist, a powerful wrestler, Iron Neck, a three-headed dragon, Iron Thorn Bandura, and Iron Warrior Alurado, wielding a formidable weapon resembling a Guandao. Among these, Zhang Feng's favorite remained Iron Fist, as it proved to be an exceptional ally during battles in the Titanium Crater, demonstrating remarkable strength with its belly drum attack and healing abilities, allowing him to conquer 5- or 6-star challenges with relative ease. Now, gazing at the iron bundle before him, along with the gradually emerging iron treads and mighty yaw, Zhang Feng firmly resolved to capture these creatures. Currently, within Zhang Feng's system space, each paradoxical species numbered around 15. Any more would be superfluous, as a small group suffices. Henceforth, he aimed to capture the paradoxical species of iron treads, mighty yaw, and the messenger bird variant, iron bundle. Chapter 26. Iron Bundle. The paradoxical species of iron treads and mighty yaw. At this moment, as Zhang Feng regarded the mechanical bird-like creature before him, he began to scrutinize it closely. It was now the third day since entering the Paldea crater, yet he had not reached the bottom but found himself in the middle section, surrounding the third observation station. Typically, exploration teams entering the Paldea crater would rest at observation stations, but Zhang Feng, equipped with a plethora of Pokémon and the existence of a system space, needed no such pause. He could continue his exploration with his Pokémon brimming with vitality. Thus, his progress was swift, leading him to the vicinity of the third observation station. Consequently, the brand new paradoxical species, Iron Bundle, manifested before Zhang Feng. The current attributes of Iron Bundle are as follows: Pokémon, Iron Bundle, Role, None, Level, 76, Ability, Quark Charge. Types: Ice, Water, Quality, Gold, Bond Evolution, None, Ultra Evolution. Unlockable, Gigantamax. None, Titanization. None, Special Forms. None, Skills. Gift, Hail, Hydro Pump, Body Slam, Ice Beam, Assist, Freeze Dry. Rapid Spin, Ice Beam, Agility, Snowy Terrain, Water Cannon, Aurora Veil, Blizzard, Acrobatics, Electric Terrain, Play Rough, Affection, 0, Experience, Paradox Pokémon. Its appearance resembles a robot born of ancient civilization as depicted in supernatural magazines, akin to a messenger bird, capable of emitting vast amounts of ice from its spherical device as it traverses snowy landscapes. Historically, it has been witnessed only twice, with various theories surrounding its true nature. According to ancient texts, a machine resembling Iron Bundle was designed for use, deriving its name from the Book of Purple, arriving in the present through the time machine of the Zero Zone core. Interests: utilizing its spherical device to spray icy water. Upon observing Iron Bundle's attribute panel, Zhang Feng could not help but marvel at the ancient texts. It seems that some so-called future species are indeed mechanical Pokémon. In other words, they are essentially robots. Thus, faced with Iron Bundle, Zhang Feng unleashed his Thunder Pokémon's Pokeball. With a flash of white light, the Thunder Pokémon emerged before him. This particular Pokémon evolved alongside the Moon, Fire, Sun, and Water Pokémon, excluding the Sylveon, Glaceon, and Umbreon. These 5 EV evolutions belong to the second batch of EV evolutions and currently stand at the pinnacle of master level. They are among the finest of the EV lineage cultivated within Zhang Feng's system space, allowing him to gather the various evolutionary forms of EV. However, the appearances of Thunder Pokémon are less frequent compared to Sylveon, Umbreon, and Glaceon. Thus, it is prudent to allow them to take center stage more frequently. The Thunder Pokémon unleashed a Thunderbolt upon Iron Bundle. Responding to Zhang Feng's command, the Thunder Pokémon bellowed, its body crackling with spikes as it summoned a surge of terrifying electricity, launching it toward Iron Bundle. The speed of the electric assault was astonishingly swift. Yet, Iron Bundle was no weakling. It promptly activated the icy blue sphere in its possession, unleashing an Arctic force that transformed into an ice shield before it. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng nodded approvingly. These future species, in contrast to their ancient counterparts, exhibit remarkable intelligence, likely attributable to their robotic nature, enabling them to execute skills with exceptional timing. Unlike ancient species, which often charge recklessly with brute strength, the battle continued with the Thunderbolt and Ice Shield clashing violently. The ferocious current shattered Iron Bundle's Ice Shield, surging forward and striking Iron Bundle directly. As a robot, Iron Bundle's greatest vulnerability is electricity. Thus, upon being hit, it stood frozen in place. This water and ice-type future species seemed rather manageable, didn't it? Just as Zhang Feng entertained this thought, a luxury ball was swiftly tossed, successfully capturing Iron Bundle. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on capturing Iron Bundle. Unlike iron moths, Iron Bundle is not inclined to follow humans, nor does it share the gift-giving nature of messenger birds. Therefore, Zhang Feng encountered minimal obstacles on his journey, with only a few stray iron moths in his path. Once discovered, it would undoubtedly rush towards Zhang Feng, unleashing its skills. This had been the most challenging phase of Zhang Feng's journey thus far. After enduring several hours of combat, he managed to break free from the encirclement of hundreds of iron poison moths, defeating them all. Subsequently, a majestic ancient breed known as the Mighty Tusk. With its purple-hued skin, colossal tusks reminiscent of a mammoth, and formidable spikes, appeared before Zhang Feng. However, compared to the Mighty Tusk he had previously captured, this new breed was noticeably smaller. Yet, in order to form a proper harem for his own Mighty Tusk, Zhang Feng once again captured several more of these magnificent creatures. As a result, the previously indifferent Mighty Tusks experienced a significant surge in their affinity towards him. Mighty Tusk, having fought my entire life, this is the first time I've found the right companion. Allow me to truly enjoy this. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng was aware of how ancient Pokémon reproduce. But he pondered how future breeds, these mechanical Pokémon, would perpetuate their lineage. Was it merely a matter of continued manufacturing? With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Feng encountered the future breed of the tundra, a stark contrast to the Mighty Tusk, known as Iron Tread. Ding dong. The current attributes of Iron Tread are as follows. Species: Iron Tread Roll, None Level, 75 Ability, Quark Charge Types, Ground. Steel Potential, Gold Bond Evolution, None Mega Evolution, Unlockable Gigantamax, None Titanium Transformation, None Special Form, None Skills, Electric Terrain, Heavy Slam, Round, Rollout, Iron Head, Stomp, Knock Off, Earthquake. Heavy Impact, Volt Tackle, Horn Attack Affinity, Zero Experience. A paradox Pokémon, it bears a striking resemblance to the scientific weaponry sent by extraterrestrials as described in supernatural magazines. Reports indicate that Iron Tread has been sighted in the arid regions of Paldea, curling into a ball and rolling in ambush, leaving behind severe ground erosion akin to scorched marks. Its name derives from the Book of Purples, arriving in the present through the time machine of the Zero Zone's core. Hobbies: enjoys rolling and leaving its mark. Chapter 27. Capturing Iron Tread, the reverberating moon of the 4th observation station. After a thorough examination of the system's attribute panel, Zhang Feng came to a realization. These future breeds of paradox species either resembled UFOs like the Iron Poison Moth, or were war machines sent by aliens. While Iron Burden was a product of ancient technology, none appeared normal. Could it be that in the future, Earth truly faced an alien invasion? If so, it would be time for you to make your appearance, Ultraman. In the face of the Iron Tread before him, Zhang Feng naturally summoned his Solar Spirit. The Solar Spirit directed its psychic powers towards Iron Tread. The next moment, upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the Solar Spirit's eyes transformed to a brilliant blue, and an overwhelming psychic force enveloped Iron Tread's massive form. Soon after, Iron Tread was tossed about like a mere plaything in the hands of the Solar Spirit, rolling wildly across the ground of the Zero Zone. Iron Tread, am I not a battle weapon? Why do I now appear as a toy? This defies logic. Zhang Feng, discussing science with the protagonist? It seems you aliens have not thoroughly studied the laws governing protagonists on Earth. With a sigh of realization, Zhang Feng swiftly tossed out a luxury ball. Having long been rendered incapable of resistance under the Solar Spirit's psychic grip, Iron Tread was captured as Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Capture successful, score 1. This left only the paradox species of semi-divine beings remaining. The ancient breed of the reverberating moon Bloodwing Dragon. The future breed of Iron Thorn Bangira, the future breed of Iron Neck Triple-Headed Dragon, and the exceedingly rare Iron Arm and Iron Warrior. Currently, Zhang Feng had yet to encounter the few remaining ones, indicating they were either located in the 4th observation station or were exceedingly scarce, nearly impossible to find. As for the other paradox species, they were predominantly divine beasts. Encountering these rarer paradox divine beasts would not merely depend on luck, it hinged on their willingness to meet him. Thus, upon finally arriving at the 4th observation station, Zhang Feng remained vigilant. Even at the 4th observation station, situated several dozen kilometers beneath the Paldine crater, sunlight could still penetrate, albeit in lesser quantities. The Paldine crater resembled an immense tornado. The uppermost layer spanned several dozen kilometers in size, spiraling downward until it reached the 4th observation station, where the diameter diminished to 5 kilometers, indicating that the deeper one descended, the smaller the circular diameter became. Here, Zhang Feng estimated he was nearing the true core. The lowest level should be the base of the Zero Zone. According to the map distribution in the Book of Reds, the Zero Zone could be divided into upper, middle, lower, base layers, and the vast expanse of Zero. Zhang Feng currently occupied the lower layer, specifically around the 4th observation station, which was adorned with crystal light flowers. Teeming with these and crystal light buds, such Pokémon would not initiate an attack unless provoked. Observing the lower layer, which sparkled like precious gems, Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel. The upper layer of the Zero Zone, encompassing the first and second observation stations, boasted an abundance of vegetation, slopes, and waterfalls. From above, one could only see an immense pit, with no discernible bottom. The middle layer also featured vegetation and waterfalls, but was less dense than the upper layer. The lower layer was filled with crystal light stones, emitting their own unique glow. Here, most Pokémon resembled crystal light flowers, and thus far, Zhang Feng had not encountered any paradox species. However, he occasionally spotted a few fluttering wings passing by. Indeed, they were gliding by. Perhaps the Book of Reds was correct. They were indeed ghostly entities. While Zhang Feng was scrutinizing his surroundings, a fierce gust of wind suddenly struck. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Feng swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding an attack, only to find a large crater left at his previous position. The assailant, having missed its shot, soared back into the sky, just from the destructive force it had demonstrated. One could ascertain the formidable strength of this Pokémon. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Feng beheld a creature soaring at high speed, its body a mesmerizing blend of blue, red, and black, with enormous crimson wings that blotted out the sky. As it moved, it nearly shattered the sound barrier. This was undoubtedly the ancient breed of the paradox species he had been searching for, the bloodwing dragon of the reverberating moon. Ding dong. The current attributes of the creature known as Roaring Moon are as follows. Species: Roaring Moon classification, none level, 88 ability, ancient vitality types, dragon, dark potential, red bond evolution, none mega evolution, unlockable giant max, none titanium transformation, none special forms, none skills, dragon breath, crunch, incinerate, head smash, frightening face, dragon claw, mind head smash, flamethrower, dark pulse, dragon dance, dragon god dive, fly, abyssal strike, feather rest, sacrificial charge, dark pulse, hyper beam, storm friendship level, 0 experience, paradox Pokemon. It is recorded in the enigmatic exploration chronicles as the Roaring Moon. Its appearance bears a striking resemblance to a certain result observed in the regional bloodwing dragon. Yet the connection between the two remains ambiguous. It is said to scatter feathers while soaring at high speeds to ambush prey, suggesting a ferocity that may surpass even that of the bloodwing dragon. Encounters with it should be approached with utmost caution. The name derives from the Book of Vermilion, and it has arrived in the present through the time machine at the core of Zone 0, representing an exceptionally powerful wild Pokémon. Hobbies: high-speed flight, ambushing prey. Upon realizing that this truly was the Roaring Moon, a creature in its wild state capable of reaching master-level prowess, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement. How fortunate to have found you after such a long search, only to discover you sought to hunt me. With this in mind, Zhang Feng immediately threw a luxury ball. In the next moment, accompanied by a burst of white light, his ace Pokémon, the Bloodwing Dragon, made its grand entrance. Bloodwing Dragon versus its ancient counterpart, Roaring Moon. Such a battle promises to be intriguing. Chapter 28, Bloodwing Dragon versus Roaring Moon, Prehistoric versus Modern. An 88-level wild Pokémon, at the pinnacle of Master level, and a paradox species. This formidable being stands shoulder to shoulder with the champion's ace Pokémon such as Daegu, Sharona, and Yolongdu. The power of this Roaring Moon is indeed formidable. Dr. Orland's concerns are not unfounded. If the time machine within the deepest recesses of Zone 0 is not completely sealed, countless paradox Pokémon like Roaring Moon may emerge into this world. Just imagine the terrifying trials humanity and Pokémon would face as Master level, Champion level, and Elite level Pokémon flood forth like a tide. As Zhang Feng's gaze returned to the battlefield, he commanded the Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Dragon Pulse. Following Zhang Feng's command, the Bloodwing Dragon, eyeing the creature before it, similar in appearance yet entirely different, ignited with an indomitable fighting spirit. The Bloodwing Dragon, a reward from defeating the fossilized Aerodactyl, bestowed upon Zhang Feng by the then champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League, Mikoli, is a token of his prowess after their battle, a well-guarded secret. Since joining Zhang Feng, this is the fourth Pokemon in his possession to attain red potential and the second semi-divine being. Its power has undoubtedly placed it at the apex of ordinary Pokemon. Thus, as the Dragon Pulse surged forth, Roaring Moon retaliated with a Dark Pulse, launching directly at the Bloodwing Dragon. In the next instant, a ghostly blue beam collided with a pitch-black beam. The two forces clashed momentarily, and from Zhang Feng's perspective, the black beam belonged to Roaring Moon, while the blue beam was that of Bloodwing Dragon. The outcome was becoming increasingly evident. Historically, those who have faced the left-hand side of the pulse have met with defeat, save for the extraordinary Dana. Zeta S Gamma Future succumbed to the pulse, clearly placing the blame on Dana. Hence, Roaring Moon was destined to lose. As anticipated, after 3 seconds of stalemate, the Dark Pulse was obliterated by the Dragon Pulse. Just as the Dragon Pulse was about to strike Roaring Moon, it astonishingly vibrated its blood-red wings, evading the attack with remarkable speed. Seeing this, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. Is this a technique akin to the Shuanpa from the world of One Piece, achieved through rapid wing vibrations? It certainly bears resemblance. With this thought, Zhang Feng's gaze towards Roaring Moon was filled with newfound delight. Evidently, this Roaring Moon exemplifies red potential and unparalleled strength. I yearn to capture you even more now, Zhang Feng declared. Bloodwing Dragon, execute Dragon God Dive for a close-range strike. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, Bloodwing Dragon opened its massive jaws and let out a resounding roar. As the ruler of the skies, Bloodwing Dragon had yet to encounter an opponent of lesser strength that could challenge its superiority. In the domain of the skies, there was no way Roaring Moon could match its speed. Thus, with a furious bellow, Bloodwing Dragon unfurled its colossal wings, enveloped in a ghostly blue dragon aura, and charged directly at Roaring Moon. As Bloodwing Dragon surged forth, Roaring Moon hastily attempted to evade the onslaught. Thus began a furious race across the surface of the Great Pit of Paldea, as two semi-divine Pokémon engaged in a breathtaking display of speed. After a brief standoff, Bloodwing Dragon discerned a flaw in Roaring Moon's defenses. Although Roaring Moon could rapidly accelerate to evade Bloodwing Dragon's attack, the moment it initiated that speed was its moment of vulnerability. At that instant, Roaring Moon would find itself momentarily suspended, unable to act. Its immense strength concentrated solely in its two colossal red wings. This presented Bloodwing Dragon with an opportunity. With a furious roar, Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a devastating impact upon Roaring Moon. A thunderous crash resonated as the tremendous force sent Roaring Moon hurtling through the air, the sheer power rendering its wings incapable of bearing the strain, resulting in a precipitous fall before crashing violently to the ground. Seizing the moment, Bloodwing Dragon let out a fierce cry and descended upon Roaring Moon, slamming its massive frame down upon it. The weight of the mountain bore down upon Roaring Moon, leaving it unable to escape, and Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile at the sight. Indeed, while this creature is powerful, it pales in comparison to the Bloodwing Dragon. Perhaps, within the entirety of Zone Zero, only the Paradox deities can genuinely contend with Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Soon, after Zhang Feng tossed a luxury ball, Roaring Moon was enveloped in crimson light and drawn within. Following a few flashes, the ball emitted a crisp sound. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing Roaring Moon. Capturing Roaring Moon signifies that, essentially, all ordinary ancient species have been secured, including howling tails, fierce mushrooms, ground wings, sand armor, vibrating wings, and majestic fangs, 7 ancient species in total. The only ones remaining are the ancient 3 sacred beasts. As for future species, aside from the already captured Iron Moth, Iron Withdrawal, and Iron Package, only Iron Neck, Iron Thorn, and Iron Warrior remain. However, both Iron Neck and Iron Thorn are also semi-divine. And with Iron Arms evidently being of a lower tier, Zhang Feng decided to remain at the 4th observation station, searching for the whereabouts of Iron Neck and Iron Thorn. It must be noted that, despite all being named with iron, the rarity of future species is likely higher than that of ancient ones. After all, among the ancient species, there exists only one quasi-deity, the resonant moon, whereas in the future species, there are 2. If the comparison is merely fabricated, or if it is simply some sort of war machine sent by extraterrestrials, then it is evident that the resonant moon is far rarer than both Iron Thorn and Iron Neck. Just as Zhang Feng was contemplating a strategy to attract a few Iron Necks and Iron Thorns, a colossal green creature emerged slowly from the sandy terrain nearby, making its way towards him. This creature was none other than the future species Iron Thorn of the Desert Tyrant, Bangiris, that Zhang Feng had been searching for. Chapter 29. The non-battle-loving Iron Thorn and the Gathering of Quasi-Deities. Gazing at the enormous, verdant mechanical Bangiras before him, crafted from black metal, Zhang Feng found himself momentarily entranced. Soon, the attribute panel of the Iron Thorn materialized in his vision. Ding dong. The current attributes of Iron Thorn are as follows. Pokémon, Iron Thorn, Divine Roll, None, Level, 85, Ability, Quark Charge, Type, Rock. Electric, Potential, Red, Bond Evolution, None, Mega Evolution. Unlockable, Gigantamax, None, Titanium Crystallization, None, Special Form, None, Skills, Rock Slide, Fire Fong, Ice Fong, Iron Defense, Thunder Fong, Ear-Splitting Sound, Rock Block, Bite, Charge, Rock Fall, Sandstorm, Frenzy Volt, Missile Needle, Earthquake, Stealth Rock, Spike Attack, Megaton Shockwave, Blizzard, and Explosion. Affection 0. Experience. A paradoxical Pokémon. It shares striking similarities with the Banjuras reported in a dubious magazine from a billion years hence. The mysterious Iron Thorn was sighted in a cave somewhere in the Paldea region, rumored to resemble Banjuras but exhibiting extreme calmness and a disinterest in trivial combat. Due to its metallic armor and high intelligence, it is said to be a future form of Banjuras. The extraordinary tome, the Book of Purple, recorded that it arrived in the present through the time machine of the Zero Zone core, and it is a very powerful wild Pokémon. Hobby, absorbing metals. At this moment, observing the metallic Banjura's Iron Thorn before him, Zhang Feng perceived tranquility emanating from its mechanical gaze. Unlike other enraged, combative paradoxical Pokémon, this Iron Thorn had no inclination for so-called conflict. In light of this, why not engage in conversation? Thus, Zhang Feng approached the Iron Thorn, which halted upon noticing his presence. Subsequently, he spoke, Iron Thorn, I wish to capture you. Are you prepared for a battle, or? Upon hearing this, Iron Thorn scanned Zhang Feng and then assessed the black Banjuras at his side, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. I cannot defeat you. To avoid unnecessary combat, I am willing to become your Pokémon. However, I dislike pointless battles. Naturally, should it be a battle of life and death, I will unleash my full power. After being captured, if possible, please refrain from using me in Pokémon battles. Upon hearing Iron Thorn's declaration, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wait, is this really an option? Scanning and conceding upon realizing one's inferiority? Nevertheless, it made sense, for Zhang Feng's Black Banjuras was a formidable leader-level entity. A powerful quasi-deity he had captured specifically from the Silver Mountains, boasting extraordinary strength. Currently, he was gradually catching up to his predecessors, possessing an ability that ordinary Pokémon could not match. Well, since Iron Thorn was averse to battling, Zhang Feng did not press the matter. After all, capturing Iron Thorn was merely to complete his beloved Pokédex. With the throw of a premier ball, Iron Thorn was successfully captured. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Iron Thorn. After securing Iron Thorn, Zhang Feng's next objective was to seek out Iron Neck. Speaking of these quasi-deities, one cannot overlook the exclusive quasi-deities of the Paldea region, the Frost Dragon, the Frozen Spine Dragon, and their complete form, the Glaive Spine Dragon. Estimating that if Kino were to acquire such quasi-deities, paired with the Articuno and Suicune, it would be quite effortless for them to secure a spot among the top 3 in the World Championships. After a brief moment of reflection on these quasi-deities, on the 5th day of entering the Zero Zone of Paldea, Zhang Feng finally encountered Iron Neck. Observing the Iron Neck, which resembled a punk hairstyle, Zhang Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 3 purple tufts atop a mechanical visage were quite an eyesore. Sighing in resignation, he lost the desire to capture Iron Neck due to its undeniable ugliness. Yet, out of curiosity, he still examined Iron Neck's attribute panel. Ding dong. The current attributes of Iron Neck are as follows. Pokémon, Iron Neck, Divine Roll, None, Level, 88, Ability, Quark Charge, Type, Dark, Flying, Potential, Red, Bond Evolution, None, Mega Evolution, Unlockable, Gigantamax, None, Titanium Crystallization, None, Special Form, None, Skills, Electric Terrain, Self-Boost, Triple Attack, Air Blade, Roar, Malevolent Pursuit, Dragon Breath, Hyper Voice, Bite, Echoed Voice, Air Slash, Drop, Dark Pulse, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse, Destructive Death Ray, Dragon's Roar. Affection 0. Experience. A paradoxical Pokémon. It bears a resemblance to the Iron Neck reported by Supernatural magazine, which described it as the offspring of 3 dragon-like entities enamored with machinery. It was sighted in Paldea, rumored to emit high energy, utterly demolishing structures before vanishing in search of its next target. Whispers suggest that this being embodies the ferocity of 3 dragons and the coldness of machinery, thus potentially being a fusion of both. Its name derives from the Book of Purple, having arrived in the present through the time machine of the Zero Zone core, and is a remarkably powerful wild Pokémon. Hobby, high-speed flight, destruction of buildings. At this moment, upon reviewing Iron Neck's attributes and hobbies, Zhang Feng realized this Iron Neck was no longer an extraterrestrial creation, but rather the offspring of 3 dragon-like entities enamored with machines. Is it possible that Pokémon can truly be so wondrous that robots could facilitate their reproduction? And thus, a horde of mechanical 3-headed dragons was born? Incredible. Since Zhang Feng deemed this Iron Neck excessively unattractive, He had no desire to capture it. However, Iron Neck detected Zhang Feng and charged towards him, initiating an attack. With no alternative, he had no choice but to subdue it. Since he had already defeated it, why not seize the opportunity to throw a Pokeball? Thus, Zhang Feng tossed a luxury ball, and the three-headed dragon promptly entered the fray, launching a fierce assault against Iron Neck. In the struggle between flesh and machinery, many would presume the mechanical entity to prevail. After all, they possess limited pain perception and are products of machinery, while the flesh would bleed and ache. How could it possibly contend against the machines? Yet, the reality is that machinery often harbors its own fatal vulnerabilities, for they lack will. In this idealistic realm, where bonds are paramount, the connection between humans and Pokémon is the most formidable force. Chapter 30. The Depths of the Zero Zone, the Shimmering Iron Arm. Thus, following a tumultuous battle, the three-headed dragon completely subdued Iron Neck. With a swift throw of a Pokeball, Zhang Feng captured this paradoxical Iron Neck. Consequently, among all paradoxical species, only the Iron Warrior and the Iron Arm remain. As for the Iron Arm, perhaps due to the fondness it garnered in the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet games, Zhang Feng harbored a desire to encounter a shiny version of the Iron Arm. Subsequently, he extracted the secret seasoning he had previously obtained from the 6-star titanium crystal pit from the system space. After a period of meticulous blending, he began his descent towards the lowest tier of Zone 0. Upon reaching the very bottom of the Padio Abyss, he found only a stone slab and a gaping hole, approximately 10 meters in diameter, leading deep underground. The current state of the Padia Abyss can be described as follows: nestled within a ring of mountains. At its very center lies a colossal pit with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, plunging straight down to a depth of several dozen kilometers as well. The uppermost layer boasts the largest circular diameter, which gradually narrows as one descends. Upon reaching the very bottom, one is greeted by a vast subterranean cavern, with connecting passages no larger than 10 meters in size. As Zhang Feng gazed into the inky abyss before him, it seemed to possess an insatiable hunger for everything, prompting him to boldly step inside. Upon entering the lowest tier of Zone 0, Zhang Feng initially anticipated a realm of darkness, necessitating the use of his Pokémon's illuminating abilities or his psychic powers for movement. However, to his surprise, this was not the case. Being a cavernous space, it was adorned with countless crystals emanating a radiant glow, illuminating the entire area. Here, Zhang Feng encountered an abundance of paradoxical species Pokémon, be it Iron Claw, Majestic Fawn, Sand Armor, Iron Moth, Ground Wing, Howling Tail, Ferocious Mushroom, Iron Burden, or Vibrant Wing. They all thrived in various clusters within this realm. Even scattered among them were semi-divine entities such as Iron Thorn and Iron Neck. Zhang Feng's presence, however, incited a frenzy among these paradoxical Pokémon, known for their brutal temperament, who charged towards him with ferocity. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng immediately activated his psychic powers. With the sheer number of approaching Pokémon reaching into the hundreds, he feared that a chaotic battle might ensue, leading to unforeseen complications within this subterranean realm. Thus, he unleashed his psychic abilities, immobilizing all the Pokémon in place. In the next moment, the force of his mental prowess erupted, directly impacting the minds of these Pokémon. Consequently, the outermost layer of the underground cavern saw hundreds of Pokémon collapse to the ground. The might of Zhang Feng's strike was indeed formidable. At that moment, surveying the fallen Pokémon, he contemplated capturing each one into the system space. After all, wasn't Dr. Hoenn concerned that an overabundance of paradoxical Pokémon in the Padia region could pose an indelible threat? By controlling their numbers to a manageable level, wouldn't that perfectly resolve the so-called crisis in the Padia region? Moreover, his journey was inherently directed towards the vast expanse of Zero, seeking to locate the time machine locked away in the depths and deactivate it. In doing so, the crisis in the Padia region would undoubtedly be snuffed out in its infancy. As Zhang Feng subdued the paradoxical Pokémon surrounding the cavern, the entire underground space astonishingly fell silent. Yet, despite this, he had yet to encounter his target Pokémon, the Iron Arm. Logically, the paradoxical species of Iron Arm should possess a considerable stature, standing at least 3 to 4 meters tall. It was improbable that Zhang Feng would overlook it in this region. Continuing his descent, the light did not dim. Rather, it intensified with the increasing number of crystals, illuminating the surroundings as if one were amidst a world of jewels, where even the faintest glimmer could be fully revealed. After walking for about an hour, Zhang Feng finally detected a faint electric aura. Upon closer inspection, he indeed spotted an Iron Arm. However, this creature was not the shining Pokémon he sought. Nevertheless, in pursuit of gathering a cluster of iron arms, Zhang Feng would not let this opportunity slip by. He summoned his ice-type Pokémon, who swiftly dispatched several iron arms. And at last, a formidable presence approached him. Perhaps sensing the dwindling numbers of its kin within the cavern, the king of iron arms finally made its appearance. Unlike ordinary iron arms, this one, possibly due to the secret seasoning, was indeed a shining Pokémon. Typically, an iron arm is adorned in a blend of silver, yellow, and blue, resembling a magnified mechanical version of the Iron Fist, capable of wielding lightning. However, this shining iron arm had transformed its head and lower body into pure silver, presenting itself as a metallic entity, unpainted and raw. Ding dong. The current attributes of Iron Arm are as follows. Species: Iron Arm, Shining, Roll, None Level, 89 Ability, Quark Charge Type, Fighting. Electric Potential, Red Bond Evolution, None Mega Evolution, Unlockable Giant Max, None Titanium Crystal Transformation, None Special Form, None Skills, Sand Toss, Ram, Strong Push, Slap Attack, Blow Away, Thunder Punch, Throw Down, Energy Release, Earth Toss, Recharge, Frenzied Volt, Close Combat, X-Ray Vision, Heavy Impact, Belly Drum, True Chi Fist, Absorption Punch, Earthquake. Megaton Shockwave Affinity, 70 Experience, Paradox Pokémon, resembling a biomechanical athlete reported by the Supernatural Journal. Its physique is akin to the Iron Fist. It is said that the Iron Arm once hurled a 100-ton king at high speed with its agile hands. The most concrete assertion is that the Iron Arm is a biomechanical entity, referenced in the Purple Book, which states it arrived in the present through the time machine at the core of Zone Zero, being an immensely powerful wild Pokémon. Interest: Fighting upon viewing the attribute panel of this shining iron arm, Zhang Feng began to grasp its origins. A biomechanical entity, indeed? Upon hearing this term, a sense of dissatisfaction welled within him. The future had undergone significant transformations. Can biomechanical entities also engage in battle as Pokémon? What distinguishes this from a comfortable existence? However, after reflecting on the origins of Pokémon, Zhang Feng reached an understanding. Yet, if this were the case, perhaps the future should not be so readily granted to those in the present. The world requires a formidable force to prevent humanity from self-destruction. In the worldview of Ultraman Tiga, Daigo embodies both light and humanity. So when the calamity-bringing flower of Zagilra descends, and all humanity becomes ensnared in ephemeral pleasures, leading to their demise, Daigo will step forth to intervene in humanity's choices. Thus, Zhang Feng, too, could aspire to be such a figure. At the very least, humanity's future should not leverage technology for the transformation into biomechanical entities. The Iron Arm should be prohibited from participating in battles. Therefore, upon encountering this Iron Arm, Zhang Feng found himself momentarily at a loss. His original intention was to reject the concept of utilizing humans for combat, leading him to contemplate releasing all the Iron Arms he had previously captured. He wished for them to remain peacefully within the Padia Cavern, resting undisturbed. For Zhang Feng, they should not be regarded as Pokémon, but rather as humans. Just then, Mutwo appeared. It seemed to have sensed the origins of the Iron Arm and recognized a similarity in its own situation. After all, Mutwo itself once harbored human genes within its being. Upon witnessing Mutwo, Zhang Feng suddenly regained a semblance of clarity. Indeed, Mutwo is a product of the fusion of countless Pokémon genes and human DNA, resulting in the most formidable artificial Pokémon. It was precisely due to Team Rocket's nefarious research that Zhang Feng categorized them as an evil organization, ultimately leading him, alongside numerous powerful allies from the Kanto Pokémon League, to obliterate Team Rocket entirely. Sensing Zhang Feng's thoughts, Mutwo smiled and remarked, "Since we are both beings of bioengineering, if we remain here, we might be captured by other trainers. It would be wiser to gather all the Iron Arms and allow them to thrive in your realm." Simultaneously, imposing constraints on humanity itself could yield transformative effects. Upon hearing Mutwo's words, Zhang Feng experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, Mutwo was correct. Collecting all the Iron Arms, providing them with a stable living environment, and restraining human actions was undoubtedly the righteous course of action. Conveniently, as the leader of the Pokémon League, Zhang Feng possessed the authority to amend the laws. He could classify all technologies aimed at human modification as anti-human and label the organizations behind them as malevolent. Regarding advancements in medicine, Zhang Feng pondered whether humanity would truly wish to become robotic beings if the situation ever escalated to that extent. Surely not. Having gained insight into future occurrences, Zhang Feng immediately utilized his psychic abilities to manifest a psychic doppelganger of himself. At this moment, Gazing at the entity enveloped in vibrant pink energy that mirrored his own silhouette, he issued a command, concealed within the world. Should any human technological advancements deviate once more into realms akin to Team Rocket's, employing methods to modify both humans and Pokémon, they must be eradicated without hesitation. Indeed, the Iron Arms, if viewed in this light, were akin to Team Rocket, transforming humans into terrifying combat weapons resembling Pokémon. Zhang Feng harbored an intense disdain for those who treated humans and Pokémon as mere subjects for experimentation, prompting him to undertake such measures. Perhaps only through this approach could he find solace for the wounds of his past. Having relinquished the notion of capturing the Iron Arms, Zhang Feng ventured to the deepest recesses of Zone Zero. It was here that he encountered the final Paradox Pokémon, the Iron Warrior. Ding. The current attributes of the Iron Warrior are as follows. Pokémon. Iron Warrior Role. None level. 89 ability. Quark charge types. Fighting. Fairy potential. Red Bond evolution. None Mega evolution. Unlockable Gigantamax. None Titanium transformation. None special forms. None skills. Sand Tomb. Body Slam. Heavy Slam. Hammer Arm. Roost. Thunder Punch. Takedown. Bulk Up. Earthquake. Charge Beam. Volt Tackle. Close Combat. Detect. Heavy Impact. Belly Drum. Aura Sphere. Leech Punch. Earthquake. Megaton Wave Affection. 70 background. A Paradox Pokémon. Reminiscent of the inventions reported by the mad scientist in Supernatural magazine. The Iron Warrior bears an uncanny resemblance to both Shiny and Gallade, creating a curious appearance. It is believed to be a robot crafted by a crazed scientist who yearned for the ultimate psychic Pokémon. The Iron Warrior exhibits a savage temperament, wielding its gleaming blade with ruthless precision when confronted. Its name originates from the arcane tome, the Book of Purple, arriving in the present through the temporal machine at the core of Zone Zero, making it an extraordinarily powerful and ferocious wild Pokémon. Interests. Combat. Slaughter. Upon witnessing these future beings, Zhang Feng was enveloped in indescribable emotions. He could not shake the feeling that Pokémon should not exist in such a manner. Future beings were either robotic constructs created by humanity or products of extraterrestrial technology, or even bioengineered entities, none of which aligned with the natural evolution of living beings. As Zhang Feng made his entrance, the Iron Warrior immediately brandished its pink blade, charging towards him. In response to this formidable opponent, Zhang Feng summoned his doppelganger, Shiny. This time, two Iron Warriors appeared, prompting Zhang Feng to release his Shiny sisters simultaneously. When the Shiny sisters beheld their adversaries, two creatures that bore a peculiar but fierce resemblance to themselves, yet appeared distinct from Gallade, they were momentarily puzzled. However, as the battle commenced, the Shiny sisters quickly assumed a serious demeanor and entered combat mode. Chapter 32. Battle against the Iron Warrior, the love of the Shiny sisters. Upon revealing themselves, the Shiny sisters took up battle stances upon encountering their opponents. The Iron Warriors demonstrated considerable strength. Indeed, they rivaled the Roaring Moon. Regarded as the most powerful among ordinary Paradox Pokémon, with levels not dipping below 85. The Iron Warriors were even more remarkable, both possessing levels of 89, reaching the pinnacle of Master level. Such prowess was truly the domain of the top 10 in the world, or rather, the previous World Championships elite. As for the present, everyone's strength was undoubtedly on the rise. It was plausible that numerous trainers had their ace Pokémon ascend to the ranks of the leaders, with many champion-level trainers surpassing the Master level. Faced with the two Iron Warriors charging at him with their great blades, Zhang Feng immediately commanded the Shiny sisters, Shiny, use telekinesis to immobilize them. Understanding Zhang Feng's directive, the Shiny sisters sprang into action, with the elder Shiny employing her powerful psychic force to bind the two Iron Warriors in place. It was worth noting that upon becoming Iron Warriors, these beings had lost their psychic attributes. Thus, once immobilized by telekinesis, the Iron Warriors were rendered motionless. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Feng signaled to the younger Shiny, who promptly activated her future sight ability. Instantly, a terrifying storm cloud descended upon the cavernous depths of Zone Zero. Within the cloud, crackling electricity echoed ominously. Observing this, the Iron Warriors exerted their utmost strength, wielding their long blades in a futile attempt to break through the blue barrier before them. Yet, it appeared they were powerless to do so. Even with their formidable strength, they faced the most powerful trainer in existence. Inevitably, all was in vain. Soon after, the elder Shiny softly intoned, and a surge of pink energy began to coalesce. Subsequently, the dazzling magic spell was unleashed, striking directly at the two Iron Warriors. Bound by psychic force, The Iron Warriors had no means of evasion, helplessly watching as the spell descended upon them. With a thunderous explosion, the Iron Warriors were sent flying. But the assault did not conclude there. Just as the Iron Warriors had barely endured the Elder Shiny's attack, the younger Shiny immediately unleashed her skill. The powerful psychic attack was activated. Although the adversaries appeared to be mechanical beings, they were nonetheless severely impacted when struck in the head by psychic energy. At that moment, the tempestuous cloud above the cavern reached the zenith of its descent. In the next moment, a tempestuous surge of lightning roared forth, striking the Iron Warriors with unrelenting ferocity. The formidable and violent bolts of electricity directly impacted the Iron Warriors, rendering both of the fairies utterly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground without uttering a single cry of anguish. Ding dong, Shinado has defeated the Iron Warrior, earning 35,785 experience points, resulting in a level up to the current level of LV97. Ding dong. The current attributes of Shinado are as follows. Pokémon. Shinado Sisters. Class. None. Level. 97. Ability. Telepathy. Type. Fairy. Psychic. Aptitude. Gold. Bond Evolution. Bond Shinado. Mega Evolution. Mega Shinado. Gigantamax. Not available. Titanization. Psychic type Shinado. Special form. None. Skills. Future Sight. Teleport. Hypnosis. Draining Kiss. Fairy Wind. Destiny Bond. Dazzling Gleam. Psyshock. Mystical Fire. Charm. Heal Pulse. Dream Eater. Moonblast. Psychic. Life Dew. Wish. Calm Mind. Affection. 255. Experience. Encountered in the Golden Town Conservation Area. Actively sensed the trainer and willingly followed. Completed final evolution with the host's assistance. Cherishes her trainer dearly. This reflects the inner thoughts of the Shinado sisters. If they sense their trainer is in danger, they will unleash their most formidable psychic powers. It is said that Shinado embodies a manifested heart, fiercely protecting the trainer they trust and share a bond with. Once the red plate of the heart is opened, it will unleash terrifying power capable of creating miniature black holes. Hobbies. Admires the gentle Zhang Feng. Having fallen in love with her trainer. After defeating the Iron Warrior, which bore no resemblance to Shinado or Elriot, the Shinado sisters successfully ascended to the pinnacle level achievable by ordinary Pokémon, reaching level 97. One step further to level 98 represents the most powerful state of a typical second-tier deity, while level 99 signifies the apex of non-deity Pokémon. As for level 100, it necessitates the attainment of divine status to possibly transcend into a deity. Observing the current state of the Shinado after vanquishing their opponent, they approach Zhang Feng from either side, prompting a smile to surface on his face. Could it be that he is their favorite? Recalling the initial days in the Golden Town Conservation Area, Zhang Feng had searched long and hard for Ralts, yet found not a trace. Ironically, after he had given up the pursuit, the two Ralts sisters chose to appear beside him, deliberately leading him on a chase with their teleportation. Perhaps from that moment on, these two Ralts had already acknowledged him. Through the years of companionship, they had become family to Zhang Feng, and upon completing their final evolution, they had transformed from little girls into mature beings. It turned out that he held such significance in their hearts. Thank you, Shinado, for your hard work along the way, Zhang Feng expressed. Just as he uttered these words, the elder Shinado immediately extended a finger, gently placing it on Zhang Feng's lips, signaling him to refrain from such sentiments, while the younger Shinado quietly lowered herself. Hiss. Following the defeat of the Iron Warrior, Zhang Feng promptly threw 2 luxury balls, successfully capturing them. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing Iron Warrior 2. With the capture of the Iron Warriors, Zhang Feng reached the final region of Zone 0. After traversing the lower levels, he finally entered the true core area of Zone 0, the vast void of Zero. This so-called vast void of Zero is, in essence, the true heart of Zone 0. Chapter 33, The Vast Void of Zero, The Truth Behind Dr. Oren. The deepest point of Zone 0 is located at the very bottom of the lower levels. There, Zhang Feng beheld a space emanating a dazzling blue light, and at the entrance, there lay a stone tablet resembling the Book of Ruby, inscribed with records of events encountered by a previous exploration team. This was also the deepest point reached by the team led by Oren. Yet, the people of the outside world believed that the deepest part of Zone 0 was merely the lower levels. Little did they know, beneath that lay another space, known as the vast void of Zero. At that moment, Zhang Feng's Pokédex suddenly chimed, and upon connecting, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Logically, in such a place, even the Pokédex should have no signal. So, who could possibly connect with Zhang Feng's Pokédex in the depths of Zone 0? With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Feng felt a semblance of anticipation. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized the orange-haired Dr. Oren and thought to himself, as expected. After accepting the call, the holographic image of Dr. Oren appeared before Zhang Feng. Dr. Oren, you have finally made your appearance, Zhang Feng exclaimed. Hearing this, Dr. Oren seemed somewhat taken aback. It seems, Zhang Feng, that you already anticipated my call at this moment? Noticing the flicker of unease on Dr. Oren's face, Zhang Feng responded. You must be the AI of Dr. Oren. Now tell me, where is the real Dr. Oren? Is she dead, or are you imprisoning her? Or perhaps you have killed her and usurped her place. At this, Dr. Oren's expression shifted dramatically. Ha ha ha, quite perceptive. No wonder you are the world's strongest trainer, quite intriguing. Seeing that Dr. Oren had dropped the facade, a smile crept across Zhang Feng's lips. Finally, no more pretense. From the first moment I encountered you in your laboratory, I discerned that you were not corporeal, merely a virtual projection, and your actions were designed to lure me into Zone Zero. However, I am curious. How did the original Dr. Oren reach the depths of the vast void of Zero? It is known that neither the exploration team led by the author of the Book of Ruby 200 years ago, nor the exploration team formed by the champion of Yisai ever reached the vast void of Zero. How did Dr. Oren, merely a scientist, evade so many powerful and perilous paradox Pokémon to arrive at the vast void of Zero? Upon Zhang Feng's inquiry, Dr. Oren's virtual image chuckled heartily. There are indeed things you, Zhang Feng, are unaware of. However, at this point, I need not conceal anything from you. The true essence of Dr. Oren ventured to the ancient times and the future 8 years ago, utilizing her invention of a time machine to traverse various timelines. After gaining knowledge of everything, Dr. Oren discovered that if the paradox Pokémon were allowed to use the time machine and arrive in the present world within a century, the entire human world would regress back to the ancient era, a world devoid of humanity, solely inhabited by Pokémon. Our world would be entirely obliterated by the paradox Pokémon, leaving not a trace of humanity. Upon hearing Dr. Oren's words, Zhang Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a jest! With my strength, could I possibly be outmatched by Groudons and Mutwoes? Even if countless paradox Pokémon emerged, with Arceus around, who could rival? Perhaps sensing Zhang Feng's gaze, Dr. Oren responded with a smile. Of course, during this period, there is one variable, namely, you, Zhang Feng. If you do not leave this world in the future, it shall not face destruction. However, your lifespan is finite. Once you depart, humanity will inevitably fall to the paradox Pokémon. In Dr. Orlin's grand design, she deemed it imperative to utterly obliterate the time machine. To realize this ambitious plan, she created me, compelling me to assist her. Alas, during her temporal excursions, a certain ancient spirit ambushed Dr. Orlin, and by the time she returned to this era, her life was hanging by a thread. Initially, Dr. Orlin was able to arrive here thanks to an expedition team from a decade ago, having traversed the 4 major observation stations. Subsequently, she detached herself from the group, carrying a substantial amount of golden mist, skillfully evading the spirits, and gaining the friendship of a divine beast, which ultimately enabled her successful arrival. Thereafter, Dr. Orlin remained here, for the sake of humanity's future. It is, however, a tragic irony that Dr. Orlin can no longer witness these developments. Upon the virtual AI of Dr. Orlin reaching this juncture, it surprisingly exuded a touch of human-like sorrow, as if the one who had perished was indeed herself. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng comprehended the entirety of the circumstances. Yet, it is lamentable that Dr. Orlin was rather foolish. Did she not realize that she possessed the capability to change everything? With her knowledge of the technology behind virtual AI and the time machine, why did she not directly seek me out? Alas, she has met her demise. One can only conclude that she was a woman of noble intentions, yet tragically foolish in certain respects. Shaking his head, Zhang Feng gazed at Dr. Orlin's virtual AI and mused. As for whether the time machine can still be activated, to speak candidly, I am quite dissatisfied with the actions of future humanity. I yearn to alter this trajectory. To be frank, I have left a fragment of my spirit in this world. Should future humanity engage in any genetic modification schemes, they shall undoubtedly face complete annihilation. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Dr. Orlin momentarily froze, yet quickly regained her composure, addressing Zhang Feng. After her demise, the divine beast, the source of titanium crystallization, which had formed a bond with her, namely Talabagos, also succumbed to slumber, merging itself with the time machine within a crystal. This, in turn, served as an indirect means to halt the activation of the time machine. Upon hearing Dr. Orlin's statement, Zhang Feng nodded in understanding. So the Great Zero spaces. In fact, the dwelling place of Talabagos, is it not? With this newfound information, Zhang Feng leapt forward, plunging directly into the Great Zero space. Chapter 34, Talabagos. The source of titanium crystallization, sealed in crystal. As Dr. Orlin witnessed Zhang Feng vanish from sight, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she too disappeared from this locale. After all, she herself was but a virtual AI. Within the Great Zero space, there existed a small laboratory belonging to Dr. Orlin, enabling her presence here. Essentially, she could manifest in any region within the Great Zero space. As Zhang Feng descended, plummeting several hundred meters, he finally touched down upon the ground. At this altitude, any ordinary Pokémon would likely meet their demise upon impact. Yet Zhang Feng cared little, landing gracefully on his feet, causing only a slight scattering of crystal fragments. Soon after, an ethereal azure glow enveloped Zhang Feng's vision. The Great Zero space was indeed vast and expansive, stretching beyond the horizon. Who could have imagined that such a boundless expanse lay hidden in the depths of Paldea? Here, everything was composed of titanium crystallization. Even the ground and walls were fashioned from this blue crystalline substance. Gazing upon the resplendent azure light within the Great Zero space, Zhang Feng's attention was drawn to the center, where a towering crystal, approximately several hundred meters high, loomed before him. The more he observed, the more Zhang Feng felt that this crystalline pillar resembled an extension of titanium crystallization. Above these crystals, a tree, predominantly blue yet shimmering with a spectrum of colors, stood majestically, emanating an alluring radiance. At the heart of this crystalline expanse, a Pokémon resembling a tortoise lay in slumber. This creature, undoubtedly, was the very source of titanium crystallization, Talabagos. Beside Talabagos, a metallic machine pulsated with a crimson glow. It was clearly the time machine spoken of by Dr. Orlin. It appeared to be operational, yet it had ceased functioning due to a lack of control. Observing this, the virtual image of Dr. Orlin materialized once more, addressing Zhang Feng. Indeed, he was the entity with whom Dr. Orlin had forged a bond. She had researched the origins of titanium crystallization, the very source known as Talabagos. And in this vicinity, the manifestation of titanium crystallization bore the attribute of star crystal. It was termed star crystal because it possessed no specific attribute, yet encompassed all attributes. It was impervious to any elemental weaknesses and could harness the amplification of any attribute's power. In essence, once a Pokémon activated star crystal titanium crystallization, even if it unleashed skills of varying attributes, each attribute would receive the enhancement of titanium crystallization. Furthermore, when other spirits attacked this particular Pokémon, no elemental weaknesses would apply, resulting only in standard damage. Ding. Talabagos' current attribute values are as follows. Pokémon. Talabagos, Titanium Form, Divine Role, God of Star Crystal Level, 100 Ability, Titanium Shell. The shell contains the power of all attributes. When at full health, damage received will be mitigated. Type. Normal Qualification. Colorful Bond Evolution, none Mega Evolution, Unlockable Gigantamax, none Titanium Crystallization, none Special Forms. Talabagos Normal Form. Talabagos Star Crystal Form Skills. Withdraw, Triple Attack, High Speed Spin, Origin Power, Headbutt, Protect, Earth Power, Heavy Slam, Crystal Starfall, Self-Destruct, Rock Polish, Euro Ball, Aura Sphere, Dragon Pulse. Dark Pulse, Magical Shine, Energy Ball, Destruction Ray Friendliness, Zero Experience. A Pokémon of Star Crystal, upon sensing danger, crafts a formidable shell from its proximity to Star Crystal for combat, capable of absorbing energy for its own use. Talabagos resembles a terrestrial tortoise, adorned in deep blue, with elongated limbs compared to its normal form, and its shell and body composed of azure hexagonal crystals, its form significantly crystallized, resembling a disc. It is said to have once inhabited the ancient regions of Paldea, becoming extinct 2 million years ago due to geological upheaval. Even without the infusion of titanium beads, it can activate titanium crystallization at will, being the origin of this phenomenon, now resting in slumber to seal the time machine. Hobbies, sleeping at this moment. Upon witnessing Talabagos' attribute panel, Zhang Feng realized that this creature was, astonishingly, a Pokémon from 2 million years ago. Alas, due to the extinction of ancient spirits, he was the last remaining vestige, and throughout this protracted evolution, he had acquired greater power, ascending to the status of the god of Star Crystal. Indeed, as expected of a tortoise, its longevity is remarkable. With a sigh of wonder, Zhang Feng turned to Dr. Orlin and inquired, "So, is this time machine destined to remain sealed by Talabagos? If the seal is lifted, Would countless paradoxical Pokémon traverse this passage into our world? Confronted with Zhang Feng's query, Dr. Orlan's original intention was to avert the annihilation of this world, and she would undoubtedly rely on Zhang Feng's strength to provide clarity. Thus, Dr. Orlan spoke forth. The time machine, in fact, need not be sealed away. It can simply be transported entirely to the primordial era or the future, shattering the temporal passage, thereby ensuring that the time machine shall never again manifest. After witnessing the demise of Dr. Orlan, Talabegos was enveloped in profound sorrow, feeling that his own actions had led to the tragic fate of his dear friend, which ultimately plunged him into a deep slumber. Upon hearing Dr. Orlan's words, Zhang Feng stroked his chin and inquired, "How can I awaken Talabegos?" Just as he posed this question, Dr. Orlan had not yet the chance to respond when a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. At the sound, Dr. Orlan's expression shifted dramatically, and she managed only to utter a warning to Zhang Feng before vanishing from sight. Observing this scene, Zhang Feng was taken aback. "Wait a moment, dear lady. Are you not an AI? Is there something that frightens you? What technological marvel could instill such fear within you?" After a brief bout of incredulity, Zhang Feng suddenly recalled something. "No, that is not right. The ancient form of the motorcycle lizard is Groudon, a creature of divine status. Yet it also has a future counterpart, Mileton. Given the trend of future forms being manifestations of technology, could it be that Mileton possesses a means to completely eradicate Dr. Orlan's AI? Is this the source of her terror at the sudden roar?" Chapter 35. The sudden appearance of Groudon and Mileton upon hearing a roar that shook the very foundations of the vast realm of Zero, and with Dr. Orlan's virtual AI having dissipated, Zhang Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. At that very moment, from the opposite direction, an even more ancient voice emerged. It was evident that within this expansive domain, two sovereign-level Pokémon existed, seemingly in opposition to one another. With the knowledge that even Dr. Orlan's virtual AI feared such entities, Zhang Feng's mind began to piece together the identities of these two rulers. Most likely, they were the legendary Pokémon of the Paldea region, the ancient motorcycle lizard, Groudon, and its future counterpart, Mileton. As Zhang Feng contemplated this, it was no surprise when, accompanied by heavy footsteps, both Mileton and Groudon materialized. Upon spotting Zhang Feng, they simultaneously unleashed a roar. Ding! Groudon, Mileton, current attributes as follows. Pokémon. Groudon, standard form. Divine role. God of Crimson level. 100 ability. Crimson Pulse, upon entry. Will change the weather to clear skies. During intense sunlight. Will enhance attack through ancient pulses. Type. Fighting. Dragon potential. Colorful bond evolution. None mega evolution. Unlockable Gigantamax. None titanization. None special forms. Restricted form Groudon. Rushing form Groudon. Windrider form Groudon. Wavebreaker form Groudon moves. Sunny day. Wide area destruction. Rock smash. Primal force. Absorption punch. Brick break. Quick attack. Dragon claw. Flamethrower. Full throttle charge. Ear-piercing cry. Double-edged. Dragon rage. Close combat. Flare blitz. Megaton impact. Bodybuilding. Dig friendship level. 0 experience. Paradox Pokémon. Records indicate that Groudon once shattered the earth with its fists, seemingly referenced in ancient exploration chronicles as the Winged King. Groudon possesses a long, robust tail, formidable teeth, and claws, with all ecological information remaining unknown. Its name was bestowed by the doctor who discovered it, embodying an unshakable consciousness and strength, unafraid of any adversary. Its temperament is volatile, driven by curiosity, leading it to exhibit both wariness and approachability towards humans. It arrived here via the time machine, and is one of the two sovereign entities within the Paldea crater. Hobbies: combat, slaughter, curiosity about all things. Pokémon. Mileton, standard form, divine role, God of Thunder and Storm level, 100 ability, Quark engine. Upon entry, will establish an electric terrain, while on electric terrain. Will enhance special attack through future mechanisms. Type: electric, dragon potential. Colorful bond evolution. None mega evolution. Unlockable Gigantamax. None titanization. None special forms. Restricted form Mileton. Driving form Mileton. Buoyant form Mileton. Gliding form Mileton moves. Thunder shock. Dragon breath. Electric terrain. Electro ball. Charge. Parabolic charge. Discharge. Quick attack. Dragon pulse. Lightning strike. Metal sound. Mirror coat. Dragon rage. Incinerate. Destruction beam. Dragon claw. Magic shine. Bite friendship level. 0 experience. Paradox species Pokémon. Mileton seems to be the iron serpent mentioned in ancient texts, rumored to have turned the earth to ash with lightning. It shares similarities with the motorcycle lizard, yet its power and ruthlessness far exceed it. Details about Mileton remain obscure, and its name was also given by the doctor who discovered it, possessing observational prowess that can penetrate even personalities. Though it has adapted to humans, it remains selective in choosing opponents, calmly predicting their actions during battle and exploiting their weaknesses, capable of defeating even the mightiest foes with its strength. It arrived here via the time machine and is one of the two sovereign entities within the Paldea crater. Hobbies: composure, self-discipline. Upon viewing the attribute panels of Groudon and Mileton and witnessing these two sovereign entities of the Paldea region drawing closer, a slight smirk graced Zhang Feng's lips. How fortuitous. I had no intention of seeking out divine beasts, yet these two sovereigns have presented themselves. Subsequently, Zhang Feng immediately threw forth two Master Balls. However, to his astonishment, neither Mileton nor Groudon exhibited any desire to attack him. Mileton's behavior was understandable, as it was accustomed to accompanying humans in the future. Therefore, it refrained from launching an immediate assault upon Zhang Feng. Yet, Groudon, in the ancient era, seemed to have had no interaction with humanity, and logically, its volatile nature would have prompted an attack. Could it be that it was merely intrigued by Zhang Feng, thus hesitating to strike? As Zhang Feng pondered this, Mileton and Groudon approached and halted several meters away, casting a glance at Talabagos, encased in crystal, and the time machine. The two formidable sovereigns fixed their gazes upon one another, as both were paradoxical forms of the motorcycle lizard, one an ancient ruler and the other a future sovereign. Naturally compelled to vie for supremacy, in the next moment, both sovereigns bypassed Zhang Feng entirely and charged towards each other. Groudon and Mileton unleashed their body collision skills, and as red and purple lights enveloped them, the true battle commenced. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Feng was reminded of the age-old adage, red and blue have always been destined to clash. Though Mileton predominantly appeared purple, it bore a closer resemblance to blue overall. This inevitably brought to mind the two notorious figures from the Hoenn region, the Crimson Groudon and the Azure Kyogre, who were also prone to conflict. Could this be an inevitable occurrence dictated by their colors? After a moment of curiosity, observing the evenly matched confrontation between the two sovereigns, Zhang Feng fervently hurled the two Master Balls into the fray. With a flash of white light, Reshiram and Zekrom materialized. Before their eyes, two formidable and awe-inspiring Pokémon, Guzzlord and Nihilego, reappeared, causing a change in demeanor for both Layton and Milotic. When engaged in battle, they swiftly separated, positioning themselves on either side. Their gazes fixed intently upon Zhang Feng, Reshiram, and Zekrom, assuming their battle stances. Hey, I must ask, what is the point of fighting here? If it is a battle you desire, I shall gladly oblige. Chapter 37. The Awakening of Talabagos. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Milotic and Guzzlord exchanged glances. As the rulers of the Zero Space, they were initially indifferent to the intrusion of a mere human. Especially for Milotic. To him, a human was nothing more than an insignificant insect easily crushed underfoot. Thus, his true adversary remained that wretched red lizard. The same sentiment resonated with Guzzlord, who found himself intrigued by this newly encountered creature. Furthermore, Zhang Feng exhibited no signs of hostility or threat, prompting Guzzlord to consider sparing the human for further examination after vanquishing Milotic. Yet, little did they anticipate that as they commenced their battle with their old adversary, the seemingly inconsequential human would unleash two beings of even greater might. The sheer terror of it all. Thus, despite their adversarial relationship as rulers of the Zero Space, Milotic and Guzzlord recognized that neither could overpower the other under normal circumstances. Therefore, it was prudent to collaborate and eliminate these two intruders. Upon hearing Milotic's suggestion, Guzzlord pondered for a moment before readily agreeing. Consequently, Milotic unleashed a bolt of lightning, activating the Thunderbolt skill, aimed directly at Reshiram. Simultaneously, Guzzlord exhaled a torrent of flames, targeting Zekrom. Observing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. They even coordinated their attacks. This could prove to be quite interesting. Reshiram, Zekrom, engaged freely. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, lacking absolute command, and instead granting them the freedom to attack, Reshiram and Zekrom immediately commenced their battle. In the next moment, Reshiram charged at Guzzlord, effortlessly absorbing the flames meant for Zekrom due to its own fire affinity. This surge of fiery energy ignited Reshiram's ferocity. Likewise, for Zekrom, the lightning skills posed no threat, only bolstering his strength. As the battle unfolded, after easily countering Milotic and Guzzlord's assaults, the two legendary beasts wore serious expressions. Soon after, Reshiram and Zekrom retaliated, Thunderous roars erupted as fearsome azure flames began to engulf Milotic and Guzzlord. This signature move was none other than Reshiram's Blue Flame. Following suit, Zekrom unleashed a cross thunder, intertwining with Reshiram's flames, launching a fierce combined assault that struck both Guzzlord and Milotic. The onslaught elicited anguished cries from Milotic and Guzzlord. Moreover, this assault further provoked Guzzlord into a frenzied state. His true nature was that of a fighting-type Pokémon, possessing the terrifying power to shatter the earth with a single punch. Thus, Guzzlord abandoned his fiery assault, opting instead for the Absorb Punch, charging directly at Reshiram. Meanwhile, Milotic's gaze sharpened, the already cold demeanor now exuding an air of forbidding intent. Chapter 38. Zhang Feng versus the Paideia Dual Deities. In the next moment, the Thunderbolt skill was unleashed. Faced with the counteroffensive from Milotic and Guzzlord, Reshiram and Zekrom exchanged glances. These two beings, once adversaries, had developed a remarkable synergy since aligning with Zhang Feng. With furious roars echoing, Reshiram unleashed a devastating inferno aimed squarely at Milotic. Simultaneously, Zekrom, enveloped in a blue draconic energy, charged fiercely at Guzzlord, executing the Dragon Dive attack, reminiscent of a dragon descending from the heavens. As the four powerful moves collided, the Conflagration and Thunderbolt skills stalemated for several seconds, but ultimately, the Inferno prevailed, obliterating the Thunderbolt entirely. The relentless fire energy struck Milotic directly. After a prolonged silence, Guzzlord and Zekrom clashed in a fierce encounter, with Zekrom resembling a dragon deity, initially suppressing Guzzlord due to a misfired skill and the advantage of elemental affinity. Following a cataclysmic explosion, Guzzlord was sent hurtling away. In a brief span, the advantage became evident. As the dust began to settle, a charred Milotic emerged, promptly activating its cleaning mode to rid itself of the soot. Subsequently, its gaze toward Zhang Feng, Reshiram, and Zekrom bore a hint of wariness. Meanwhile, Guzzlord's indomitable spirit flared, prompting it to charge once more at Reshiram and Zekrom, enveloped in a radiant red glow while executing the Flare Blitz skill. However, this time, Reshiram unleashed a Dragon Pulse, halting Guzzlord's onslaught. In that instant, the two sovereign Pokémon seemed to grasp the stark reality. They were utterly outmatched by these imposing lizards. Furthermore, the recent clash had decimated the crystals within the Zero space, awakening Talabagos from its slumber. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng's focus remained steadfastly on Guzzlord and Milotic. Following their battle, Reshiram and Zekrom successfully subdued them. And with the toss of two Master Balls, a melodious chime resonated in Zhang Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for capturing the legendary Pokémon Guzzlord and Milotic. Having captured these two, Zhang Feng contemplated the shattered crystals from the earlier conflict, when suddenly, a piercing gaze descended upon him. Thanks to his heightened psychic sensitivity, Zhang Feng immediately discerned the source of this gaze. Locking eyes with the now awakened, crystalline blue turtle, he sensed its rising ire. At that moment, as Zhang Feng's gaze met that of Talabagos, the crystalline blue turtle unleashed a skill, fueled by its anger over the destruction of its crystal tree, the disruption of its time machine, and the disturbance of its slumber. Witnessing this, as Talabagos executed the Crystal Starfall skill, a brilliant beam of light surged forth, aimed directly at Zhang Feng, Reshiram, and Zekrom. In response to this onslaught, Reshiram and Zekrom flared their wings, stepping forward, and unleashed a fierce inferno and a crackling bolt of lightning. A converging assault coalesced into a fusion of flame and thunder, immediately striking the Celestial Radiant Starfall technique. As the three skills clashed, a violent explosion erupted once more. Boom! This strike utterly shattered the crystalline tree forged by Talabagos, even damaging the luminous crystals within the zero-dimensional space itself. The combined technique of Reshiram and Zekrom naturally surpassed Talabagos' attack in power. However, owing to Talabagos' crystalline form, its innate ability grants resistance to all elemental assaults, rendering the impact somewhat diminished. Moreover, as a tortoise-like Pokémon famed for its formidable defense, augmented further by its crystalline transformation, it effortlessly withstood the onslaught from Reshiram and Zekrom. Subsequently, witnessing the increasingly ravaged state of the zero-dimensional space, Talabagos grew incensed beyond measure. In the next instant, his entire body radiated with dazzling brilliance. His already crystallized form abruptly transformed once more, evolving into an even mightier divine beast. Pokémon Talabagos, Stellar Crystal Form, Role, God of Stellar Crystals Level 105 Ability, Nullification Realm. Upon transforming into the Stellar Crystal form, All influences from weather and terrain are entirely nullified. Type: normal nature, radiant bond evolution, none mega evolution, unlockable Gigantamax, none Titan crystal form, none special forms, Talorbago's normal form. Talorbago's crystalline form moves: withdraw, rapid spin, protect, thunderbolt assault, headbutt, scorching sands, triple attack, heavy slam, power gem, celestial radiant starfall, ice beam, rock polish, dragon pulse, aura sphere. Flamethrower, cannon laser, high temperature pressure affinity, zero background. A crystalline Pokémon exhibiting an extraordinary surge of crystalline energy, resembling the ancient world depicted in archaic exploration records. Buried beneath the earth like a star suspended in the cosmos, it is the origin of crystallization. Once awakened by Professor Hoenn, it now slumbers to seal the time machine, but was roused by its host's disturbance, provoking its wrath and triggering its transformation into the stellar crystal form, vastly enhancing its power and endowing it with the ability to transcend time and space. Hobby: sleeping at this moment, observing Talorbago's renewed strength. Zhang Feng's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Could it truly be that the disturbance of its slumber incited such fury, unleashing the crystalline energy and manifesting the stellar form? Chapter 39. Capturing Talorbago's. Farewell to Professor Hoenn. Simultaneously, the titanium crystal orb within Zhang Feng's system space seemed to sense this surge of power, instantly glowing with radiant light. Perceiving the anomaly, Zhang Feng instinctively retrieved the orb. Upon detecting the energy of the stellar crystal Talorbago's, the orb brimmed with power. From this moment forth, Zhang Feng's titanium crystal orb no longer required charging and could activate titanium crystallization at any time. Furthermore, the attributes post-titanium crystallization would invariably correspond to the stellar crystal form, granting comprehensive attribute enhancement while rendering opponent attacks merely ordinary, devoid of any elemental advantage. Perhaps, this epitomizes Talorbago's true might. As Talorbago's initiated the stellar crystallization, his frame expanded dramatically. Below him, a colossal crystalline planet seemed to uphold his presence, adorned with symbols representing various attributes. Above, atop a floating blue flame-like crystal, Talorbago's stood proudly, a stellar crystal emblem crowning his head. Belial remarked, "Zoffy, you've truly come into your own, even boasting a star emblem now." Ahem. With Talorbago's assuming a novel battle stance, Zhang Feng's interest was immediately piqued. Since acquiring god-tier superpowers years ago, Zhang Feng had continually honed his abilities, yet he had never truly engaged in combat against a divine beast using his powers. At least, never to decisively defeat a first-tier deity or a mythical beast. The present stellar crystallized Talorbago's clearly represented the ultimate benchmark to test Zhang Feng's strength. Should he overcome it, he would possess power surpassing that of a first-tier deity. A stalemate would indicate parity with an ordinary first-tier deity. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng halted Reshiram and Zekrom from attacking and swiftly launched himself forward, conjuring an aura sphere aimed directly at Talorbago's. Taken aback, Talorbago's seemed unprepared for this human-wielding Pokémon abilities. "Are you truly human, or a Pokémon in human guise?" he wondered. Zhang Feng retorted, "You'll find out in battle." Relying on his formidable defense post-stellar crystallization, Talorbago's neither dodged nor evaded, partly because evasion was futile, and unleashed a cannon laser. Zhang Feng's aura sphere struck true, after which he instantly teleported away to evade counterattack. Under these conditions, Talorbago's was powerless to restrict Zhang Feng's maneuvers, becoming a mere target. Despite his immense defense, he could not withstand Zhang Feng's relentless assault. Ultimately, within the zero-dimensional space, Talorbago's collapsed utterly. With his defeat, the stellar crystallization dissipated completely, and the blue crystals saturating the space vanished as if they had never existed. Immediately thereafter, a Master Ball materialized in Zhang Feng's hand. Having subdued Talorbago's without expending full strength, perhaps only 70% effort, Zhang Feng reflected on his previous fierce battles against numerous first-tier gods within the Rainbow Rocket team, often outnumbered yet holding his ground. Thus, he estimated his power level had reached the pinnacle of first-tier deities, roughly equivalent to level 110 or above. Truly, he had become a humanoid Pokémon. With a decisive throw of the Master Ball, the now incapacitated Talorbago's was captured, becoming Zhang Feng's divine beast. Ding dong, congratulations, host, on capturing Talorbago's. Incidentally, Zhang Feng's primary objective in entering the Paideio Abyss was to seek paradoxical Pokémon, yet unexpectedly, he captured the region's mightiest tri-headed divine beasts. Thus, his earlier ambition to collect all divine beasts could now proceed unfettered. According to the National Pokédex, aside from Groudon, Milotic, and Talarbagos, the other divine beasts in the Paidia region appear to be second-tier deities. Among them are the four disasters, revered as incarnations of the ancient artifacts Jian, Sword, Ding, and Jade, ancient Jian Snail, ancient Sword Leopard, ancient Ding Deer, and ancient Jade Fish. Zhang Feng expressed particular interest in the ancient Sword Leopard and ancient Jade Fish. These four disaster beasts remain sealed in various locations across Paidia, awaiting discovery and unlocking. Beyond these, there exist the ancient forms of Suicune, Wave Surge, Nti, Void Flame, Raikou, Thunderdrum. Future forms of the Swordsman, Virizion-S future form Iron Leaf, Terrakion-S future form Iron Rock, Cobalion-S future form Iron Shell, and the mythical beast Momotaro. The enigmatic Pokémon, known as the Erratic Palm, cannot truly be classified as a divine beast, for its base stats merely total 550 points. It may be more accurately described as a rare and extraordinary Pokémon. Accompanying the Erratic Palm are its counterparts, the glorious Canine, the willful Beast, and the majestic Fowl. Both the Erratic Palm and its counterparts must be captured in a specific town, while the ancient forms of the Triune Beasts and the future forms of the Three Swordsmen seem to reside within the depths of the Paldea Abyss, or perhaps elsewhere, necessitating Zhang Feng's quest to uncover their whereabouts. Just as Zhang was pondering this, he realized that all threats had been neutralized, leaving only the final time machine still operational. Upon being fully unsealed, the time machine began its functions, opening a portal. At that moment, a curious Pokémon, known as the Howling Tail, emerged from the temporal rift, and upon spotting Zhang Feng, prepared to launch an assault. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Zekrom unleashed a powerful Volt Tackle, utterly incapacitating the Howling Tail. Shortly thereafter, a virtual AI of Dr. Olin reappeared, having observed the battle through the laboratory's cameras. Upon seeing Zhang Feng effortlessly defeat Talabagos and even capture Groudon and Militant, Dr. Olin was overwhelmed with excitement. Zhang Feng, you are truly formidable. How can a mere human possess the strength to vanquish divine beasts? Are you truly human? Or perhaps a powerful Pokémon disguised as one? Seeing Dr. Olin's fervent excitement and her somewhat alarming thoughts, Zhang Feng felt 3 dark lines appear on his forehead. Why are you, a virtual AI, so exhilarated? After halting Dr. Olin's inquiry into his own human nature, she expressed her disappointment. Though I am merely an AI, I have inherited all of Dr. Olin's cognitive patterns and memories. Therefore, I am essentially Dr. Olin. Now that you have captured Talabagos, a relentless onslaught of paradoxical Pokémon is set to invade this realm. I wonder what the future holds for humanity? Upon hearing Dr. Olin's words, Zhang Feng curiously regarded the time machine before him. Since this time machine was invented by you, Dr. Olin, cannot you destroy it? Dr. Olin, somewhat embarrassed, responded. As an AI, I obviously cannot dismantle it. Moreover, I suspect that Dr. Olin poured her heart and soul into developing the time machine, making it difficult for her to part with it. Additionally, few can enter the Paldea Abyss, diminishing the hope of its destruction. Furthermore, this time machine utilizes materials from the ancient era, rendering it indestructible. As Dr. Olin spoke, Zhang Feng approached the time machine, placing his hand upon it, and effortlessly tore off a corner. Isn't it easy to dismantle? Observing Zhang Feng's innocent expression, Dr. Olin's demeanor shifted dramatically. How on earth did you accomplish that? This is meteorite material, which ordinary Pokémon cannot destroy. Just moments ago, both Groudon and Militant's attacks failed to reshape it, and you must understand. Guillotin's strength can tear the earth asunder. The more she spoke, the more Dr. Olin's confidence waned. Indeed, there seemed to be no rationale to apply to Zhang Feng, as he could not be comprehended through the lens of normal reasoning. Contemplating this, Dr. Olin suddenly conceived an ingenious plan. In her former life, she cherished visiting the ancient era to study those immensely ancient Pokémon, and as a virtual AI, I have no fear of being harmed by them. Thus, Zhang Feng, I shall board the time machine and travel to the ancient era, and upon my departure, you will destroy this time machine completely. This way, I can fulfill Dr. Olin's final wish while simultaneously addressing the crisis of paradoxical Pokémon invading Paldea, a truly advantageous scenario. When Zhang Feng heard that Dr. Olin's virtual AI intended to venture into the ancient era, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? In the ancient era, there is no signal. Who knows if this AI can even survive? In response to Zhang Feng's concerns, Dr. Olin waved her hand reassuringly. Fear not, Dr. Olin established a special laboratory in the ancient era 8 years ago, so everything will be fine. After saying this, Dr. Olin approached the time machine and activated the time travel sequence. In the next moment, she vanished before Zhang Feng's eyes. Chapter 40. Departing the Paldea Abyss. The rending flame atop the mountain. Witnessing Dr. Olin's virtual AI departing this world aboard the time machine en route to the ancient era, Zhang Feng felt a dissonance in the scene. It was akin to watching a Doraemon episode, with the protagonist transformed from a blue robotic cat into Dr. Olin. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Feng turned to the returning time machine and used his psychic powers to shatter it into fragments. Thus, the temporal portal connecting the future and the past finally vanished without a trace. With this, the entire zero dimension lost its vibrancy, as the crystal, having been captured by Zhang Feng, disappeared entirely, and the previously idyllic sanctuary appeared devoid of life. Subsequently, Zhang Feng instantaneously teleported out of the Paldea Abyss, returning once more to the entrance of Zone Zero. As he glanced back at the vast expanse of the Paldea Abyss, he prepared to leave this place. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Upon hearing this roar, Zhang Feng realized that someone was indeed calling for him. Following the direction of the sound, he beheld at the highest peak of the Paldea Abyss a radiant, fire-red entity, reminiscent of an ancient lion, bathing in sunlight, gazing intently at him. The moment Zhang Feng laid eyes on this Pokémon, 3 words sprang to his mind: Rending Flame. Ding dong. The current attributes of Rending Flame are as follows. Pokémon: Rending Flame, Paradox Type, Divine Role, None, Level, 90, Ability, Ancient Vitality, Types, Fire. Dragon, Aptitude, Red, Bond Evolution, None, Mega Evolution, Unlockable, Gigantamax, None, Titanization, None, Special Forms, None, Skills, Stomp, Incinerate, Sunny Day, Flamethrower, Howl. Crunch, Dragon Claw, Tear Claw, Morning Sun, Flame Guard, Dragon Dive, Inferno, Smoke, Outrage, Flame Charge, Fury Attack, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse. Meteor Shower, Affection, 70, Experience. Reports of the Paradox-type Pokémon are exceedingly rare. There once existed footage of it unleashing columns of fire and chaos. And there are claims that it is a resurrected entity of the ancient Fire Emperor, characterized by its spiky, enormous head resembling a shield, adorned with a crown, commanding formidable flames. It is said to be the ancient form of the Fire Emperor, though such assertions remain unverified, as it has come seeking the presence of its host. Interests: Combat. Surveying the human realm upon witnessing this rending flame, Zhang Feng comprehended that this creature was indeed attempting to capture his attention. Could it be that even these ancient divine beasts have heard of Zhang Feng's reputation? With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng promptly tossed out the Fire Emperor's Pokeball. Amidst a flash of light, the fiery sovereign, strikingly similar to Rending Flame, emerged. Who else could it be but Zhang Feng's own Fire Emperor, the mightiest in existence? However, while Rending Flame appeared formidable, it would inevitably succumb to the disparity in strength between ancient and contemporary Pokémon. In terms of base stats, the Void Flame boasts an impressive 590 points, while the ordinary NEI only has 580. However, much like Zhang Feng's primary Pokémon, even when confronted by its paradoxical counterpart, Zhang Feng's Pokémon far surpass them in level. Currently, Zhang Feng's NTI has reached the extraordinary level of 98. Just one step away from breaking through its second-tier divine limitations. Perhaps this battle today presents an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng swiftly mounted his NTI and soared over the mountain's peak to confront the Void Flame. As NTI and Void Flame faced off, the latter regarded Zhang Feng with a glimmer of delight, exclaiming, "I am well aware of your esteemed reputation, Lord Zhang Feng. Since you have come to Paldea, it is undoubtedly to capture divine beasts. Previously, I heard the furious roars of Groudons and Mewtwo's from within the giant pit, coupled with the surging energies of crystallization, leading me to speculate that both Talabagos and Groudons, as well as Mewtwo's, have already been captured by you. Thus, I made my way here, not expecting to actually meet you." Upon hearing these words from Void Flame, Zhang Feng smiled and replied, "It seems you possess a certain awareness. However, I require you to engage in a battle with my NTI, regardless of the outcome." After Zhang Feng's declaration, Void Flame glanced at NTI, a hint of flame flickering from its mouth. To be honest, it had never fought against an NTI before. If it could indeed bring down NTI, perhaps it could demonstrate its own worth to Zhang Feng. With this thought, Void Flame unleashed a Dragon Pulse, charging directly at NTI. Anticipating the attack, NTI leaped adeptly to evade the onslaught. The next moment, NTI was enveloped in golden flames, a clear indication of the sacred fire skill. However, rather than launching it outward, NTI shrouded itself in the flames before executing a combination with the flame charge. The The result was an even more ferocious blaze, imbued with the divine flames capable of incinerating all. Though both possessed 4 hooves, NEI's speed rivaled that of Void Flame. Therefore, when Void Flame realized it could not evade this attack, it too erupted in a burst of red flames. Not only that, a spectral dragon-like figure materialized amidst the crimson blaze. Observing this, Zhang Feng nodded to himself. This Void Flame seemed to possess considerable battle prowess, capable of executing combination moves independently. Or perhaps it was inspired by Zhang Feng's NTI, which had combined Sacred Fire and Flame Charge, sparking a new combat concept. The Dragon God Dive combined with Flame Charge enveloped Void Flame in a mesmerizing blend of red and blue flames. Subsequently, both NTI and Void Flame charged at each other. The clash was thunderous. The tremendous impact caused golden, red, and blue flames to explode, engulfing the entire mountaintop of the Paldea giant pit. To onlookers from a distance, it might have seemed as if a nuclear explosion had occurred. As the flames dispersed, Zhang Feng's gaze fell upon the retreating NTI and Void Flame. It was evident that in this exchange, NTI had gained the upper hand, for it not only possessed a higher level, but also the Sacred Fire, a near-broken ability that could heal its own wounds. Thus, what could Void Flame possibly use to contend with NEI? After a fierce battle, it was clear that Void Flame succumbed to defeat. However, Zhang Feng held a favorable impression of this divine beast that had proactively sought him out in the Paldea region. Therefore, once NEI had thoroughly subdued Void Flame, Zhang Feng immediately tossed a heat ball, successfully capturing the paradoxical Void Flame. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for capturing Void Flame. After securing Void Flame, Zhang Feng departed from the Paldea giant pit. It is worth mentioning that among the Pokémon in the Paldea region, apart from the divine beasts, several others piqued Zhang Feng's interest, such as the Garchomp, Dolphin Hero, and the Abandoned Monkey. Yet, he had not encountered them during his travels. Though he had captured some relatively rare Pokémon like the Sifuho, the Scorching Blade Ghost, and the Crimson Lotus Armor Rider, Zhang Feng was determined to continue his exploration in the Paldea region. As for Groudons, Mutwoes, and Talabagos, they were delightful surprises. Their voluntary appearances had furthered Zhang Feng's divine beast collection plan. However, a wave of contemplation washed over him. Once, Arceus, the embodiment of creation, had instructed Zhang Feng to capture all the divine beasts in the world. Did this imply that the 3 legendary birds of the Galar region were included as well? If so, would his task become even more daunting? Lost in thought, Zhang Feng continued his quest for other Pokémon. At that moment, a new crisis quietly loomed over the Paldea region. The exploration team, led by Spinel, had set their sights on the legendary hero Lucius's divine beast, the Black Rayquaza. Once awakened, the divine beast would undoubtedly abandon these intruders, leading to the collapse of their plans. Nevertheless, upon discovering the whereabouts of the Black Rayquaza, Spinel, leveraging the bond between the 5 Pokémon previously owned by Lucius, managed to temporarily command the Black Rayquaza. Thus, a new crisis emerged. Just as Zhang Feng was in search of Garchomp, the Abandoned Monkey, and the Dolphin Hero, a piercing alarm rang out in the air. Startled by the sound, Zhang Feng paused momentarily. Suddenly, a surge of violent psychic energy surged forth, enveloping a vast area, allowing him to witness the emergency broadcast currently playing in the town of Shuaza. Residents of the Paldea Pokémon League were informed that the exploration team leader, Spinel, had inherited the 6 Pokémon of the legendary hero, Lucius, and was currently attempting to seize control of the Paldea region. At this moment, the champion of the Paldea Pokémon League, Miss Ci, was leading the Elite Four into battle. Let us offer our prayers for their success. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel. Is it truly the case that wherever the protagonist goes, trouble follows? It seems that during his time in the Paldea giant pit, the exploration team acted with remarkable swiftness, having already gathered all 6 legendary heroes. Based on Zhang Feng's speculations, although Lucius was revered as a legendary hero, the Pokémon he commanded, aside from the 3 divine beasts, included the Scyther, Lapras, and the Olivern, which might only possess master-level prowess at best. These 3 Pokémon were certainly manageable for Miss Ci. However, the Black Rayquaza, Galarian Moltres, and the other Void Flame would likely pose a serious challenge for her and the Elite Four. With this thought, Zhang Feng found himself increasingly agitated. Oh, what chaos would ensue if this world were to exist without me? After reflecting on this, Zhang Feng's journey was abruptly interrupted, and he had to rush to thwart the exploration team. With a flicker of his form, Zhang Feng arrived at the headquarters of the Paldea Pokémon League, located in a city in the northwest of the Desk City. The primary target of the exploration team's assault was indeed the headquarters of the Paldea Pokémon League. Upon arriving, Zhang Feng beheld a colossal Black Rayquaza, currently showcasing its might in mid-air. The mere aura it exuded was sufficient to crush the fighting spirit of ordinary Pokémon. Consequently, within the entirety of the Paldea Pokémon Alliance, only Yessi and the 4 Heavenly Kings remained actively engaged in combat against the members of the exploration team. The rest had nearly all been rendered utterly incapable of fighting. Chapter 42. Black Rayquaza versus Black Rayquaza? A battle among kin. At this moment, above the headquarters of the Paldea Pokémon Alliance, Spinel, with a cloak billowing in the wind behind him, stood atop the Black Rayquaza, commanding his subordinates to launch a full-scale assault on the Paldea Pokémon Alliance. This scene bore a faint resemblance to the presence of Zhang Feng himself. Even Zhang Feng, upon seeing a figure so strikingly similar to an impostor of himself, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Moreover, the exploration team had effectively gained the upper hand, pressing the Paldea Pokémon Alliance relentlessly. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng was left with a sense of helpless resignation. Though the champions of the various Pokémon alliances appeared formidable, when confronted with this malevolent organization wielding the power of mighty legendary beasts, their defeat was all but inevitable. At this juncture, Yessi was fiercely battling alongside his principal forces against the Skyblaze, Galarian Moltres. Meanwhile, Oliva, the Mantis Chop, and Dragapult had naturally fallen under the purview of the other 4 Heavenly Kings, engaging the exploration team's officers in combat. Under such circumstances, the Paldea Pokémon Alliance found itself overwhelmingly disadvantaged. Ding dong. Current stats of Galarian Moltres. Black Rayquaza. Pokémon. Moltres, Galarian form. Roll. None level. 90 ability. Defiant. Boosts special attack when its HP drops below half due to an opponent's attack. Type. Dark. Flying nature. Adamant Bond evolution. None Mega evolution. Unlockable Dynamax. None Titanium crystal form. Dark type Galarian Moltres special form. None skills. Tailwind. Retaliate. Mysterious guard. Wing attack. Agility. Primal power. Ambush. Air slash. After you. Overheat. Trickery. Gale. Parting gift. Sacred bird strike. Endure background. An evil Pokémon whose fiery malevolent aura drains the soul of anyone who comes into contact, reducing them to white ash. Proud and arrogant, it freely displays its formidable power, emanating a blazing pillar of flame that repels all who approach. Once accompanied Lucius on a journey through Paldea and is hailed as one of the legendary heroes. Hobbies. Combat. Provocation Pokémon. Black Rayquaza. Shiny. Roll. None level. 99 ability. Airlock type. Dragon. Flying nature. Timid Bond evolution. Locked Mega evolution. Unlockable Dynamax. None special form. None Titanium crystal form. Flying type Rayquaza skills. Focus. Twister. Dragon Dance. Air Slash. Dragon Dive. Doom Desire. Dragon Roar. Dragon Pulse. Hyper Voice. Dragon Breath. Gale. Rest. Outrage. Fly. Dragon Tail background. A legendary hero, Lucius' most powerful aide in Paldea, leader of the 6 heroes. Possessing immense strength. Yet, compared to true Tier 1 deities, it falls slightly short. Currently, due to circumstances involving the other 5 heroes, it reluctantly follows Spinel with a hint of resistance in its heart. Hobbies. Protection. Combat. Upon examining the status panels of these 2 legendary beasts, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a twinge of perplexity. What words had Spinel spoken to the 6 heroes to persuade them to follow him and launch an assault on the Paldea Pokémon Alliance headquarters? Regardless of the truth behind their allegiance, the fact remained. The 6 heroes had fallen under Spinel's control, who sought to seize complete dominion over the entire Paldea Pokémon Alliance. Witnessing Yessi and the others faltering and unable to hold their ground, Zhang Feng sighed in resignation. Suddenly, amid the ongoing battle, a sigh echoed from the heavens, as if a supreme being had intervened in the face of despair. With a dazzling flash of light, a colossal Black Rayquaza, even more formidable than the leader of the 6 heroes, appeared instantly. It must be understood that, aside from his Arceus avatar, Zhang Feng's 2 Rayquazas were undoubtedly his strongest assets. Although many legendary Pokémon had surpassed their inherent limits, reaching levels beyond 100 without any enhancements, Zhang Feng's Rayquazas had grown even mightier. Even without activating Mega Evolution, Titanium Crystal Form, or Bond Evolution, they possessed strength surpassing level 110. Therefore, when Zhang Feng's Black Rayquaza manifested, Spinel, once brimming with confidence, immediately altered his expression. Rayquaza, you are the Pokémon Alliance leader Zhang Feng? Even in the remote Paldea Pokémon Alliance, Everyone knew Zhang Feng's status as the alliance leader and were well aware of his immense power. Consequently, upon Zhang Feng's arrival, Yesi, Aoki, and the other 4 heavenly kings each displayed expressions of joy. Zhang Feng. It is Lord Zhang Feng. We are saved. Truly, he is the world's most powerful trainer. Such an entrance was indeed awe-inspiring. Upon seeing Zhang Feng and the Black Rayquaza, stronger than his own legendary beast, Spinel's countenance darkened. He spoke gravely to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, why must you meddle in every region's affairs? Do you truly believe you can securely hold the position of Pokémon Alliance leader? Hearing Spinel's words, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. Oh, so you imply there remains a chance I might not hold my seat? Feeling a mixture of annoyance and amusement toward those foolish enough to covet control over legendary Pokémon and the world, Zhang Feng responded leisurely. The Kanto Pokémon Alliance's champion. Drake is my friend. The runner-up, Karen, is my partner. Their strength alone could topple Drake and claim the Kanto Championship. The other 4 heavenly kings owe me their lives. The Johto champion, my brother, Barry, and the 4 heavenly kings there are my trusted confidants. The Hoenn Pokémon Alliance is my home turf. Its people regard me with gratitude and respect. The Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, is also my partner. I have saved the 4 heavenly kings and runner-up there. Though my influence over Unova, Kalos, Galar, and Alola is less pronounced, I have nonetheless aided them, earning their champion's loyalty. Most importantly, it is precisely because of the abundance of fools like you that I have been able to extend my benevolence across the Pokémon Alliances. Thus, if the Paldea Pokémon Alliance's elites and populace come to appreciate me henceforth, they have you, Spinel, to thank. Chapter 43. Resolving the Paldea Crisis, Capturing the Galarian Moltres. Zhang Feng's words were not without merit. The reason the people of the Hoenn Pokémon Alliance initially trusted him so implicitly was because when the villainous Team Magma and Team Aqua unleashed Groudon and Kyogre, plunging the region into chaos and despair, Zhang Feng descended like a divine warrior with his Rayquaza and resolved the crisis. Furthermore, Zhang Feng's own formidable strength earned him the Hoenn Championship, where he consecutively defeated Wallace and Barry. It could be said that Zhang Feng's reign as champion was the most legitimate and historically significant. In historical terms, he was akin to the Hongwu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. In the realms of the Kanto and Sinnoh Pokémon Leagues, chaos ensued due to the mischief wrought by Team Rocket and Team Galaxy, thereby granting Zhang Feng the opportunity to extend his benevolence towards the various Pokémon Leagues. The subsequent emergence of the Rainbow Rocket team only exacerbated the global crisis, inevitably leading to Zhang Feng's heroic intervention to save the world. Now, even the Paldea Pokémon League, a region that initially held little allegiance to Zhang Feng, the esteemed leader of the Pokémon League, is engulfed in a significant crisis. And once again, Zhang Feng stands as the individual capable of resolving this turmoil. One must ponder, how will the citizens and champions of the Paldea Pokémon League perceive this battle? Is it not plausible that they will acknowledge Zhang Feng as the true sovereign of the Pokémon Leagues? Will they not fear the scorn of other league members who might accuse them of ingratitude, deeming it utterly disgraceful? Thus, the actions of Spinel served to bolster Zhang Feng's reputation. Consequently, upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration, Spinel was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Rayquaza, vanquish our adversary and demonstrate the true might of the legendary Pokémon. Upon receiving this command, Zhang Feng's Black Rayquaza unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating through the atmosphere. The terrifying sound waves surged forth, palpable in their intensity, reaching even the distant towns of Axel Town and Platform City, where citizens of the Paldea Pokémon League could hear the resounding roar emanating from the league headquarters. Upon hearing this, the populace of the Paldea League buzzed with speculation. Could this be the legendary might of the first among the 6 heroes, the Black Rayquaza? Do you think that even the champions would stand a chance against Spinel? I just witnessed a live broadcast stating that Zhang Feng, the leader of the Pokémon League and champion of the Hoenn League, the world's strongest, has arrived at the battlefield and is currently engaged in combat with the exploration team. Zhang Feng. Indeed, this leader is quite competent, arriving with such swiftness. Moreover, I have heard that this leader has quelled crises across the various Pokémon Leagues. After all, how else could he hold the title of leader if not for his formidable strength and unparalleled vision? Henceforth, I shall regard Zhang Feng as my lifelong idol and strive to emulate him. Meanwhile, as Zhang Feng commenced his battle with Spinel, the most formidable Black Rayquaza was naturally intercepted by Zhang Feng. In the contest of strength, Zhang Feng's Black Rayquaza undeniably held the upper hand. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the skies. With Zhang Feng's arrival, the entire landscape shifted dramatically. accompanied by the roars of Rayquaza. Spinal's Rayquaza sustained severe damage and plummeted from the heavens. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng's Black Rayquaza issued a resounding roar, heralding the birth of a new sovereign. In the clash of Rayquazas, Zhang Feng's emerged victorious with ease. Following this, Zhang Feng's gaze turned towards the Galarian Moltres, pondering that he did not possess a Moltres of his own. Thus, in the face of this legendary Pokémon, Zhang Feng summoned his own Moltres, the Fire God. Revered as the world's most powerful Moltres within the Orange Archipelago, this Moltres has reached the pinnacle of strength achievable for a level 2 deity, standing at level 98. As for the opponent, though formidable and celebrated as one of the 6 heroes, its level is merely 90. Therefore, when Zhang Feng's Moltres emerged to confront this adversary, the tide of battle shifted irrevocably. Now, with the strength of ECI, utilizing his 6 primary forces against the Scyther, Dragonite, Oliva, and the Skybreaker Blaze, victory was finally within reach. The opponents of the Elite Four, namely the officers of the exploration team, upon witnessing their leader's defeat, quickly lost all will to fight and were swiftly vanquished by the Elite Four. Subsequently, on the battlefield, only Zhang Feng's Moltres and the Galarian Moltres among the 6 heroes, as well as ECI's fierce struggle against the Skybreaker Blaze, remained engaged in combat. Nonetheless, with Zhang Feng's Rayquaza looming nearby, it was evident that he was merely toying with the Galarian Moltres. Moltres, incinerate. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Moltres ignited with crimson flames, engulfing its entirety, and unleashed a scorching breath of fire, hurtling towards the Galarian Moltres. The Galarian Moltres, a dual-type Pokémon of flying and dark, does not belong to the fire type. Thus, this Moltres had long since transcended its original lineage. To be frank, it had evolved into a wholly different breed from the pure fire-type Moltres. The Galarian Moltres, despite its ability to wield fire-type moves, did so by transforming its fury into flames. In response to the incinerating onslaught from Moltres, the Galarian Moltres retaliated with its own Inferno skill. The two began to clash fiercely. However, the Galarian Moltres found itself in a misaligned position, stationed to the left. Thus, when Zhang Feng's Moltres unleashed its attack, the Galarian Moltres could not withstand the force and was ultimately shattered. Following this, Zhang Feng immediately threw a luxury ball, successfully capturing the Galarian Moltres. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for capturing the Galarian Moltres. Chapter 44. Crisis averted, the exploration team's demise, the emergence of Wavewater. After Zhang Feng cast a special Pokeball to capture the Galarian Moltres, the collection of the exotic forms of the 3 legendary birds was complete. This accomplishment sparked Zhang Feng's interest in the Galarian forms of the legendary birds. After all, humans possess an inherent penchant for collecting. Once the first piece is acquired, the desire to complete the set inevitably arises. For instance, today I purchased an exquisite figure of Ultraman Digga. Should I now seek to acquire the Heisei Triad? Having secured the Heisei Triad, why not pursue the Showa 6 and the new generation as well? If one is to collect, why not strive to gather them all? Just as with capturing Pokémon, if the goal is to catch all legendary creatures, how could one overlook others? Furthermore, the Galarian legendary birds are indeed within Zhang Feng's target range. Following the capture of the Galarian Moltres, the so-called 6 heroes had mostly fallen, leaving only the Skybreaker Blaze still clinging to life. With all of ECI's strength combined, the final hero, the Skybreaker Blaze, finally succumbed. Thus, the primary combat force of the exploration team was utterly annihilated. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow and cast a scrutinizing glance towards Spinal. So, do you now comprehend the disparity between us? What use is a mere Rayquaza? I have already defeated the creator god Arceus. What are you in comparison? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Spinal's expression shifted dramatically. It was as if all the efforts he had expended to gain control over the world had merely led him to mistakenly stumble into the domain of a supreme being. Realizing that his prized Pokémon was merely a casual acquisition of a top-tier champion. Indeed, this analogy is rather fitting. As Spinal struggled to articulate a response, Zhang Feng, with a mere thought, hypnotized Spinal and his entourage using his psychic abilities, then handed them over to ECI. Very well, I have apprehended your individuals. As for how you choose to handle them, that is the affair of your Paldea Pokémon League. I shall not meddle. But please ensure that no further crises befall the Pokémon League. To speak candidly, in this world, the presence of divine beasts is virtually non-existent. One might ponder the impact that a solitary Black Rayquaza could have unleashed had it not been for Zhang Feng's intervention. Fortunately, Zhang Feng has nearly eradicated those who might seek to harness the power of these divine creatures to dominate the world. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the four heavenly kings, including Ci and Qingmu, nodded in agreement. With this matter resolved, Zhang Feng departed from the headquarters of the Paideia Pokémon Alliance. During the recent battle, his excessive display of psychic power had allowed him to sense a peculiar aura akin to that of Suicune. It appeared to be the presence of a Y-Lord. Upon locating the entity, Zhang Feng wasted no time. After dispatching the exploration team, he proceeded to the domain of the Y-Lord. In truth, the emergence of the Y-Lord was also a consequence of sensing the aura of the so-called Sky Fire, which lured it forth. As legendary beasts, they share a resonance among themselves. Given that both of the Sky Fire entities in the Paideia region had made their appearance, it was only natural for the Y-Lord to manifest, eager to encounter its kin among these extraordinary Pokémon. However, before the Y-Lord could find the Sky Fire, Zhang Feng had already discovered it. Thus, the creature had no choice but to obediently submit to Zhang Feng as a Pokémon. Ding. The current attributes of Y-Lord are as follows. Pokémon. Y-Lord, Paradox Species, Divine Position, None Level, 90 Ability, Ancient Vitality Type, Water. Dragon Potential, Red Bond Evolution, None Mega Evolution, Unlockable Gigantamax, None Titan Crystallization, None Special Form, None Skills, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Meteor Shower, Water Jet, Hurricane, Roar, Bite. Water Pulse, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dive, Steam, Flamethrower, Hydro Pump, Water Splash, Quick Return, Mud Shot, Scald, Surf, Whirlpool Affinity, 70 Experience, a paradoxical species of Pokémon. It bears resemblance to the sketches published in the Book of Zhu, illustrated by the Zero Zone observation team of that era. It possesses a uniquely shaped horn on its forehead, supports itself solely on its hind legs, walks on 2 feet, and has 2 elongated tails. Its neck is adorned with dense spears, making it a brutal creature shrouded in mystery, documented in ancient adventure tales as a water monster. Preference, Battle. Slaughter. Upon viewing Wailord's attribute panel, Zhang Feng couldn't help but reflect. Truly, another brutal entity. It seems that among these paradoxical species, only the Sky Fire bears a semblance of functionality akin to that of Entei, while Y-Lord, a paradoxical counterpart of Suicune, is merely a mindless brute obsessed with combat. As time has passed, Zhang Feng has grown weary of Pokémon that resolve issues solely through violence. Yet, these paradoxical species are all too similar. It appears that these ancient Pokémon, during their evolution, have forgotten the essence of intellect. Upon encountering Y-Lord, Zhang Feng naturally summoned his Suicune. In contrast to Y-Lord, Suicune exudes elegance and wisdom. Although Suicune's lineage has faced disdain due to being captured by the likes of Go, for Zhang Feng, the Suicune he has tamed is the mightiest of the 3 legendary beasts under Hoen's domain. It is an entirely different existence from the Suicune captured by Go. Suicune, it seems, is reminiscent of your ancient form. Let us engage in battle and decisively triumph over it. Normally, Suicune, Entei, and Raikou were revived from the Charred Bell Tower by Hoenn centuries ago, suggesting that there were no similar beings in ancient times. Even if there were, they would not be their paradoxical counterparts. However, the official narrative seems to have disregarded its own lore, resulting in Suicune inexplicably gaining a so-called ancestor. Gazing upon Y-Lord, radiating a ferocious aura, Suicune's expression shifted. Are you telling me this creature is my ancestor? How grotesque. In Chapter 45, upon witnessing Y-Lord, Suicune displayed evident dissatisfaction. As if to convey to Zhang Feng, you truly believe this thing is my ancestor? In response to Suicune's displeasure, Zhang Feng chuckled and remarked, it is highly probable. Considering your resemblance, perhaps Suicune's lineage in ancient times resembled this form, later becoming more refined after being revived by Hoenn. Upon hearing this, Suicune unleashed a hydro pump towards Y-Lord. In reaction, Y-Lord countered with a dragon pulse. In terms of elemental advantage, Y-Lord had the upper hand. Being a water-type Pokémon with a dragon-type addition, which inherently resists water-type moves. Thus, Suicune's offensive was somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, during their skill clash, Suicune still maintained superiority. Utilizing its aquatic form, it unleashed a torrent that nullified Wailord's dragon pulse, striking it fiercely. Although the attack's power was not maximized, the sheer force propelled Y-Lord away. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng exclaimed, Suicune, now unleash Ice Beam. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Suicune promptly cast a dazzling icy blue attack that struck Y-Lord directly. As water meets extreme cold, it naturally froze. Consequently, Y-Lord found itself encased in ice, leaving it with no option but to succumb to a crushing defeat. Ding. Suicune has defeated Wylord, gaining 37,852 experience points, and has leveled up to level 98. Following Wailord's defeat, Suicune reached the pinnacle of level 2 divinity. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng threw a Pokeball. Amidst a brilliant flash of red light and the sound of a crisp click, Wylord became Zhang Feng's Pokemon. Ding. Congratulations, host. On capturing Wylord. Holding the Pokeball, Zhang Feng stored Wylord in the system space. Now that he had captured 2 of the 3 great paradoxical divine beasts, his focus shifted to the final entity, Thundurus. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng released the Sky Fire, believing that with its presence, locating Thundurus would not pose a significant challenge. When the Sky Fire reappeared, Zhang Feng addressed it, Sky Fire, Wylord has been captured. Only Thundurus remains among the 3 paradoxical divine beasts. I wonder if you are aware of its whereabouts. It is worth noting that Inti typically patrols the human realm on Ho-Oh's behalf, earning the title of Emperor, making Sky Fire the leader among the paradoxical divine beasts. The gap between Suicune and Wylord seems considerable. Meanwhile, Raikou is known for its elusive nature, making Thundurus the most challenging to locate. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Sky Fire let out a mighty roar that echoed across the peaks of Padia. Subsequently, it gazed towards the east, where a gathering storm cloud was forming. Unlike the commanding Sky Fire, Wylord is merely a creature fixated on battle. Thundurus, due to its sporadic appearances, remains shrouded in mystery. Yet now, it seems that Thundurus is responding to Sky Fire's call. This indicates that, unlike Wylord, Thundurus may be more amenable and not inherently inclined to attack others. Soon, as a thundercloud approached from the distance, the mighty creature known as the Thunder Drum emerged from beneath it. Observing this being, which resembled a fusion of a long-necked dinosaur and the Thunder God, Zhang Feng felt a twinge at the corner of his mouth. Despite his remarks, it seemed that the paradoxical species were not particularly handsome. Consequently, upon witnessing these mythical beasts in person, Zhang Feng found himself somewhat overwhelmed. In his eyes, the more aesthetically pleasing creatures were still those of the original generation. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Thunder Drum are as follows. Pokemon, Thunder Drum, Paradox Species, Divine Role, None, Level, 90, Ability, Ancient Vitality, Types, Electric. Dragon, Potential, Red, Bond Evolution, None, Mega Evolution, Unlockable, Gigantamax, None, Titanium Transformation, None, Special Forms, None, Skills, Hurricane, Sunny Day, Thunder Wave. Charge, Stomp, Dragon Breath, Electric Terrain, Dragon Tail, Discharge, Meditate, Quick Attack, Dragon Hammer, Charge Beam, Tackle, Thunder, Volt Tackle. Charge Beam Affection Level, 70 Experience. The paradoxical Pokemon is said to release electricity from its fur, incinerating the surroundings, though specifics remain unclear. Reports in supernatural magazines suggest it is an ancestor of the Thunder God, with the most striking feature being the long fur at the end of its neck. Hobbies, Combat. Slaughter. After observing the Thunder Drum's attribute panel, Zhang Feng immediately unleashed the Thunder God's Insulation Ball. Accompanied by a burst of white light, the Thunder God appeared instantly. Noticing this creature that bore some resemblance to himself, the Thunder God cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Feng, as if to inquire, "What is this? Do I also have an ancestor?" It seems the Thunder God had already heard discussions about this topic from the Flame Emperor and the Water Lord within the system space, and had encountered the Void Flame and the Ripple Water. However, upon truly seeing the Thunder Drum, the Thunder God could not help but feel somewhat taken aback. Although the Ripple Water was not particularly appealing, the Void Flame had decent aesthetics. Surely, as the least popular among the 3 sacred beasts, he could not have such an odd appearance, right? Is this truly my ancestor? With this thought, the Thunder God immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the Thunder Drum, which was astonishingly absorbed entirely by the long fur around the Thunder Drum's neck. Subsequently, the Thunder Drum turned its gaze towards Zhang Feng and the Thunder God, exhibiting a hint of provocation. Is that all? It seems rather underwhelming. Realizing the Thunder Drum's intentions, the Thunder God, consumed by rage, ceased using electric-type moves and unleashed a devastating beam of destruction towards the Thunder Drum. While the Thunder Drum seemed unperturbed by electric-type attacks, its imposing size left it unable to evade the Thunder God's full frontal assault. In the next moment, the beam of destruction erupted around the Thunder Drum, the tremendous force flipping it over. Now, it was the Thunder God's turn to revel in triumph. Humph, nothing more than this. Then, terrifying bolts of lightning crackled around the Thunder God, who unleashed a thunder attack directly upon the Thunder Drum. This time, without deliberately spreading its fur, the Thunder Drum appeared incapable of absorbing the current from the Thunder God. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng realized that the fur on the Thunder Drum had significant utility. Chapter 46. Capturing the Thunder Drum, New Titanium Crystal Pit Iron Leaf. However, even though the fur of the Thunder Drum was quite advantageous, capable of absorbing attacks from electric-type Pokémon, this ability likely required active initiation. Thus, as the Thunder God launched an attack against the Thunder Drum, rendering it defenseless for the moment, the fur's absorption capability vanished. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and exclaimed, "Thunder God, now is the time." Beam of Destruction. Following Zhang Feng's command, the Thunder God unleashed an orange-yellow energy beam, propelling the recently downed Thunder Drum far away. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder God executed another attack, using Quick Attack to send the Thunder Drum crashing even further. Next, Zhang Feng threw out his Insulation Ball, successfully capturing the Thunder Drum. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the Thunder Drum. After securing the Thunder Drum, along with the Ripple Water and Void Flame, Zhang Feng had now gathered all three of the ancient sacred beasts of the Paradox species. The only remaining targets were Iron Leaf, Iron Rock, and Iron Shell. Besides these three, there were the four great calamity beasts: Ancient Simple Snail, Ancient Cauldron Deer, Ancient Jade Fish, and Ancient Sword Leopard. Following the four great calamity beasts, there was also the illusory beast Momotaro. Additionally, the cursed Pomelo and the sufficient praise dog, as well as the wishful rooster and the generous monkey. Finally, there were the two divine beasts of the Galar region, Galarian Zapdos and Galarian Articuno. With this, all divine beasts would be gathered. Having made up his mind, Zhang Feng continued his search for mythical beasts. Since he had not actively sought them out during this time, yet had captured a significant number, he was determined not to slack off now that only a few remained to achieve his goal. Before long, while actively searching, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued by the appearance of a 6-star titanium crystal pit. The reason was simple. Within this wild titanium pit was the future form of Iron Leaf, the Pokémon Bilogigen. Upon spotting this target, Zhang Feng directly challenged the 6-star pit. Accompanied by a dizzying burst of white light, Zhang Feng found himself inside this space, where he beheld the massive green Iron Leaf and immediately checked its attribute panel. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Iron Leaf are as follows: Pokémon, Iron Leaf, Paradox species, in Titanium transformation, Divine Role, none, Level, 90, Ability, Quark Charging, Types, Grass. Psychic, Potential, Red, Bond Evolution, none, Mega Evolution, Unlockable, Gigantamax, none, Titanium transformation, Grass type Titanium Iron Leaf, Special forms, none, Skills, Assist, Self-motivation. Thunderbolt, Leaf Storm, Revenge, Quick Defense, Critical Hit, Sacred Sword, Energy Ball, Leaf Blade, Swords Dance, Psycho Cut, Close Combat, Seal, Guillotine, Switch Terrain. Solar Flare Affection Level, 0 experience. The paradoxical Pokémon closely resembles the mysterious creatures recorded in ancient exploration tales, boasting a sleek and glossy body with a metallic texture. The glowing parts on its forehead and neck seem capable of transforming into a longsword. According to rare sighting reports, the Iron Leaf has used its glowing greatsword to slice rocks into fine strands. In the Book of Purple, it is identified as an enhancement of Bilogigen, embodying a bionic mechanical life form. Hobbies: sword polishing as a level 90 secondary deity residing within a 6-star titanium pit. This creature's strength evidently surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. Facing the Iron Leaf, Zhang Feng drew forth the Pokeball of his fiery ace, the Blazing Monkey. To contend with these mechanical-type beings, his fire-type champion, the Blazing Monkey, was undoubtedly the most formidable choice. Thus, Zhang Feng had prepared the Blazing Monkey's Pokeball prior to entering the 6-star titanium pit. Upon entering this space, the Blazing Monkey immediately appeared. Gazing at its opponent, flames flickered fiercely in the Blazing Monkey's eyes, ready to engage in battle. Although the Iron Leaf was enveloped in the power of titanium transformation and bore a grass-type titanium insignia, Zhang Feng's Blazing Monkey, being a fire-type, would have a significant advantage. Blazing Monkey, unleash Fire Punch. Considering the Iron Leaf's stats, its physical defense was certainly lower than its special defense, prompting Zhang Feng to command the Blazing Monkey to deliver a Fire Punch. Following Zhang Feng's directive, the Blazing Monkey charged towards the Iron Leaf, its right fist ablaze with fierce flames, crashing into the Iron Leaf's body. With a resounding crash, a tremendous shockwave seemed poised to shatter the crystallized essence adorning the iron-spotted leaf. Following this strike, the iron-spotted leaf suffered a loss of approximately 1/8 of its health. Evidently, within the confines of the titanium pit, The defensive capabilities and vitality of the iron-spotted leaf were significantly amplified. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Feng readied himself for the next phase of his assault. In the blink of an eye, the iron-spotted leaf unleashed a psychic blade towards the blazing monkey. A luminous sword unexpectedly extended from its crown and, upon being thrust forward, struck the blazing monkey. Fortunately, despite contending with a secondary deity, the blazing monkey's prowess was formidable enough to effortlessly parry the onslaught. Subsequently, the blazing monkey activated its bodybuilding skill, enhancing its strength to the pinnacle after 3 successive activations. With a powerful absorption punch, it dealt a devastating blow that diminished the iron-spotted leaf's stamina by about 1/4, while simultaneously restoring the blazing monkey's own energy to full. This was the inherent flaw of the absorption punch. Under such circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before the blazing monkey triumphed over the iron-spotted leaf. As a final, searing assault erupted, the crystallized essence enveloping the iron-spotted leaf vanished entirely, causing it to wobble and collapse. Observing this turn of events, Zhang Feng could not help but smile. Following this battle, the blazing monkey astonishingly achieved yet another elevation. Ding! The blazing monkey defeated the iron-spotted leaf, earning an experience of 53,785 points, resulting in a level up to its current status of level 100. Ding! The blazing monkey's current attributes are as follows. Chapter 47. Zhang Feng's first fully leveled ordinary Pokémon, the godly blazing monkey. Ding! As the blazing monkey attained level 100, it transcended the limitations of ordinary Pokémon, gaining divine enhancements. Ding! Congratulations to the blazing monkey for receiving the divine title of God of Flames. Ding! The blazing monkey's current level is as follows. Pokémon, blazing monkey, divine title, God of Flames, level 100. Abilities, Iron Fist, Blaze, Flame Body. All 3 abilities activate automatically without the need for bond evolution. Type, Fire, Fighting, Aptitude, Red, Bond Evolution, Bond Blazing Monkey, Mega Evolution, Mega Blazing Monkey, Gigantamax, None. Titanium Transformation, Star Crystal Blazing Monkey, enhances the power of all skills. Special Form, Bond Blazing Monkey, Skills, Flame Punch, Close Combat, Absorption Punch, Incinerate, Sonic Punch, Vacuum Wave, Heat Wave, Will-O-Wisp, Swords Dance, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Overheat, Rage, Jealousy, Bodybuilding, Oath of Fire, Destruction Ray, and Last Resort. Affection level, 255. Experience, the blazing monkey, created by Arceus itself, has lived alongside its trainer since birth, considering its trainer a family member. In its pursuit of evolution to its complete form for the sake of its trainer, it possesses a stronger bond evolution, titanium evolution, and mega evolution. Reaching a formidable level of power, it stands as the most powerful trump card in the trainer's arsenal. Having surpassed its limits and become the first ordinary Pokémon to reach maximum level under its trainer's command, due to its immense fiery prowess, it has gained acknowledgement from the heavens, acquiring the new divine title of God of Flames. Hobbies, Combat, adores its trainer, and strives to become the strongest Pokémon in the world for its trainer. As a series of system notifications echoed, Zhang Feng realized that, unbeknownst to him, the blazing monkey had ascended to such heights. This implies that, with its divine title, the current blazing monkey could potentially vanquish all mythical beasts and secondary deities in this world. Even against a primary deity, it could stand on equal footing. Thus, for the blazing monkey, its unwavering desire to become Zhang Feng's most potent trump card seems to have been fulfilled. While Zhang Feng pondered this, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through, threatening to expel him from the titanium space. In the titanium space, the duration for battle and capture is limited. And just as Zhang Feng sensed that the time to capture the iron-spotted leaf was swiftly running out, he activated his psychic ability, automatically ejected a Pokeball, and, in the final moment before leaving the titanium space, struck the iron-spotted leaf with the Pokeball. Ding! Congratulations, host, for capturing the iron-spotted leaf. Subsequently, Zhang Feng and the Pokeball found themselves outside the titanium pit. Fortunately, it was a close call. Otherwise, the iron-spotted leaf would have regained its freedom and exited the titanium pit, making it exceedingly difficult for Zhang Feng to locate it again. Hoopa! Is it really that difficult? I don't think so. Zhang Feng. Ahem, I acknowledge your strength. Having been engrossed in the exhilaration of the blazing monkey's ascent, Zhang Feng had almost missed the opportunity to capture the iron-spotted leaf. However, in retrospect, everything turned out to be fortuitous. Zhang Feng then released the blazing monkey once more, and upon observing the evident transformation in its demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. If the previous blazing monkey, though powerful, felt somewhat lacking, it was likely due to the absence of the pressure that comes with being a divine creature. Now, having transcended its limits through its own strength, the blazing monkey had become a fearsome entity that surpassed the typical secondary deities and mythical beasts. It radiated a divine aura that was unmistakably on par with Zhang Feng's primary deities. Currently, Mewtwo, Giratina, Groudon, Kyogre, Palkia, Dialga, and others had all surpassed the level of 100 ordinary primary deities, while Rayquaza and the Black Rayquaza had even exceeded the level of 110. If Reshiram and Zekrom were to learn that even the blazing monkey had ascended to divinity while they remained at their previous levels, one can only imagine how demoralizing that would be. Oh dear, blazing monkey, how could you do this to me? Now fully empowered, the blazing monkey gazed at Zhang Feng with a smile. The promises made and dreams envisioned had finally come to fruition at this moment. The blazing monkey had, at last, attained godhood. With the convergence of its three exceptional traits, coupled with the title and pressure of the God of Flames, Zhang Feng speculated that it was quite possible that even Reshiram might not stand a chance against this formidable creature. Reshiram, are you being polite? Then, the blazing monkey extended its right fist, colliding with Zhang Feng's right fist. In that moment, the two shared a profound understanding without the need for words. With the capture of the iron-spotted leaf and the blazing monkey reaching divine status, Zhang Feng set his sights on the iron rock and iron shell. However, upon Hoopa's appearance, he was unable to detect the presence of these two. With no other option, Zhang Feng redirected his focus to the four great calamity beasts. According to legend, the four great calamity beasts were sealed in various locations throughout the Paldea region. Thus locating them necessitated finding the sites of their seals. The first calamity beast, the ancient snail, was sealed at the Shrine of Decayed Wood. Upon discovering this location, Zhang Feng promptly traversed through Hoopa's golden ring. Arriving at the Shrine of Decayed Wood, observing the long dilapidated shrine, he stepped inside without hesitation. This area, perhaps due to the seal on the calamity beast, was rarely visited by either humans or Pokémon. Encountering the oppressive and somewhat terrifying atmosphere within the Shrine of Decayed Wood, Zhang Feng soon laid eyes on a sealing formation. As he scanned with his psychic abilities, a wave of intense malevolence surged into Zhang Feng's mind. Yet, how could a mere secondary deity inflict any harm upon Zhang Feng? Consequently, with a mere thought, the sealing formation that had bound the ancient snail immediately became ineffective. In the next instant, a plume of black smoke enveloped the entire Shrine of Decayed Wood. Soon after, a colossal creature resembling a snail, approximately 10 meters in length, materialized before him. Could it be anyone other than Gisanwo, one of the four great calamity beasts? If it is indeed Gisanwo, then I entrust this to you, Blaziken. Amidst a burst of white light, a fire-type member of the elemental trio, far surpassing the typical mastery of an ordinary trainer, instantly manifested. Ding dong. The current status of Gisanwo is as follows. Pokémon, Gisanwo, Divine Role, God of Calamity, Level 88. Ability, Calamity Tome, can harness the power of the Calamity Tome to diminish the attack strength of all Pokémon except itself. Types, Dark, Grass. Aptitude, Red. Bond Evolution, Locked. Mega Evolution, Locked. Ultra Burst, None. Titanization, None. Special Form, Ancient Form Gisanwo. Skills, Ultimate Absorption, Resentment, Black Gaze, Retaliation, Toxic Powder, Paralysis Powder, Growth, Rooting, Parasitic Seed, Dark Pulse. Catastrophe, Transplantation, Powerful Whip, Grassy Terrain, Leaf Storm. Chapter 48. The God of Calamity and the Four Great Calamity Beasts, Gisanwo and Goodinglu. Pokémon, Gisanwo. Background, a Calamity Pokémon. Once, someone recorded the king's wicked deeds on wooden slips and was consequently punished. Their resentment became entwined with withered leaves, transforming into Gisanwo. It draws strength from flora, causing surrounding trees to wither instantaneously and crops in the fields to fail. Gisanwo resembles a colossal snail, its head adorned with green leaves and its back wrapped in what appears to be ancient scrolls. Interests, embodying disaster and exacting vengeance upon the world and the king. At that moment, upon seeing Gisanwo, one of the four great calamity beasts, Zhang Feng could not help but reveal a measure of keen interest. Having originated from a scroll infused with malevolence, this calamity beast possesses the formidable ability to wither all trees and crops, converting them into its own energy. In ancient times, when sustenance was paramount, such a creature was indeed a lethal threat to the populace. Furthermore, having unleashed Gisanwo, Zhang Feng immediately found himself under attack as the beast lunged towards him. The move employed was none other than Catastrophe. The effect of this skill is to trigger a devastating disaster, instantly reducing the opponent's health by half. Faced with such a technique, even Blaziken, enduring several hits, would be easily overwhelmed by Gisanwo. Truly, the four great calamity beasts possess formidable strength. Against those robust divine beasts, if this move lands, it veritably becomes a godly skill. However, for Zhang Feng, Gisanwo's sluggish speed presented an opportunity. If this move successfully struck Blaziken, that would be advantageous. If not, it was of no consequence. Indeed, after Gisanwo unleashed the skill, Blaziken leapt abruptly, flickering into the air. The catastrophe attack, laden with malevolent intent, crashed down upon the very spot Blaziken had just vacated, missing its mark entirely. The terrifying skill carved a vast crater in the earth, within which destructive energy surged. Seizing this moment, Blaziken charged downward, preparing the flame kick. Utilizing the momentum from its descent, Blaziken activated Quick Attack, accelerating its speed and spinning like a top, striking Gisanwo from above. It is worth noting that Blaziken can leap to heights equivalent to a 100-story building in a single bound. Coupled with the downward force and skill enhancements, the impact was immense. Moreover, Gisanwo, being a snail, was virtually immobile, a colossal target incapable of evading Blaziken's assault. Subsequently, this enhanced flame kick slammed into Gisanwo, its tremendous force infused with fiery power detonating upon impact. Although a grass-type Pokémon, even this calamity beast could not suppress a cry of pain after such an assault. Without hesitation, Blaziken followed with a fiery punch. First, the flame kick hurled Gisanwo into the deep crater. Then, the flame punch expelled it from the pit. As Gisanwo plummeted once more, Blaziken unleashed a powerful blast burn, striking true. The result was spectacular. Ding dong. Blaziken defeated Gisanwo, earning 532 experience points, leveling up to level 97. Thus, Blaziken, Zhang Feng's original ace from his third-tier squad, had reached the pinnacle attainable by ordinary Pokémon, nearly rivaling Zhang Feng's initial primary team. Afterward, observing Gisanwo sprawled weakly upon the ground, Zhang Feng produced a Pokeball to capture it. A crimson light flickered as Gisanwo was sealed within. After 3 shakes, the ball emitted a crisp click. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host on capturing Gisanwo. Securing one of the 4 great calamity beasts was a significant milestone. The next target was Goodinglu. Since Gisanwo was sealed within the Shrine of Decay, Goodinglu's imprisonment lay within the Shrine of Dust. Having pinpointed the direction, Zhang Feng proceeded straight toward Goodinglu's sealed location. Like Gisanwo, Goodinglu was confined within a shrine, illuminated by a glowing array seldom frequented by humans. Above the intricate formation hung countless iron chains, as though restraining a formidable force, bearing some resemblance to the lock dragon Zhang Feng had known before. With a surge of psychic energy, the seals and chains imprisoning Goodinglu were lifted. Undeniably, no other trainer on this world would dismantle such arcane seals with the ease Zhang Feng displayed. Some destinies are truly preordained. As the formation vanished, Goodinglu emerged within the Shrine of Dust, exuding a fierce aura. Zhang Feng examined this creature, whose head bore a bronze cauldron-like structure. Ding dong. The current status of Goodinglu is as follows. Pokémon. Goodinglu. Divine Role. God of Calamity. Level 90. Ability. Calamity Cauldron. Can summon the power of Calamity to reduce the special attack of all Pokémon except itself. Types. Dark. Ground. Aptitude. Red. Bond Evolution. Locked. Mega Evolution. Available. Ultra Burst. None. Titanization. Ground type. Special form. Ancient form Goodinglu. Skills. Catastrophe. Black Gaze. Quicksand Abyss. Resentment. Caltrops. Retaliation. Stomp. Heavy Stomp. Gust. Taunt. Rampage. Dark Pulse. Stomping. Abyssal Stab. Rock Slide. Parting Gift. Earthquake. Earth Split. Affection. 70. Background. A calamity Pokémon born from the fear infused within ancient ritual vessels, surrounded by gathering earth and stones. It was transformed into a Pokémon. It is said that when it slowly swings its cumbersome head, it can rend the earth with fissures 50 meters deep. Its head resembles a tripod bronze cauldron. Its body is composed of stones. Having been freed from its seal by its master, it harbors a slight fondness for its host. Interests. Conducting various rituals. Chapter 49. Capturing Goodinglu and the appearance of ancient Jianbao. Upon reading Goodinglu's profile, Zhang Feng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Indeed, it is only fitting. One cannot assert that every calamity beast harbors resentment towards the king, a sentiment that has endured through the ages, with the intent of annihilating the entire world. Otherwise, why bestow upon them the esteemed title of divine beasts? Observe the ancient cauldron deer. It appears to possess an ability to communicate. Truly, it embodies the majestic fusion of deer and cauldron. It is undoubtedly more astute than that sluggish snail. Ancient simple snail, shall I take my leave then? Zhang Feng. Oh no, merely jesting. Ancient cauldron deer, I have come here to tame you. Now that I have successfully captured the ancient simple snail, my next targets are the ancient sword leopard and the ancient jade fish. So what shall it be? Will you engage me in battle, or will you simply become my extraordinary companion? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the ancient cauldron deer, though somewhat cumbersome, moved its head slightly and began to attune itself to Zhang Feng's aura. To its astonishment, it could distinctly discern the presence of ancient simple snail. However, beyond the essence of ancient simple snail, there were myriad other divine beast energies. Could it be that the individual before it is the fabled child of destiny? How else could one possess such a plethora of divine beast auras? As it pondered, the ancient cauldron deer deliberated for a moment and decided to grant Zhang Feng the opportunity to capture it. For breaking the seal was indeed a boon bestowed by Zhang Feng. Very well, but to tame me, you must first defeat me. Every sovereign has held me in high regard, yet for hundreds of thousands of years, none have managed to capture me. The question now lies in whether you possess the qualities of a king. Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the ancient cauldron deer's words. King's qualities? We are no longer in ancient times. Moreover, who decreed that only by capturing the ancient cauldron deer could one be deemed worthy of kingship? In antiquity, the cauldron symbolized imperial authority and unity, yet such notions have long since faded. Since his opponent was the ancient cauldron deer, Zhang Feng naturally summoned his monarch serpent. Much like the fire chicken, the monarch serpent was a reward from the competition held in the scientist town, where 5 professors each bestowed upon Zhang Feng a starter Pokémon. Thus, his collection of starter Pokémon experienced a remarkable surge. Furthermore, the monarch serpent possessed the unique ability to counteract, and with a few leaf storms, it would likely overwhelm the ancient cauldron deer. With that thought, Zhang Feng commanded the monarch serpent, unleash leaf storm. While both ancient simple snail and ancient cauldron deer had abilities to reduce the opponent's physical and special attack, the vast disparity in strength could easily overshadow such tactics. Upon receiving the command, the monarch serpent promptly raised its robust green tail. Accompanied by a soft hum, an array of sharp leaves began to coalesce, forming a tempest that surged towards the ancient cauldron deer. The ground type is, of course, susceptible to the grass type. Not to mention, using leaf storm would typically lower the user's special attack. However, due to the monarch serpent's counteractive ability, its special attack would not only remain unaffected but actually increase, rendering it nearly invincible as long as it continued to employ this move. As the multitude of green leaves enveloped the ancient cauldron deer, the bronze cauldron atop its head remained unscathed. Yet, its stony body bore the brunt of the leaf storm's onslaught, leaving a multitude of wounds in its wake. Had it not been for the protective power of calamity, any ordinary spirit would have been utterly torn apart by the monarch serpent's leaf storm. Consequently, after this attack, the ancient cauldron deer found its stamina significantly depleted. Sensing the pain coursing through its body, the ancient cauldron deer retaliated with a skill directed at the monarch serpent. This attack was, rather astonishingly, a calamity skill. As for why calamity beasts favor this move, it is simply because it is exceptionally effective. Deducting half of the opponent's stamina, truly formidable. Monarch serpent, use protect. If evasion is not an option, then let us employ protect to withstand the assault. The next moment, an overwhelming surge of dark energy enveloped the monarch serpent, manifesting as a faint green protective shield that successfully absorbed the malevolent attack from the ancient cauldron deer, rendering its assault ineffective. Excellent, continue the assault. Once more, unleash leaf storm. Thus, the enhanced leaf storm surged forth again, inflicting even greater damage upon the ancient cauldron deer. In response, the ancient cauldron deer roared defiantly, launching its own offensive. The calamity skill activated once more, striking the monarch serpent directly, causing it to lose half its stamina and sustain numerous injuries. Root, grow, ultimate absorb, clear skies, paralysis powder, combination technique, activate. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the monarch serpent sprang into action, executing a flurry of skills. Under this combination of techniques, the monarch serpent became a veritable tank, utterly unfazed by the ancient cauldron deer's onslaught. In fact, the ancient cauldron deer struggled to inflict even a third of its health, as the simultaneous activation of multiple skills allowed the monarch serpent's stamina to steadily rise. Again, Leaf Storm. As another green tempest whirled forth, the ancient cauldron deer succumbed, collapsing at the feet of the monarch serpent. Ding! The monarch serpent has defeated the ancient cauldron deer, earning 45,837 experience points, and leveled up to LV 96. With the defeat of the ancient cauldron deer, the monarch serpent's power has increased. Subsequently, Zhang Feng once again tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the ancient cauldron deer, marking the halfway point in his progress to subdue the 4 calamity beasts. Curiously, upon capturing 2 of the 4 calamity beasts, the seals that once bound them were lifted. For reasons unknown, the ancient sword leopard, located at the frozen ruins, unexpectedly awakened. Perhaps the power of the 4 calamity beasts called to them. Once the remaining 2 seals are broken, the last 2 barriers would naturally weaken as well. Upon arriving at the frozen ruins, Zhang Feng was taken aback to discover the ancient sword leopard straining against the chains that bound it. Upon spotting Zhang Feng, it immediately emitted a furious roar, seemingly attempting to intimidate him. Chapter 50. Capturing the ancient sword leopard, the path to divinity. The ancient sword leopard bore a rather unique appearance, resembling a snow leopard. Its form was adorned with crystalline ice shapes. However, its teeth were fashioned from broken swords, reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger. Ding dong. The attributes of the ancient sword leopard are as follows. Spirit, ancient sword leopard, divine office, god of calamity, level 93, trait, sword of catastrophe, capable of summoning the power of the sword of calamity, decreasing the defensive capabilities of all Pokémon except itself. Types, dark, ice, aptitude, red, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlockable, Gigantamax, none, titanium transformation, ice type ancient sword leopard, special form, ancient sword form of the ancient sword leopard skills, grudge, light snow, black glare, freezing wind, revenge, white mist, black mist, ice shard, swords dance, snow scene, critical hit, evil wave, icicle crash, great calamity, holy sword, surprise attack, self-renewal, abyssal spike, absolute 0 affinity, 0 experience, a Pokémon of calamity, capable of manipulating 100 tons of snow, freely entering and exiting the avalanches it instigates, innocently frolicking. Long ago, the resentment of those who perished by the sword became entwined with the snow, transforming into the ancient sword leopard. The sword that constitutes the essence of the ancient sword leopard is an ancient Chinese bronze sword, such as the Shengxia forged by Uyezi for King Wu during the spring and autumn period. Uyezi remarked that with each sword he forged, he also forged an evil, perhaps explaining why the ancient sword leopard brings calamity. After the seal weakened, it crawled out of confinement, appearing blissfully innocent. Hobbies, combat, play. Snow. Upon witnessing the attributes panel of the ancient sword leopard, Zhang Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment. The description was unmistakably clear. The sword broken on the ancient sword leopard's teeth originates from the famed Shengxia in our homeland. Moreover, it was evident that the 4 great beasts of calamity shared similar origins. The symbols of simplicity, sword, cauldron, and jade are clearly entities exclusive to the realm of Huaxia. As he observed the ancient sword leopard struggling against its chains, Zhang Feng experienced a surge of thought. With the release of his psychic abilities, all the seals hindering the ancient sword leopard vanished. Upon realizing this, the ancient sword leopard felt an immediate sense of relief. It then leaped to Zhang Feng's side, understanding that the last seal could only be undone through his intervention. At this moment, the ancient sword leopard curiously scrutinized Zhang Feng. Seeing the markedly distinct personalities of the ancient cauldron deer, ancient simple snail, and ancient sword leopard, Zhang Feng could not help but smile. The ancient cauldron deer, representing imperial authority, was inherently composed, and, due to Zhang Feng unlocking its seal, felt gratitude towards him, yet retained an air of pride, fitting for an embodiment of royal power. The ancient simple snail, symbolizing knowledge, should have been the clever type. However, its amalgamation with the African giant snail rendered it rather clumsy. Despite Zhang Feng's efforts to save it, it retaliated blindly, fixated solely on vengeance. As for the ancient sword leopard, it was playful by nature, possessing formidable combat prowess yet exuding an innocent charm, embodying 2 entirely different essences harmoniously within a single Pokémon. Reflecting on this, Zhang Feng found himself particularly intrigued by the final of the 4 great beasts of calamity, the ancient jade fish. In terms of level, the ancient sword leopard indeed surpassed both the ancient simple snail and ancient cauldron deer. Thus, he turned to the ancient sword leopard and declared, "Ancient sword leopard, I wish to capture you." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the ancient sword leopard let out a furious roar and immediately assumed a combat stance. Despite its innocence, it was not oblivious to the impending battle. Observing that the ancient sword leopard harbored no overt malice, but merely engaged in combat, Zhang Feng swiftly threw a pokeball. In the next instant, Lucario emerged. Recalling how he had captured this shiny Lucario when it was still a Riolu, practicing its skills beneath a waterfall on a precipice, Zhang Feng marveled at its transformation into such a powerful being now at level 98. Realistically, the ancient sword leopard, being dark and ice type, had a fourfold disadvantage against fighting types, granting Lucario a significant edge in this battle. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. As Zhang Feng commanded, Lucario shouted and began to gather an intense fighting-type energy in its hands. When the ethereal blue energy sphere materialized, it surged toward the ancient sword leopard. Seeing this, the ancient sword leopard leaped abruptly to evade Lucario's attack. However, regrettably, at this level, Aura Sphere had transformed into a homing skill. Despite the ancient sword leopard's initial evasion, it was ultimately struck by the Aura Sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Lucario dashed around the ancient sword leopard, executing Sword's Dance mid-sprint, and unleashed a powerful close-range strike against it. The sheer force of the attack rendered the ancient sword leopard unable to rise, leaving it to grimace in pain. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng immediately addressed the ancient sword leopard. "You are no match for me. Yield and become my Pokémon. I can assure you that a place exists where your curiosity will be satisfied, and you shall never again be sealed away." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words and observing the formidable Lucario, the ancient sword leopard pondered for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. As Zhang Feng tossed a Pokeball, the ancient sword leopard officially became Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Thus, 3 of the 4 great beasts of calamity were now secured. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing the ancient sword leopard. After securing the ancient sword leopard, Zhang Feng's gaze turned to Lucario, who, following the recent battle, had experienced a breakthrough, reaching level 99. Ding dong. Lucario defeated the ancient sword leopard, gaining 37,452 experience points, and leveled up to current level 99. Just one step away from attaining the pinnacle level of 100, Lucario was on the verge of ascending to divinity. Among all of Zhang Feng's ordinary Pokémon, only the Infernape had reached level 100, while even the Lizard King, Milotic, and Pidgeot were still at level 98. The Red Aptitude Pokémon were largely stuck between levels 98 and 99, with only Infernape successfully stepping into the Divine tier, having earned the title of God of Flames. The Hippowdon, originally a Pokémon of Divine Office as the God of Wisdom, was also at level 99. Zhang Feng noted that if the Hippowdon wished to continue advancing, crossing into divinity would be relatively straightforward. However, it preferred a leisurely life, often sleeping, which resulted in it being surpassed by Infernape. Nonetheless, Zhang Feng held no stringent expectations regarding the potential strength of his Pokémon. He embraced a philosophy of allowing fate to guide his journey. Subsequently, he set off to the final location sealing the 4 great beasts of calamity, the ancient jade fish, the Shrine of Fire Calamity. However, upon arriving at the Shrine of Fire Calamity, he discovered that the previously glowing formation had vanished entirely, and even the chains had been consumed by flames. Melting into molten iron, the ancient jade fish, which should have been confined here, had completely disappeared. This suggested that the ancient jade fish had sensed the weakening of its seal and thus liberated itself. Realizing this, Zhang Feng immediately unleashed his psychic abilities, commencing a search for the ancient jade fish's whereabouts. Fortunately, the locations that seal the calamity beasts are seldom frequented by humans. Even though the ancient jade fish managed to escape the seal, it is unlikely that it could venture far in such a short span of time. Indeed, upon activating his extraordinary abilities, Zhang Feng detected the unmistakable signs of flames and calamity surging 50 kilometers to the west, thereby leading him to the ancient jade fish. The true form of this entity appears to be the ancient hooked jade from the pre-Qin era. Observing the fiery crimson hue of the ancient jade fish, Zhang Feng promptly retrieved a Pokeball and examined the creature's attribute panel. Species: Ancient Jade Fish Divine Role, God of Calamity level, 94 ability. Calamity Jade, can summon the powers of Calamity Hooked Jade, reducing the special defense of all Pokémon except itself. Type: Dark. Fire Quality: Red Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlockable Gigantamax, not available Titanium Crystal Form. Fire Type: Titanium Ancient Jade Fish Special Form. Hooked Jade Form: Ancient Jade Fish Skills. Flame Wheel. Grudge, Will-O-Wisp, Energy Flame Strike, Purifying Fire, Strange Light, Trickery, Evil Wave, Smokescreen, Catastrophe, Bounce, Bluff, Abyss of Raging Fire, Burnout, Big Bang, Jealous Flame, Big Bang, Flamethrower. Flare Blitz Friendship, Zero Experience. A Calamity Pokémon capable of manipulating flames at temperatures of 3,000 degrees, melting rocks and gravel to create a sea of lava, where it swims leisurely. The ancient jade fish resembles a goldfish, with its tail and fins appearing as if engulfed in flames. The jealousy that once caused countless conflicts has coalesced into the ancient jade fish, whose jade form originates from the hooked jade used in sacrificial rites. Adopting a posture reminiscent of the yin-yang fish. Having broken free from its seal, it seeks out deserts and volcanic regions to transform into a sea of lava for habitation. Preference: swimming in the sea of lava. At this moment, as the ancient jade fish advanced towards the sandy terrain and rocky mountains, Zhang Feng began to grasp its intentions, to seek out rocks and sand to create a sea of lava. If that were indeed the case, all the Pokémon and humans in this area would likely perish in the inferno. Thus, it was imperative to halt its advance. Contemplating this, Suicune made its appearance, unleashing a water gun towards the ancient jade fish. Following Zhang Feng's command, Suicune immediately complied, and in the next instant, a blast of frigid water surged forth, hurtling towards the ancient jade fish. Although the ancient jade fish could hover in midair, its speed was not particularly swift. Otherwise, it wouldn't have only traversed a few dozen kilometers in several hours after breaking free from its seal. Were it the ancient sword leopard, it would have surely ventured into another region, perhaps even a different continent. Thus, when the water gun struck, the ancient jade fish was left with no choice but to envelop itself in flames, attempting to withstand the onslaught. However, given Suicune's higher level and its type advantage over the ancient jade fish, it naturally proved to be more formidable. With the impact of the water gun, the ancient jade fish was sent flying. Witnessing this, the ancient jade fish was incensed. It had barely escaped that wretched seal. And though it was unclear why the seal had suddenly weakened, this was its chance. Now, having just tasted freedom, it was irked to find a human attempting to capture it and launching an attack. Thus, it unleashed its purifying fire skill. The searing heat of over 3,000 degrees erupted like a firebomb, scorching forth and aimed directly at Zhang Feng and Suicune. In response to this fierce assault, Suicune executed Surf, summoning a wave reminiscent of a tsunami that rose high into the sky, colliding with the ancient jade fish's flames. The clash between fire and water released a copious amount of steam, enveloping the entire environment. The surrounding Pokémon hastily took refuge, fearing that they might be caught in the aftermath of the battle, which would spell disaster for them. As the battle raged on, the ancient jade fish employed its Big Bang skill, and once again, Suicune retaliated with a water gun, leading to yet another confrontation. This time, Suicune maintained its advantage, extinguishing the ancient jade fish's flames and landing a direct hit with the water gun. The impact produced a sizzling sound as the waves struck the ancient jade fish. Ice Beam. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, Suicune unleashed a blast of extreme cold, aiming to freeze the ancient jade fish in place. However, given the ancient jade fish's temperature of over 3,000 degrees, achieving this would not be an easy feat in the next moment. The ancient jade fish retaliated with Flamethrower. Clashing with the Ice Beam, the exchange resulted in a stalemate. Impressive strength. You must be the mightiest among the 4 calamity beasts. In that case, Suicune, unleash Absolute Zero. Following Zhang Feng's order, Suicune erupted with a terrifying chill. In an instant, a towering wave of ice enveloped the surrounding area, freezing everything within a 10-mile radius. It is worth noting that Absolute Zero has a chance to instantly incapacitate the opponent. Furthermore, Suicune's level exceeds that of the ancient jade fish. Therefore, when this wave of cold surged forth, the ancient jade fish could not withstand it, and despite being the strongest of the 4 calamity beasts, it fell prey to the overwhelming might of Suicune. With that strike, Suicune rendered the ancient jade fish completely incapacitated. Following the defeat of the ancient jade fish, the ice that had enveloped the area dissipated, transforming into glimmering shards of ice that scattered into nothingness. Subsequently, Zhang Feng threw a heat ball, successfully capturing the ancient jade fish. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing the ancient jade fish. After capturing the ancient jade fish, along with the previously captured ancient sword leopard, ancient tripod deer, and ancient simple snail, Zhang Feng had now successfully captured all 4 calamity beasts of the Paideia Pokémon League. With all 4 calamity beasts under his command, the only remaining paradoxical divine beasts in the Paideia region were the Iron Rock and Iron Shell from the Three Swordsmen. Once he captured these two, Zhang Feng could proceed to the Zero Treasure area to capture the enigmatic Porygon and the three second-tier divine beings. Beyond these, there remained only the elusive Momotaro. Of course, the Zapdos and Articuno from the Galar region had yet to be captured, which was a simple task that could be accomplished by summoning Hoopa's abilities. Thus, Zhang Feng intended to explore other titanium crystal pits, hoping to encounter specific Pokémon that he could capture. After a thorough search, Iron Leaf discovered some unusual happenings within a massive mechanical factory located at the outskirts of the Paideia Giant Pit, where a paradoxical variant of Virizion, namely Iron Rock, was found. Having located his target, Zhang Feng was undoubtedly elated. Ding dong. The current attributes of Iron Tectonic are as follows. Pokémon, Iron Tectonic, Class, None, Level, 86, Ability, Quark Charge, Types, Rock, Psychic, Potential, Red, Bond Evolution, Unlocked, Mega Evolution, Unlocked, Gigantamax, None, Titanium Transformation, Rock Type Titanium Iron Tectonic, Special Form, None, Moves, Horn Attack, Rock Slide, Electric Terrain, Quick Attack, Cut, Agility, Psycho Cut, Double Edge, Rock Lock, Sacred Sword, Blade Attack, Swords Dance, Super Horn Strike, Stone Edge, Megaton Shockwave. Quick Defense, Affection, 0, Experience. Similar to the paradoxical Pokémon, it closely resembles the Delakian that was modified by an evil organization as mentioned in dubious magazines. Its body appears metallic, and its name is derived from a mysterious creature recorded in ancient texts. The horn atop its head can emit light, causing some alterations in its shape, resembling a circular ligament connected on either side. It arrived here via a time machine from the future. Hobby: prefers to thrive in places imbued with a metallic scent. Upon encountering Iron Tectonic, Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback. Hadn't he already destroyed the time machine? Moreover, Dr. Oren's AI had inherited Dr. Oren's legacy and ventured to the ancient era. How could Iron Tectonic still materialize? Previously, this rascal Hoopa had adamantly declared that there were no traces of Iron Tectonic and Iron Shell in this world. Could it be that a new temporal passage had emerged? What vexed Zhang Feng the most was that this so-called Iron Tectonic was still a product of Delakian's modification. Originating from the hands of an evil organization, these scoundrels were simply impossible to eradicate completely. Contemplating this, Iron Leaf remarked, this Iron Tectonic had not recently arrived in the Paideia region, but had long since reached this place. Hoopa's inability to locate traces of Iron Tectonic and Iron Shell might be attributed to the mystery surrounding such Pokémon. Moreover, as paradoxical Pokémon, we could be considered divine beasts. It was entirely reasonable that Hoopa did not sense any life force in this mechanical terrain, given its metallic nature. After receiving Iron Leaf's clarification, Zhang Feng nodded. This was indeed a mixed bag of news. It was not as he had assumed, that a new time-space passage had emerged. Therefore, the Paideia Pokémon League would naturally not encounter another crisis. The unfortunate news was that evil organizations still existed in this world. Even if they were absent now, they would undoubtedly emerge in the future. Zhang Feng truly detested those who modified Pokémon, or even humans. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Feng released a Pokeball. With a flash of white light, the powerful Croconaw appeared. Croconaw had of course emerged victorious alongside Blaziken, Serperior, Torterra, and Charizard in the competition at Scientist Town, thus receiving the initial starter trio from the professors. Croconaw, I leave this to you. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Croconaw opened its abyss-like maw and pounded its chest with its forelimbs, signaling its readiness. Croconaw, unleash Water Gun. Following Zhang Feng's command, Croconaw opened its mouth wide, and a robust stream of water burst forth, akin to a high-pressure water gun, directly crashing into Iron Tectonic. Suddenly attacked, Iron Tectonic sprang into action. However, Zhang Feng assumed that the speed of this metallic modification would be quite sluggish. Contrary to expectations, its swiftness seemed to be its most formidable attribute. Thus, when faced with Croconaw's assault, Iron Tectonic swiftly dodged using Quick Attack, narrowly evading the attack. After evading Croconaw's strike, Iron Tectonic immediately retaliated. A Stone Edge attack, accompanied by a multitude of sharp rocks, hurtled towards Croconaw. Croconaw used Surf, since a singular move could not easily land a hit on the agile Iron Tectonic. A broad area attack was in order. With the Surf move unleashed, a towering wave surged towards Iron Tectonic, effortlessly sweeping away the incoming sharp stones. The relentless wave propelled Croconaw atop it, akin to an unstoppable force of nature, charging straight at Iron Tectonic. Witnessing this, Iron Tectonic's expression changed dramatically. It attempted to unleash a move to counter Crocona's assault, but before it could execute its move, the tsunami-like wave had already crashed upon it. Chapter 53. Capturing Iron Tectonic. The last Iron Shell. As the tremendous impact struck Iron Tectonic, it was sent flying. Seizing this opportunity, Crocona, having surfed the wave, appeared beside Iron Tectonic and unleashed an ice beam. The chilling power, aided by the water wave, swiftly crystallized, effectively freezing Iron Tectonic. Observing this, Crocona roared and charged forward to deliver a bite attack. Even with the icy enhancement and the modified metallic structure of this rock-type Pokémon, Iron Tectonic's defensive capabilities were extraordinary. Yet, it could not withstand the formidable biting strength of Crocona. The sound of crunching echoed, akin to grinding metal, and soon after, bite marks appeared on Iron Tectonic's body. Furthermore, the mechanical modifications triggered a slight electric current, impeding its previous fluid movements. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but gaze at Crocona with admiration. Receiving Zhang Feng's praise, Crocona became even more invigorated, delivering a final ice punch that completely toppled Iron Tectonic. Ding dong. Crocona defeated Iron Tectonic, earning 43,728 experience points, leveling up to current level 98. After vanquishing Iron Tectonic, Zhang Feng tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing Iron Tectonic. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for capturing Iron Tectonic. Following the capture, Zhang Feng observed that Iron Tectonic's previous injuries gradually healed with the passage of time. Before long, the bite marks left by Crocona completely disappeared. Indeed, being made of memory metal, its recovery was remarkably swift. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Feng utilized the metal detection abilities of Iron Tectonic and Iron Leaf to inquire about the whereabouts of Iron Shell. Since Hoopa was unable to locate the future Pokémon, Zhang Feng had no choice but to focus his efforts on Iron Tectonic and Iron Leaf. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's intentions, Iron Tectonic, under Zhang Feng's formidable authority, fully surrendered, stating that it had once encountered Iron Shell in a certain region and even battled it. However, due to type disadvantages, it had lost. With this information from Iron Tectonic, Zhang Feng mounted atop it, instructing it to lead him in search of Iron Shell, the last of the paradoxical divine beasts. Ultimately, they discovered Iron Shell within a mine. Gazing at Iron Shell, which resembled a mechanical version of Galarian Morpeko, Zhang Feng couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. He was left pondering the purpose behind the future's incessant development of technological Pokémon or battle weaponry. If it were to combat alien invaders, Zhang Feng could understand. But one should not modify divine beasts or bioengineered beings for such purposes. Surely, they could create battle machines for confrontation instead. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Feng began to examine the attribute panel of the Iron Shell before him. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Iron Shell Pokémon are as follows. Species: Iron Shell Roll, None Level, 88 Ability, Corp Charge Type, Steel. Psychic Potential, Red Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlocked Gigantamax, None Titanium Crystal, Steel Type Titanium Iron Shell Special Form, None Skills, Sacred Sword, Electric Terrain, Telekinesis, Metal Claw, Long Horn. Split, Iron Defense, Psychic Shock, Psychic Blade, Raster Cannon, Future Sight, Rapid Blade, Volt Switch, Quick Guard, Metal Burst. Destruction Beam Affection, 0 Experience, resembling the recently introduced mysterious object known as the Gyro Pao, which is a paradoxical Pokémon. It is said to have emitted glowing blades that severed everything around it, yet no further information is available. Its identity remains unknown. Having arrived here via a time machine from the future, Hobby prefers to dwell within caves, absorbing the energy of minerals. Upon encountering this Iron Shell, Zhang Feng promptly summoned his Charizard. With a flash of white light, Charizard's formidable form immediately materialized. In truth, even against these so-called divine beasts that do not reach the level of a gym leader, Zhang Feng believed that the Pokémon he captured later could potentially defeat them. However, Zhang Feng, known for his cautious nature, decided to send out Charizard. Otherwise, considering the current scenario, fire Pokémon such as Fire Burst Beast, or even the later captured Flame Monarch, could very well overpower this Iron Shell. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower and greet him. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Charizard let out a fierce roar, followed by a robust stream of red flames that surged towards Iron Shell. In the face of this searing inferno, Iron Shell immediately sensed the threat and retaliated with a Raster Cannon, targeting Charizard directly. In this clash, Flamethrower effortlessly pierced through the Raster Cannon. The Raster Cannon lacked even the ability to withstand a mere moment against Flamethrower, being completely perforated. Subsequently, Flamethrower struck Iron Shell with tremendous elemental damage. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng could not help but smile slightly. Yet, even so, Iron Shell remained undeterred. On the contrary, it was invigorated by Charizard's assault. In the next instant, a psychic shock manifested, invisibly impacting Charizard's mind. Sensing the peculiarity, Charizard immediately emitted a furious roar. Then, a dragon rage erupted from Charizard's mouth, detonating beside Iron Shell. The explosion's flames caused Iron Shell's metallic form to change color. In pain, Charizard retaliated with a burning onslaught. This terrifying blaze surged forth, consuming the incoming shockwave entirely before crashing into Iron Shell. A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the cave. The immense shockwave nearly buried Iron Shell under the falling debris. After clearing the rubble, Zhang Feng discovered Iron Shell, which had long since lost its fighting capability. Ding dong! Charizard defeated Iron Shell, earning 333 experience points, and leveled up to current level 98. Observing this, Zhang Feng tossed a Pokeball. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for capturing Iron Shell. With this, Zhang Feng had successfully captured all the paradoxical divine beasts. Chapter 54, Momotaro, Seeking the Treasure of Zero. After capturing Iron Shell, Zhang Feng had essentially secured all the divine beasts he intended to capture. However, there remained those not yet captured, namely the Eerie Pow and the trio. Yet, whether it be Momotaro, the Eerie Pow, or the other Pokémon, Zhang Feng found it difficult to choose based on their appearances. Nevertheless, to fulfill the task Arceus had entrusted him with, Zhang Feng knew he must strive onward. The long journey was now within reach. However, although Hoopa could not locate Iron Shell, Iron Leaf, or Iron Shell among the paradoxical Pokémon, it did not mean this entity was powerless against these divine beasts. Thus, after Zhang Feng conveyed this to Hoopa, a golden ring promptly opened a new spatial passage amidst Hoopa's gleeful laughter. In the next moment, a Pokémon, entirely purple and resembling both a bat and a butterfly, appeared before Zhang Feng. Indeed, it was Momotaro. Ding dong! The current attributes of Momotaro are as follows. Species: Momotaro role, God of Domination level, 80 ability, Poison Puppet, when opponents are poisoned by Momotaro's moves. They also enter a state of confusion. Type: Poison. Ghost potential: Red Bond evolution, unlocked Mega evolution, can be unlocked Gigantamax. None Titanium Crystal. Poison type Titanium Momotaro special form. None skills. Mist, Toxic Gas, Last Gift, Fright, Withdraw. Shared Fate, Fake Cry, Threatening Words, Shadow Ball, Evil Poison Chain, Venomous, Trickery, Self-Rejuvenation, Acid Bomb, Curse, Flower Arrangement, Misfortune, Night Shadow. Phantom Assault Affection, 0 experience. A dominating Pokémon that makes opponents consume toxic delicacies that enhance their desires and abilities, subsequently controlling them via chains. Its peach-shaped shell serves as a reservoir for potent toxins, crafting poisonous delicacies to entertain both humans and Pokémon. Momotaro also possesses a cunning side, feigning tears to elicit sympathy, presenting itself as a fragile infant. In pursuit of the mask desired by the elderly couple with whom it once lived, it used the poisonous delicacy to lure its companions to the northern mountain village, only to be defeated by the Eerie Pow in battle, sealing itself within its shell. Unbeknownst to when it began, people refer to it as the Undying Peach, appearing as a mere ornament while eagerly yearning for revival. Hobby: pretending to cry. Enjoys using toxic delicacies to compel humans and Pokémon to consume, thereby exerting control over them. When Momotaro suddenly found itself before a human and a peculiar Pokémon, it was momentarily perplexed. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Hoopa, it quickly regained its composure. In the next moment, Momotaro produced its signature tactic, presenting the toxic delicacy to Zhang Feng and Hoopa, indicating it was meant for their consumption. Simultaneously, it began to shed tears, signaling its weakness, declaring it was no match for the two. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, employing his psychic abilities, upon probing Momotaro's heart, Zhang Feng could not suppress a hint of disdain. This creature still harbored intentions to harm him? A mere dream. Thus, Zhang Feng immediately utilized his psychic powers, immobilizing Momotaro in place. Chapter 55, Capturing Momotaro. Shortly thereafter, a Pokeball appeared in Zhang Feng's hand. He then addressed Momotaro. I summoned you here, of course, to capture you. However, I am aware that you previously lost to the Eerie Pow in battle at the Northern Mountain Village, thus losing the power of the Mask Dam. Therefore, if you become my Pokémon, I shall lead you to vengeance and capture the Eerie Pow as well. Additionally, we can capture your companions, the awesome dog, the chicken, and the wish monkey together. What say you? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Momotaro immediately became intrigued. After all, Momotaro itself is a formidable Pokémon. It merely suffered a narrow defeat against the eerie Pao during their contest for the mask, resulting in its subsequent plight and lonely existence. It seems that the three companions of Momotaro, the legendary figure he followed, namely the splendid dog, the wish-granting monkey, and the mythical chicken, have all become the subordinates of the enigmatic Ergue Pong. How could Momotaro possibly endure such an affront? Before him stood Zhang Feng, accompanied by this Pokémon, possessing unfathomable abilities that evidently surpassed his own. If he could harness Zhang Feng's power to exact vengeance on Ergue Pong, would that not be a delightful prospect? Should Zhang Feng falter against Ergue Pong, he could then intervene, striking down the weakened adversary to avenge past grievances. And if Zhang Feng and Ergue Pong were to mutually annihilate one another, it would be even more advantageous, allowing Momotaro to seize the opportunity and eliminate them both. As for the scenario where Zhang Feng triumphed, if his opponent had expended little effort, then Momotaro could naturally pledge his loyalty and join him as a Pokémon. Should Zhang Feng emerge victorious but battered, he would bear no blame. Contemplating these possibilities, Momotaro immediately professed his deep-seated enmity towards Ergue Pong, insisting that he must take the lead in confronting the foe, thereby demonstrating his loyalty. Observing Momotaro's machinations, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation. How could such a divine creature exist? In Zhang Feng's view, this being should not be dubbed the god of domination, but rather the god of conspiracy. Consequently, Zhang Feng promptly tossed a pokeball. Momotaro was taken aback, never anticipating that Zhang Feng would attempt to capture him outright. Yet, under the overwhelming presence of Hoopa, he found himself unable to resist, and thus became Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Although Momotaro was cunning, he turned out to be the easiest to capture among them. After the luxurious ball emitted a flash of red light and shook thrice, it produced a crisp sound. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the divine Pokémon Momotaro. Following this acquisition, Zhang Feng prepared to journey to the northern region of the Paldea area, for there lay the last 4 divine beasts. Once he had captured them all, he would likely fulfill the prerequisite stated by Arceus, which was to capture all divine beings. Of course, this prerequisite excluded the 3 legendary birds of the Galar region. If Arceus had yet to make an appearance by then, Zhang Feng intended to venture once more into the Calyrex region to capture the Galarian Zapdos and Articuno. Thus, all divine beings would surely be in Zhang Feng's possession. By that time, Arceus himself would undoubtedly reveal his true form, and he might then face a brand new world and choices. Furthermore, that egg would surely hatch smoothly. Chapter 56. The 3 divine companions emerge, Zhang Feng's might. Capturing the 3 gods. After capturing Momotaro, Zhang Feng journeyed to the northern region of the Paldea area. This northern territory belonged to the most remote section of the Paldea Pokémon League, where the population was sparse, with merely a village of a few thousand inhabitants. However, unlike modern life, this area lacked towering skyscrapers, reminiscent of the populace around the Citrus Archipelago Shrine. They revered the ancient traditions passed down through generations and were not particularly enamored with modernization. Moreover, they held an annual grand sacrificial event to express gratitude for the splendid dog, the wish-granting monkey, and the mythical chicken for vanquishing the evil Pokémon Ergue Pong, allowing the local populace to live in peace. Zhang Feng scoffed at this so-called legendary tale, for he knew the truth. It was Ergue Pong who had triumphed over Momotaro and the 3 divine companions, whom the villagers now venerated as the splendid dog, the mythical chicken, and the wish-granting monkey. These 3 were, in fact, the malevolent party. Yet, for some unknown reason, the people mistakenly believed that the splendid dog, the mythical chicken, and the wish-granting monkey had defeated Ergue Pong and thus worshipped them. For thousands of years, they had been venerating the wrong figures. Therefore, in pursuit of Ergue Pong, Zhang Feng ascended the mountains of the northern region, where he discovered Ergue Pong, solitary in a cave. At that moment, Ergue Pong sat beside a small fire, appearing rather forlorn, adorned with the verdant grass mask, which indicated that in its base state, Ergue Pong was of the grass type. Ding dong. Ergue Pong's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Ergue Pong, verdant grass mask, divine position, god of masks level, 80 ability, indomitable, when its abilities are diminished. Its attack significantly increases, type, grass potential, red bond evolution, unlocked mega evolution, unlockable Gigantamax, none Titan Crystal, grass type Titan Crystal Ergue Pong special forms. Well mask Ergue Pong. Hearth Mask Erguwei Pong. Base Stone Mask Erguwei Pong skills. Vine Whip, Seed Bomb, Quick Attack, Look at Me, Solar Flare, Growth, Body Slam, Low Kick, Spike Whip, Abyssal Stab. Photosynthesis, Spike Defense, Powerful Whip, Strength, Wood Hammer, Seed Machine Gun, Energy Ball, Ultimate Absorb Affinity, 0 Experience. Mask Pokemon. Its attributes change based on the mask it wears. Employing agile movements and kicking techniques to toy with foes. Mischievous and curious, it unleashes the elemental powers contained within its masks in battle. Long ago, due to a certain monitor, Erguwei Pong was regarded as a fearsome specter by the inhabitants of the northern region and was shunned, leading it to reside in a cave on Ghost Mountain, feeling immensely lonely and yearning for acceptance. The well mask can unleash the power of water, delivering relentless strikes with kicks and vines. The Hearth Mask embodies healing and aggressive attacks, wielding vine-like spears to pierce foes, accompanied by intense flames. The base Stone Mask channels rock power, offering formidable defense to withstand any assault and protect itself. Upon observing Erguwei Peng's level, it was apparent that, like Momotaro, they should possess comparable strengths. So why had Momotaro, with the support of 3 divine companions, succumbed to Erguwei Peng? Reflecting on the 3 divine companions, Zhang Feng understood why Erguwei Peng had been able to defeat Momotaro. It likely drew upon the power of the masks. And these 3 companions must have betrayed Momotaro during the battle. With the green mask, its attributes naturally transformed into the grass type. The red mask became fire type. The blue mask turned into water type, and the black mask assumed the rock type. Such a versatile array of powers formed the foundation for Erguwei Peng's triumph over its adversaries. Moreover, the strength of these 3 companions was undoubtedly feeble, likely the weakest trio of secondary deities Zhang Feng had encountered. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Feng approached Erguwei Peng, speaking forth, "Erguwei Peng, I know you are alone. So I have come." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's voice, Erguwei Peng was startled, and being inherently timid, it leaped up from the ground, hastily switching its verdant grass mask for the more defensively robust base stone mask. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Ding dong. Erguwei Peng's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon. Erguwei Peng, base stone mask, divine position, god of masks level, 80 ability, sturdy, even when struck by an opponent's moves. It cannot be knocked out in one hit. One-hit KO moves have no effect. Type, grass. Rock potential, red Titan Crystal, rock type Titan Crystal Erguwei Peng special forms. Well Mask Erguwei Peng, Hearth Mask Erguwei Peng, Verdant Grass Mask Erguwei Peng skills. Low kick, brick break. Rock lock, trip, stomp, spikes, quick return, Titan burst affinity. 0 Upon witnessing Erguwei Peng's sudden transformation, Zhang Feng could not help but summon a Pokemon of his own. Soon, Momotaro appeared before Erguwei Peng. Witnessing this scene, Erguwei Peng immediately felt as though he were facing a formidable foe. Momotaro, after all, was his adversary. Surely this fellow had been summoned by Momotaro to exact revenge? With this thought in mind, Erguwei Peng launched an assault against both Momotaro and Zhang Feng. In the next moment, he unleashed a stomping skill, causing a surge of earth-based energy to rush forth, aimed directly at Momotaro. Upon witnessing this, Momotaro's expression shifted dramatically. Was he truly being presented as a worthy opponent? Although he had entertained various notions prior, after spending some time within the confines of the system space, Momotaro was not foolish. Zhang Feng possessed an abundance of formidable Pokemon. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would still be no match for Zhang Feng. Naturally, Erguwei Peng lacked such prowess as well, so he decided to take his revenge properly. Immediately, Momotaro retaliated with an acid bomb skill. One could evade the earth attack by flying, while the other was swift enough that the acid bomb did not detonate against the opponent, resulting in a standoff of equal measure. Just at that moment, the trio known as the Three Stooges, who had originally planned to trouble Erguwei Peng, appeared outside the cave. Upon seeing Momotaro and Erguwei Peng, their expressions changed drastically. What brought this fellow here? Chapter 56. The Emergence of the Three Stooges and the Might of Zhang Feng. In truth, as soon as the trio of Guzan Dog, Jiji Chicken, and Yuanzing Ape made their appearance, Zhang Feng had already sensed their presence and aura. As the saying goes, good fortune comes without effort. Zhang Feng had intended to capture both Erguwei Peng and the Three Stooges during his visit to Beishang Township. Now, everything had come together. This saved Zhang Feng from the trouble of searching for them one by one. Perfectly, there were already various grudges among Momotaro, Erguwei Peng, and the Three Stooges. Today, they would all be resolved together. With the arrival of Guzan Dog, Jiji Chicken, and Yuanzing Ape, Momotaro and Erguwei Peng naturally recognized the trio. When enemies meet, they glare at each other with heightened animosity. For Ague Peng, these three were his former rivals, and because of them, he had become viewed as a villain in the eyes of the residents of Beishang Township. Thus he held a strong dislike for them. Ague Peng, being timid and weak by nature, did not harbor intense hatred towards these three, but he certainly despised them. As for Momotaro, these three had once been his subordinates. They had betrayed him during the struggle for the mask, leading to his defeat at the hands of Ague Peng, which filled him with loathing. At this moment, his resentment towards Ague Peng paled in comparison to his disdain for these three. Meanwhile, Guzan Dog, Jiji Chicken, and Yuanzing Ape initially intended to take advantage of the battle between Momotaro and Ague Peng to snatch Ague Peng's mask, but the situation seemed to have reversed. Upon their appearance, both Momotaro and Ague Peng unexpectedly ceased their conflict, turning their attention towards the trio. Witnessing this, Guzan Dog, Yuanzing Ape, and Jiji Chicken were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Feng, too, directed his gaze towards the three. Ding dong, the current attribute values of Guzan Dog, Jiji Chicken, and Yuanzing Ape are as follows. Pokémon, Guzan Dog Roll, None Level, 70 Ability, Gatekeeper, when intimidated, its attack increases, rendering the moves and items of replaced Pokémon ineffective. Type, Poison. Fighting Quality, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Available Gigantamax, None Titan Crystallization, Poison Type Titan Crystallization of Guzan Dog Special Form, None Skills, Crunch, Trip, Bodybuilding, Howl, Toxic Fangs. Power Up Punch, Double Return, Poison Jab, Rampage, Heavy Slam, Earthquake, Fire Fong, Aura Sphere, Aura Punch, 100,000 horsepower, Venting Bond Level, 0 experience, a subordinate Pokémon. The toxin chains around its neck stimulate its muscles, making its body stronger. It is a brutish creature that easily loses its temper, capable of swinging its neck chains to shatter anything. Once beloved by villagers as a guardian of Beishang Township, a statue was erected in its honor. It was once a companion of Momotaro, with the poison chains around its neck gifted by him, but later betrayed Momotaro during a great battle, surviving to this day. Hobbies, Betrayal, Bullying the weak Pokémon, Yuanzing Ape Roll, None Level, 70 Ability, Poison Chain, when a Pokémon with this ability hits a target, there is a chance to inflict the poison condition. Type, Poison. Psychic Quality, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Available Gigantamax, None Titan Crystallization, Poison Type Titan Crystallization of Yuanzing Ape Special Form, None Skills, Frenzied Claw, Psybeam, Surprise Attack, Assist, Hypnosis, Smokescreen, Poison Jab, Psychic, Mud Wave, Trick, Future Sight, Throwing Shade, Acid Bomb, Strange Light, Light Screen, Sealing, Self-Suggestion Bond Level, 0 experience, a subordinate Pokémon. The toxin chains that stimulate its brain develop its psychic powers, capable of releasing strong telekinetic force from a safe distance that induces dizziness in enemies, manipulating them at will. Once adored by villagers as a guardian of Beishang Township, a statue was built in its honor. It was once a companion of Momotaro, with the toxin chains on its head gifted by him, but later betrayed Momotaro during a great battle, surviving to this day. Hobbies, Betrayal, Bullying the weak Pokémon, Jiji Chicken Roll, None Level, 70 Ability, Technician, when attacking, it can enhance the power of weaker moves. Type, Poison. Fairy Quality, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Available Gigantamax, None Titan Crystallization, Poison Type Titan Crystallization of Jiji Chicken Special Form, None Skills, Double Kick, Peck, Poison Gas, Charming Voice, Quick Attack, Charm, Wing Attack, Cross Poison, Tailwind, Bluff, Roost, Moonblast, Brave Bird, Magic Shine, Flattery Bond Level, 0 experience, a subordinate Pokémon. Stimulated by the toxins released from the chains wrapped around its body, it developed a graceful physique and voice, fluttering its vibrant wings and releasing pheromones that captivate both humans and Pokémon. Once celebrated by villagers as a guardian of Beishang Township, a statue was built in its honor. It was once a companion of Momotaro, with the poison chains around its neck also gifted by him, but later betrayed Momotaro during a great battle, surviving to this day. Hobbies, Betrayal, Bullying the weak. Upon examining the attributes of these three, Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback. These so-called secondary deities not only lacked divine roles, but their quality was merely golden. Yet, aside from Yuanzing Ape, both Jiji Chicken and Guzan Dog possessed hidden abilities. Indeed, they bore the toxin chains, which should undoubtedly be the doing of Momotaro. It was only natural that anyone constantly controlled by toxin chains would seek ways to resist, to break free, and to betray. With this realization, Zhang Feng found himself understanding these individuals to some extent. Thus, he resolved to have them join Momotaro and Ague Peng as his Pokémon. With this thought, Zhang Feng immediately focused his psychic energy. In the next moment, an overwhelming psychic force erupted throughout the cave, affecting everyone present, including Ague Peng, Guzendog, Jiji Chicken, and Yuanzing Ape. Even Momotaro could not help but feel the might of this invincible presence, instinctively bowing down in submission. Subsequently, as he gazed at Zhang Feng, a newfound respect flickered in his eyes. Such a terrifying creature. He actually contemplated betraying Momotaro? Truly, he wouldn't even know how he met his demise. Fortunately, he has yet to take any action. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Momotaro's intimacy level has increased, currently at 255 points, reaching its maximum. Chapter 57. Capturing the malevolent Ague Peng and the three divine partners, gathering the divine beasts. When Zhang Feng's overwhelming superpower descended upon the cave, all the divine beasts within were utterly incapable of resisting. Even Momotaro, who was not specifically targeted by Zhang Feng, found it difficult to catch his breath, let alone the currently present Ague Peng and the newly emerged three divine partners. At this moment, these creatures lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng immediately threw out several Pokeballs. As the Pokeballs were cast, the divine beasts, unable to evade, were naturally all captured by Zhang Feng. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing the divine beasts Ague Peng, Guzendog, Jiji Chicken, and Yuanzing Yuan. Speaking of which, the divine beasts from the northern regions of Paldea are likely the weakest that Zhang Feng has encountered. Lacking divine status is one thing, but their qualifications are merely golden. However, it is understandable, as they are mere subordinate Pokémon. Given their predetermined identities, breaking through their own limitations and boundaries is not a simple task. After capturing these beings, Zhang Feng also gained a grasp on the balance among Pokémon. In the absence of interference from him, Ague Peng and Momotaro engaged in a one-on-one duel. Whoever emerged victorious would continue wielding the power of the mask. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's words, Momotaro immediately challenged Ague Peng. Unfortunately, Ague Peng, utilizing its ability to switch mask forms, ultimately defeated Momotaro. In a fit of anger, Momotaro sought out the three divine partners once more, delivering a thorough beating to them, thus venting his frustration. Thus, the enmity among these little beings has come to a close. Now, Zhang Feng has successfully collected all his divine beasts. Legendary Pokémon. Starting from the Kanto region's legendary birds, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, to the first-tier divine Mutuo, the three sacred beasts, Raikou, Nti, Suicune, first-tier god Lugia, and Ho-Oh. Mythical Pokémon, Mew, Shalebi, the Hoenn region's Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. Mythical beings, Latios, Latias, and Dialga, first-tier gods, Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. The Sinnoh region's three guardian deities, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, first-tier gods, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and Regigigas. Mythical Pokémon, Shaymin, Darkrai, and Manaphy. The Unova region's Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo, the four sacred swords. The three divine clouds, Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus. First-tier gods, Zekrom, Reshiram, and Kyurem. Mythical beings, Victini, Meloetta, Genesect, and Diancie. The Kalos region's first-tier gods, Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde. Mythical Pokémon, Hoopa, Volcanion, and Magiarna. The Alola region's silver companion battle beasts, Tapu Koko, Tapu Lele, Tapu Baloo, and Tapu Fini. First-tier gods, Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma. The Ultra beasts, Nihilego, Buzzwole, Pheromosa, Kartana, Blacephalon, and Stakataka. Mythical Pokémon, Jirachi, Meloetta, Marshadao, and Zarud. The Galar region's first-tier gods, Zemacinta, Zemazinta, and Eternatus. The legendary Pokémon, Regieleki and Regidrago. The Snowstorm horses, Spirit horses, and the Crown King. And the final of the four divine clouds, the Cherished Cloud. The four calamity beasts of the Paldea region, Gushian Snail, Gushian Leopard, Gushian Deer, and Gushian Fish. First-tier gods, Guzzlord and Nihilego. The three divine partners, Guzendog, Jiji Chicken, and Yuanzing Yuan. Mythical Pokémon, Ague Peng, Talabagos, and Momotaro. And the true embodiment of mythical Pokémon, Arceus. At this point, all the divine beasts in the Pokémon world have been captured by Zhang Feng. Consequently, when Zhang Feng arrived at the summit of the giant pit in the Paldea region, awaiting the arrival of the true form of Arceus, He waited an entire night without witnessing its descent. Upon realizing this, Zhang Feng felt somewhat disheartened. It seems he must capture the 3 legendary birds of the Galar region, lest he be unable to assemble the so-called complete collection of divine beasts. As Zhang Feng contemplated this, he immediately focused on the factory in the Galar region where he had previously battled with Eternatus, where his superpower mark remained. The next moment, amidst a flash of light, Zhang Feng departed from the Paldea region. The citizens of the northern region later discovered that the ghosts they had despised and the gods they had worshipped over the years seemed to have gradually disappeared. Upon Zhang Feng's return to the Galar region, he released the Galarian Moltres. Normally, the legendary birds of the Kanto region would be engaged in fierce competition. However, in Galar, where the legendary birds had undergone different evolutions, their relationships appeared to be remarkably amicable. Zhang Feng had heard Moltres mention that it maintained an excellent relationship with both Articuno and Zapdos. Thus, it was natural for Moltres to seek out the whereabouts of its 2 friends. Upon hearing Zhang Feng express the need for Moltres to find its 2 companions, Moltres nodded in agreement. Following a resounding cry from Moltres, a dense aura of dark energy began to form and radiate outward. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng was puzzled. However, recalling the earlier events on the Orange Archipelago, when Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres summoned their kin, he began to understand. Soon, within half an hour, 2 piercing cries resonated from afar. That sound belonged to the final 2 divine beasts Zhang Feng had longed for, Galarian Zapdos and Galarian Articuno. Once they were captured, Zhang Feng would fulfill Arceus's request to gather all divine beasts, leaving no omissions. When Articuno and Galarian Zapdos arrived beside Zhang Feng, Moltres promptly conveyed Zhang Feng's intentions to its companions. Upon hearing that Zhang Feng sought to capture them, with Moltres as the intermediary, the expressions of the 2 divine birds grew somewhat grim. Previously, Moltres had followed a trainer named Lucius, and now that Lucius was dead, why had it chosen another trainer? In response to the 2 divine birds' concerns, Zhang Feng chuckled. Humph, could someone like Lucius ever be compared to me? Chapter 58. The Galarian Legendary Birds, Zapdos and Articuno. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Galarian Zapdos and Articuno exchanged glances of astonishment. This human certainly spoke with great bravado. Could he truly possess some measure of strength? Although their previous dissatisfaction with Moltres, who had followed Lucius, lingered, they still believed in the prowess of their friend. Thus, as Zhang Feng and Moltres spoke in unison, Zapdos and Articuno couldn't help but display traces of skepticism. The next moment, Moltres spoke up. Do not underestimate my master. Unlike Lucius, he is known as Zhang Feng, the most formidable trainer in the entire world, possessing numerous esteemed Pokémon of legendary status. Even beings of our caliber pale in comparison to those under my master's command. Upon hearing the words of the legendary Moltres, both Articuno and Zapdos displayed expressions of skepticism. They had not anticipated that Moltres would utter such claims. However, the trio of legendary birds, having enjoyed a long period of peace in the Galar region and lacking frequent combat experience, naturally found it hard to believe Moltres' assertions. At that moment, Zhang Feng accessed the system to examine the attributes of the final 2 legendary Pokémon, Galarian Articuno and Galarian Zapdos. Ding! The current attribute panels for Galarian Articuno and Galarian Zapdos are as follows. Pokémon. Articuno, Galarian form. Role. None level. 90 ability. Competitive, special attack sharply rises when its ability is lowered. Types. Psychic. Flying potential. Red Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Available Gigantamax. Not available Titanium crystallization. Psychic type crystallization of Articuno special form. None moves. Tailwind, Confusion, Light Screen, Hypnosis, Agility, Origin Pulse. Tailwind, Psycho Cut, Recover, Icy Wind, Dream Eater, Hurricane, Shadow Clone, Future Sight, Trick Room, Calm Mind, Brave Bird, Dual Wing Beat, Psychic Friendship, 70 Background, a cold and stoic Pokémon. Its feathers are crafted from psychic energy, capable of slicing through thick iron plates as if they were mere paper. Articuno is a large migratory bird Pokémon that appears once every few decades on the Crown Tundra. For a long time, it has been revered as the mythical Articuno, characterized by its aloof and composed demeanor, often floating gracefully in the air without flapping its wings, utilizing its formidable psychic powers in battle. The beams of psychic energy emitted from its eyes are intensely powerful, rendering opponents immobile upon contact. Interests. Prefers to maintain a cold demeanor towards others. Pokémon. Zapdos, Galarian form. Role. None level. 90 ability. Defiant. Attack sharply rises when its ability is lowered. Types. Fighting. Flying potential. Red Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Available Gigantamax. Not available Titanium crystallization. Fighting type crystallization of Zapdos special form. None moves. Peck. Rock Smash. Light Screen. Pluck. Agility. Origin Pulse. Brick Break. Quick Guard. Thunderous Kick. Bulk Up. Revenge. Detect. Close Combat. Brave Bird. Guidance. Fly. Plasma Fists. Stomp Friendship. 70 Background. A vigorous Pokémon known for its powerful legs, capable of demolishing a dump truck with a single kick. It is said to reach speeds of 300 km per hour while racing through the mountains, with its orange feathers and robust thigh muscles. Galarian Zapdos is also a migratory Pokémon that appears on the Crown Tundra every few decades. Known for its combative nature, it eagerly challenges any Pokémon it perceives as stronger. Interests: engaging in battles and challenging formidable Pokémon. Upon witnessing these two Galarian legendary birds, Zhang Feng felt a surge of interest. Zapdos, known for its penchant for challenging stronger opponents, would face the true embodiment of Zapdos in this encounter. Similarly, for Articuno, could it maintain its frigid demeanor against the Ice God? Thus, Zhang Feng swiftly released two Pokeballs, summoning the true Ice God and Thunder God into the fray. As the genuine Articuno and Zapdos emerged, the Galarian forms felt the overwhelming power radiating from these supreme beings. The countenance of Galarian Articuno darkened, while Zapdos appeared eager for a confrontation, seemingly longing for a spirited battle with its namesake. Then, Zhang Feng declared, "Come forth, engage in a worthy battle with your counterparts, and witness the true might of legendary Pokémon. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant Moltres its freedom. However, should you falter, you shall become my Pokémon." Upon hearing these words, Zapdos could no longer contain itself and began to charge forward, its explosive muscles unleashing tremendous power. In an instant, the move Thunderous Kick erupted. Witnessing this, the Thunder God responded with a disdainful snort, flapping its wings to unleash an overwhelming surge of lightning energy, a move manifesting the very essence of Thunderbolt. Indeed, among the legendary birds, there exists a natural cycle of counters. Whether it be the Ice God, Thunder God, or Fire God, all share the flying type, thus rendering them vulnerable to ice and electric types. Conversely, fire possesses an advantage over ice. However, for the Galarian legendary birds, they may possess the flying type, but lack the corresponding elemental prowess. As a result, the Galarian birds found themselves severely disadvantaged against the ice and thunder gods. Moreover, in terms of levels, the ice and thunder gods utterly overshadowed them. After a clash between Zapdos and the thunder god, before the thunderous kick could land, a thunderbolt struck, knocking Zapdos to the ground. Simultaneously, Articuno and the Ice God unleashed their respective abilities. Articuno initiated a psychic move, but before it could connect, the Ice God soared above it. In the next moment, an ice beam descended, striking Articuno directly. Chapter 59, Capturing the Three Legendary Birds, the Eggs Stirring, Arceus EV. Having taken the Ice God's attack head-on due to elemental weakness, Articuno plummeted from the sky. Likewise, Zapdos fell after being struck by the Thunder God. Witnessing this turn of events, the once proud legendary birds found themselves swiftly subdued by the Ice and Thunder gods. Moltres sighed helplessly, sharing a sentiment with its two companions. They had once believed themselves unbeatable, being legendary Pokémon. Yet, upon encountering Zhang Feng, they realized the truth. There are always greater powers beyond their comprehension. As Articuno and Zapdos regained their footing, gazing at the unscathed Ice and Thunder gods, they exchanged resigned glances, lowering their proud heads in defeat. Observing this, Zhang Feng promptly released two Pokeballs. With a flash of red light, Articuno and Zapdos were successfully captured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Galarian Articuno and Galarian Zapdos. Ding! The bond level of Articuno and Zapdos has increased, now standing at 200 points. With the capture of Galarian Articuno and Zapdos, Zhang Feng finally assembled all legendary Pokémon in his possession. It has been over 5 years since he embarked on this journey from the Kanto region. As the date of the second World Championship approaches, it seems that Ash has also completed his island tour, successfully becoming the first champion-level trainer of the Alola region. He is now en route to the Galar region. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Feng began to await word from Arceus. However, before the true form of Arceus made its appearance, the mysterious Pokémon egg, gifted by the true Arceus and originally residing within Zhang Feng's system space, finally commenced its long-awaited hatching. As Zhang Feng extracted the egg, he beheld its enigmatic patterns, which seemed to emanate a mystical, kaleidoscopic light, suggesting that it had absorbed sufficient power. This spectacle left Zhang Feng somewhat perplexed. Ordinarily, if it were a typical Pokémon, even a legendary one, as long as it was among those Zhang Feng was familiar with, his psychic abilities would allow him to discern its true identity. Yet, ever since he obtained this egg, he had been unable to peer inside and unveil the true essence of the creature within. Now, at last, it was hatching. With the dazzling, prismatic radiance illuminating the surroundings, Zhang Feng finally beheld the true visage of the creature. To his astonishment, it was an EV. However, labeling it merely as an EV seemed inadequate, for this creature bore additional intricate markings resembling the shadow of the creator god, Arceus. Could it be that this being was, in fact, a fan-made Arceus EV, crafted by some adept artist in the online realm of his previous life? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Feng found himself increasingly convinced of its validity. The little creature's back appeared to be adorned with 18 small plates. Was this not a miniature version of Arceus, seamlessly integrated with the form of an EV? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Feng accessed the system to examine the attribute panel of Arceus EV. Ding. The current attribute values of Arceus EV are as follows. Pokémon, Arceus EV, initial form, divine role, creator god, level, 50, ability, type immunity, as long as the 18 attribute plates are present. No attack can inflict any harm. Type, normal, can switch between 18 types at will. Quality, bond evolution, unlockable, mega evolution, unlockable, Gigantamax, unlockable, titanium crystallization, star crystallization Arceus EV, special form, not yet unlocked, skills, oblivion wing, sacred fire, aerial burst, dragon dance, azure flame, cross lightning, origin pulse, cliff sword, phantom strike, plate judgment, genesis force, true chi fist, future sight, power whip, raster cannon, guillotine, earthquake, rock wrecker, affection, 255, experience, a creation of the creator Pokémon, born from the power bestowed by the true Arceus, having absorbed the essence of all attribute legendaries, manifesting as a divine being of creation through the host's aspirations. It possesses all the powers of the true Arceus, yet due to its initial form, its combat prowess has not yet reached its zenith. It harbors immense evolutionary potential. Its ultimate form is said to rival that of the true Arceus. As it is born from the host's power, it is exceedingly obedient to the host, expressing a fondness for its trainer. Upon gazing at the attributes of this Arceus EV, Zhang Feng could not help but display a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the emergence of this Arceus EV was to gather the powers of all legendary beings, and was birthed from the image of a creator god that had once resided in his mind. How utterly preposterous it sounded. Yet, in the next moment, the little creature leaped into Zhang Feng's embrace, revealing a smile and playfully licking his face with its tongue. This scene bore a striking resemblance to an EV. Reflecting on this, Zhang Feng cradled the little one, sensing the immense power lying dormant within Arceus EV, yet not fully unleashed. A smile crept across his face. Once Arceus EV fully matures, even the true Arceus may find it a formidable challenge. Little one, from henceforth, I entrust my safety to you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Arceus EV beamed with joy and promptly responded, certainly, my beloved trainer. Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback by Arceus EV's words, only to be swept into a euphoric delight. To have emerged at level 50 right from birth, with the system's description indicating that upon achieving final evolution, it would possess power on par with that of the creator god Arceus. What did this imply? Once this little creature grows, Zhang Feng could become invincible across the multiverse. When that time comes, he yearned to explore other realms and discern their true nature. Perhaps he would also uncover what had become of his original world? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Feng felt an increasing clarity regarding his future. His ambitions began to crystallize. In the days ahead, he hoped that all would proceed smoothly. Chapter 60. The Reappearance of the True Arceus. Just as Zhang Feng successfully hatched the Pokémon egg, culminating in the creation of Arceus EV through the collective powers of the legendary beings and his own imagination, the true Arceus, the creator god of countless multiverses, sensed this momentous event. In the next instant, a thought flickered in his mind, and a luminous halo appeared before him. The scene within the halo was none other than that of Zhang Feng and Arceus EV. Observing this, Arceus was momentarily taken aback. What was this creature? Even Arceus had never encountered the existence of Arceus EV before. Yet, from its aura, he could sense that it belonged to a similar lineage. Could it be that the universe was about to welcome yet another so-called creator god? With a hint of skepticism, Arceus prepared to descend once more into the world where Zhang Feng resided. For previously, he had conveyed to Zhang Feng that upon gathering all the legendary beings, he would naturally return. Now, it seemed that the time had indeed come. In the next moment, with this thought in mind, Arceus vanished from his current location, traversing the countless timelines of the multiverse, arriving in Zhang Feng's world. Just as Zhang Feng was celebrating his acquisition of Arceus EV, he suddenly heard the voice of the creator god Arceus resonating in his mind. Zhang Feng, I have arrived. Upon hearing Arceus's voice, Zhang Feng turned his gaze towards the sky, fixated on the expanse beyond the planet. At last, beyond the moon, he glimpsed the form of Arceus. Sensing Arceus' descent, Zhang Feng, cradling Arceus EV, swiftly summoned his Rayquaza, urging it to carry him beyond the earth and into the cosmos. Before long, Zhang Feng found himself standing before Arceus. Upon reuniting with the true Arceus, Zhang Feng was overwhelmed with sentiment. Ding. The current attribute panel of the true Arceus is as follows. Pokémon. Creator God Arceus. Divine Role. Creator God. Sovereign of the Multiverse. Level. Ability. Multi-type. Its type alters according to the plates or Z crystals it possesses. Type. Randomly transforms among 18 types. Quality. Ultra Evolution. Unlockable Bond Evolution. Unlockable Gigantamax. Unlockable Crystallization. Star Crystallized Arceus Special Form. Various attributes. Tablet State Arceus Abilities. Earth Throw. Cosmic Power. Air Blade. Geokinesis. Wave Missile. Quick Attack. Healing Wish. Blizzard. Future Sight. Self-Restoration. Meditation. Destruction Ray. Song of Doom. Magical Radiance. Judgment Light. Dragon Starburst Experience. The creator of Pokémon. Arceus is depicted as a divine creature resembling a white horse or Qilin in mythology. He is described as the first Pokémon born from an egg in the void before the universe existed. According to the Sinnoh legends, he emerged from this egg and created the entire world. Arceus possesses the power of creation, having birthed Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. It is said that everything in existence was sculpted by his hands. His essence continues to forge worlds across the multiverse, wielding unmatched power that is simply beyond compare. Despite his overwhelming strength, he yearns to forge bonds with humanity. Hobbies. Crafting worlds in contrast to their previous encounter. Zhang Feng noted that Arceus's attribute panel had become even more comprehensive this time. It is indeed befitting of a deity who crafted the entire world. Such prowess is truly beyond the reach of mere mortals. However, Zhang Feng himself possesses a creature capable of evolving into such formidable strength, his Arceus EV. Upon meeting Arceus once more, Zhang Feng smiled and exclaimed, "It has been a long time, Arceus." Upon hearing this, Arceus nodded his immense head and replied, "Indeed, Zhang Feng. I have awaited this day. However, I did not anticipate that the Pokémon egg imbued with my primal essence would hatch into such a remarkable being. When it grows, perhaps it may indeed reach my level." According to Arceus, even the creation plates Zhang Feng currently possesses merely encapsulate the power of a single world, the strongest force. As the true creator god, such plates are merely projections of his might. To inflict harm upon him is but a fanciful dream. Yet, the Arceus EV in Zhang Feng's arms is different. Its very birth is steeped in the essence of Arceus's true power. Thus, having absorbed the energy of all legendary Pokémon from an entire world, alongside the blessings of Zhang Feng, the destined one favored by Arceus, this EV exists on a plane of existence that truly parallels that of Arceus. It must be noted, however, that while the Arceus EV has just been born, it certainly does not possess the immense power accumulated over thousands of epochs by Arceus. Yet, given time, the gap between them will undoubtedly close. After all, Zhang Feng has yet to witness a creature that emerges at level 50 with a mastery of various legendary moves. Hence, he harbors great expectations for the Arceus EV. Little one, you must grow swiftly. Perhaps one day I may accompany you on journeys to other worlds. Upon hearing this, the Arceus EV could not help but smile. Arceus himself, intrigued by Zhang Feng's words, inquired, Did you just say you wish to traverse other worlds?" With a steadfast gaze, Zhang Feng responded, "Indeed. The countless multiverses are not solely occupied by Pokémon. Perhaps venturing into other realms might foster a reliance and affection for Pokémon among their inhabitants." Zhang Feng's words seemed to unlock a Pandora's box of inspiration within Arceus, igniting a spark of curiosity. Chapter 61. The Arrival of Pokémon in Other Worlds? Arceus is intrigued, seemingly sensing Arceus's shift in demeanor. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. Could it be? Has Arceus truly been swayed by my words? Before his transcendence, Zhang Feng had encountered numerous fanfictions, often depicting Pokémon descending upon various worlds, with protagonists enlightening others about them. Given that Zhang Feng resides within the Pokémon realm, and considering Arceus's affinity for creating Pokémon worlds, why shouldn't other Pokémon be allowed to manifest in alternate universes? After all, Zhang Feng could serve as a wandering traveler, exploring the wonders of diverse realms. Such a notion seemed quite enchanting. As for Arceus, memories flooded back of his previous encounters with other worlds while crafting the Pokémon universe. He recalled realms where individuals could gain extraordinary abilities from consuming mystical fruits, allowing them to transform into animals and greatly amplify their strength. If he were to transplant Pokémon into such a scenario, wouldn't that be akin to humans consuming these fruits? At the very least, Pokémon would likely possess greater versatility in combat. Although that world also harbored formidable beings, could any surpass the might of Arceus? Surely not. Beyond this realm lies another known as the Land of Light, where ordinary Pokémon hold little value, with only legendary beings deemed worthy to contend against the so-called monsters. There were also encounters involving artifacts like Imperial tools and chakra, which could potentially allow Pokémon to manifest. Upon contemplating this, Arceus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Feng, do you suppose we could, during your travels to other worlds, allow Pokémon to descend into their realms? Continuing, Arceus declared, I have established trials across various worlds, and so far, you are the only one capable of truly defeating my avatars. Thus, I deem you the most recognized trainer I have chosen. Though I have existed for countless years, witnessing the birth and destruction of every world, I understand that the ultimate conclusion remains unchanged. However, the experiences of life itself are irreplaceable. Therefore, I desire a trainer with whom I can forge a bond. Since you aspire to explore other worlds, I can lend you my assistance, allowing Pokémon to manifest in these realms. The more worlds we encompass, the stronger I shall become, and your Arceus EV will similarly flourish. What say you, Zhang Feng? Will you accept the mantle of my trainer? Upon hearing Arceus's proposition, Zhang Feng laughed heartily. Truth be told, I have long awaited this day. Arceus, since you are willing to become my Pokémon, I could not be more grateful, and I look forward to your guidance. In the next moment, a Master Ball appeared in Zhang Feng's hand. With a flash of crimson light, Arceus willingly entered the Master Ball, yielding without resistance, and the ball emitted a delightful chime. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing the true form of Arceus. Ding! Arceus's intimacy level has reached its maximum. It must be noted that in the Pokémon realm, an unwavering rule exists. Regardless of whether one is a legendary being or a rare Pokémon, even Arceus cannot evade capture by a Master Ball. Such rigid rules and technological prowess are indeed formidable. Soon after, Zhang Feng released Arceus, instructing him to await his return in the cosmos. He needed to arrange matters concerning his companions before embarking on journeys to other worlds to explore and propagate the wonders of Pokémon. Upon returning to the Pokémon world, Zhang Feng gazed upon the magnificent landscape and couldn't help but smile. His new journey was about to commence. However, having heard that the second Master 8 tournament was about to begin, he decided to participate in this event before setting off. As for Arceus, for this ancient being who had lived through countless epochs, time was merely a synonym. Even if Zhang Feng were to spend an entire lifetime in this world, it would be but a fleeting moment for Arceus. So he could afford to wait. Arceus remarked, before you captured me, you called me the creator god, and now you call me an old fellow. How unfair. Thus, Zhang Feng returned to Wubai town with the assistance of Hoopa, Joy, Kona, Cynthia, May, Sakura, Karuna, Dawn, and Daisy, among others, gathered in Wubai town to meet Zhang Feng. These remarkable women were his companions in the Pokémon world. Knowing he intended to leave, he felt it was only right to inform them, though he was uncertain if they would wish to accompany him. Initially, Zhang Feng said nothing, merely enjoying moments of tranquility with them. As for when Zhang Feng had met Serena, that was a tale for another time. In any case, she had become one of the central figures in his life. Time passed swiftly, and the new World Championship was about to commence once more. Following the challenges of the Master Ball tier, Ash and Kona successfully advanced to the Master 8, defeating In and Macaulay along the way. Thus, the lineup for the second Master 8 was revealed. 1. Zhang Feng, champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League, and the world's number 1. 2. Dan, champion of the Galar Pokemon League, and the world's number 2. 3. Cynthia, champion of the Sinnoh Pokemon League, as the first substitute. 4. Karuna, champion of the Kalos Pokemon League. 5. Daigo, champion of the Hoenn Pokemon League. 6. Yulongdu, champion of the Kanto Pokemon League. 7. Kona, vice champion of the Kanto Pokemon League. 8. Ash, champion of the Alola Pokemon League and the original champion. This formidable lineup promised a thrilling second World Championship battle among the Master 8. The matchups were set as follows: Zhang Feng vs Daigo, Dan vs Yulongdu, Cynthia vs Kona, and Karuna vs Ash. Upon noticing that Kona and Cynthia were pitted against each other once more, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of resignation. This could very well turn into yet another intense showdown. As the battles unfolded, Zhang Feng effortlessly overcame Daigo, securing his place in the semifinals. Dan, having returned stronger than ever, easily bested Yulongdu to join Zhang Feng in the semifinals. The clash between Cynthia and Kona proved to be quite intense, yet ultimately, in the third match, Kona unleashed his Articuno, successfully defeating Cynthia's Garchomp and advancing to the semifinals. Chapter 62. Zhang Feng vs Ash, the ultimate showdown. In the semifinals, it was Kona vs Zhang Feng and Ash vs Dan. After a series of exhausting battles, Ash's Pikachu erupted with overwhelming fighting spirit, defeating Dan's Charizard and advancing to the finals. Meanwhile, the duel between Zhang Feng and Kona took on a playful tone. But in the end, Zhang Feng emerged victorious, securing his place in the finals. Thus, the final matchups were freshly revealed. The Pokemon League champion, Zhang Feng, would face off against the newly crowned Alola champion, Ash, for the ultimate victory. When this news broke, the Pokemon world was set ablaze with excitement. Only Zhang Feng wore a slight smile, genuinely curious to see what brilliance Ash, now capable of defeating Dan, would display in their battle. As the finals of the second World Championship commenced, Zhang Feng and Ash stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. This time, Ash, determined to face Zhang Feng, brought forth his strongest Pokemon from various regions. The Master 8 battles were held in the Galar region this year. Hence, under the radiant spotlight that gathered the attention of the entire Pokemon world, countless spectators watched the match, either in attendance or via live broadcast. Misty, Brock, Gary, Shinji Ye, Tetsuya, Masamune, and others stood eagerly in the audience, ready to cheer for Ash. However, the indecisive Koharu found herself torn. Ash was her traveling companion. Yet Zhang Feng was her brother-in-law and the man of her friend, Mei. Who to support? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's companions, including Kona, Joy, Cynthia, Karuna, Mei, Dawn, Sakura, Serena, Nagi, Jay, Huyen, Izumi, Nami, Pear Blossom, and Gardevoir, also arrived to cheer for him. His friends, Daigo, Yulongdu, Mikoli, and Dan, occupied the front rows of the audience, eagerly anticipating the ultimate battle. Dear spectators, today marks the day of the finals of the second World Championship. The combatants are none other than the first World Championship champion, Zhang Feng, the undefeated Pokemon League champion, and the formidable Ash, the Dark Horse Alola champion who has triumphed over Dan in this tournament. The battle will be a 6-on-6 showdown, so let us await to see who will claim the ultimate title. As the referee's words echoed, Zhang Feng and Ash simultaneously released their Pokeballs, their gazes locking as they summoned their first battle partners. Ash's inaugural choice was surprisingly his ace, Pikachu. Pikachu, I entrust you with this fight. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, sent forth his Torterra. Ash, it seems fortune may not be on your side. My Pokemon has a type advantage. Ding dong. Pikachu's current attributes were as follows. Pokemon. Pikachu Roll. God of Bonds level. 97 ability. Static. Performer type. Electric quality. Red Bond evolution. Unlockable Mega evolution. Unlockable Gigantamax. Gigantamax Pikachu Titan Crystal. Not unlocked special form. Bond Pikachu skills. Nuzzle. Trick. Charm. Kiss of an Angel. Quick Attack. Thunder Shock. Thunder Wave. Shadow Clone. Agility. Discharge. Volt Tackle. Thunderbolt. Light Screen. Volt Switch. Electro Ball. Thunder Cage. Iron Tail. Volt Frenzy Affinity. 255 points with Ash experience. An Electric Mouse Pokemon. Ash's strongest ace and his initial Pokemon. In battle, it sometimes performs below that of novice Pokemon, yet at times can unleash power rivaling that of legendary Pokemon. After traveling through various regions, the bond with Ash has been fully established, significantly enhancing its strength, allowing it to harness the power of their bond and obtain the role of God of Bonds. Hobby, fond of Ash. Upon witnessing Ash's ace Pokemon reach such an astonishing level, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This individual truly possessed the qualities of a champion. It was no wonder Dan had fallen to Ash. However, defeating Zhang Feng would prove to be an arduous challenge. However, Zhang Feng could indeed comprehend why Ash chose to summon Pikachu right from the outset of the battle. Unlike D&D, Zhang Feng's prowess was well recognized. It could even be said that the combined might of the world's top 100 warriors would likely falter against him. Thus, to ensure that the competition unfolded favorably, it was imperative to incapacitate a greater number of Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Consequently, bringing forth his strongest ace, Pikachu, to secure an early victory and uplift morale became exceedingly vital. Torterra, unleash Earthquake. At this command, Ash quickly instructed Pikachu, use Electroweb. Utilizing the energy from the web, Pikachu propelled himself into the air, evading Torterra's assault. Witnessing this spectacle as the shockwave of the earthquake surged forth, Zhang Feng could not help but express admiration. Indeed, Ash had proven himself once again. However, upon rising into the air, it seemed that Pikachu had nowhere to flee. Torterra, now is the time to use Rock Climb. With a fearsome roar, a colossal stone pillar erupted from the ground, striking Pikachu directly, while Torterra lunged forward with its sharp claws, demonstrating its formidable strength. A deafening crash ensued, sending Pikachu hurtling backwards, grievously wounded. Observing this, Ash gritted his teeth and commanded, Pikachu, give it your all and unleash our mightiest move, Volt Tackle. As Ash uttered these words, the Z crystal in his hand gleamed with brilliance, triggering Pikachu's Z move and catapulting him into a form that resonated with their bond. Seeing this unfold, Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened. Torterra, unleash Solar Flare with all your might. In an instant, beams of vibrant green and rainbow hues cascaded towards each other. With a thunderous roar, the immense force of the explosion erupted forth. When the dust settled, Torterra lay incapacitated, while Pikachu still stood. Chapter 63, The Tenacious Ash, A True Battle. As the referee declared this, Pikachu could no longer hold on and collapsed entirely. Thus, both Zhang Feng's Torterra and Ash's Pikachu had succumbed to exhaustion. Yet, while it was said that Zhang Feng and Ash had fought to a draw, it was noteworthy that Ash had employed a Z move, while Zhang Feng had utilized no enhancement items whatsoever. Moreover, Torterra bore no divine attributes, whereas Ash's Pikachu did. Under such circumstances, for both Torterra and Pikachu to lose their fighting capabilities was already a commendable achievement. Not to mention, Torterra, in Zhang Feng's hands, could hardly be considered a trump card. With both Torterra and Pikachu unable to continue, please summon your next Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng calmly withdrew Torterra and summoned his new Pokémon, Sceptile, his starter Pokémon. To Zhang Feng's surprise, Ash's second Pokémon was also Sceptile, the strongest grass-type Pokémon in the Hoenn League. The second match, Sceptile versus Sceptile. Zhang Feng's Sceptile had now surpassed its peak limitations, reaching an astonishing level of 99, only one level shy of maximum. Ash's Sceptile stood at a commendable level 96. Visually, Zhang Feng's Sceptile was significantly larger, measuring 1.5 times the size of Ash's. Recognizing the challenge posed by Zhang Feng's Sceptile, Ash promptly commanded, Sceptile, use Quick Attack to close in on the opponent, then execute Leaf Blade. Upon receiving Ash's order, Sceptile sprang forward, charging at Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Observing this, Zhang Feng issued his own command, Sceptile, eliminate the adversary with your own Leaf Blade. Following Zhang Feng's directive, Sceptile narrowed its eyes and swiftly pounded the ground with its feet, accelerating beyond the speed of Ash's Sceptile's quick attack. Its arms adorned with green blades surging forth to strike. The two Sceptiles collided, but in terms of power and speed, Zhang Feng's Sceptile emerged victorious. In less than 3 seconds after their initial contact, Ash's Sceptile was sent flying, its arm blades shattered by the force of Zhang Feng's attack. With a single slash, a deep wound marred Sceptile's chest. Power up. Upon hearing Sceptile's pained cry, Ash clenched his teeth in determination. Sceptile, use Energy Ball to thwart its assault. However, it was too late. As Zhang Feng's Sceptile unleashed its full strength, a solar flare erupted, sending Ash's Sceptile soaring through the air. Ding! Sceptile defeated Sceptile, earning 57,635 experience points, leveling up to level 100. Ding! Congratulations, the host Sceptile has acquired the divine title of Forest God. Thus, Zhang Feng's second Pokémon reached the pinnacle of level 100. It was not a Pokémon of extraordinary talent or a shiny, but Zhang Feng's true starter Pokémon, Sceptile. Having vanquished its opponent and achieved a remarkable breakthrough, Sceptile emitted an awe-inspiring aura of divine majesty, captivating the entire arena. Sceptile, congratulations on becoming powerful enough to contend with any adversary. Receiving these words from Zhang Feng, Sceptile beamed with joy and gave a thumbs up. Following the defeat in the second match, Ash remained undeterred and promptly threw forth another Pokeball. Thus, the bond with Greninja emerged. Ding. Current attributes of the bond Greninja. Pokémon. Greninja. Bond evolution in progress. Divine title. None level. 101 ability. Bond transformation. Upon defeating an opponent, the bond with the trainer strengthens, enhancing the power of Water Shuriken. Types. Water. Dark quality. Red bond evolution. Bond Greninja Mega evolution. Mega Greninja Gigantamax. Not available Titanium transformation. Unlocked special form. Bond Greninja skills. Night Slash. Water Shuriken. Dark Mist. Mimic. Water Gun. Quick Attack. Water Pulse. Smokescreen. Telekinesis. Substitute. Aerial Ace. Spikes. Shadow Clone. Hydro Pump. Water Shuriken. Shadow Strike Affinity. 255 points with Ash experience. As a ninja Pokemon. A bond phenomenon occurred with Ash, transforming into Ash's version of Greninja, further enhancing its abilities, enabling it to move stealthily like a ninja, detecting opponents through the air contacted by its long tongue wrapped around its neck, capable of swiftly outmaneuvering foes, and utilizing shurikens made from slime exuding from its thighs, capable of slicing through opponents and even severing metal. To compete for the championship in the World Championship, it hastily returned from the Kalos region to fight for Ash. Upon seeing Ash's third Pokemon, Zhang Feng withdrew Sceptile and prepared to summon his Water-type powerhouse. Initially considering Milotic, he ultimately opted to send forth his own Greninja. Based on the level of bond evolution, Ash's Greninja should be around level 95, having gained 6 levels through this evolution. However, Zhang Feng's own Greninja appeared to be only at level 95, and sending it out would surely be a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng had Mega Evolution at his disposal. Accompanied by the dazzling radiance of Mega Evolution, the magnificent Mega Greninja made its grand entrance. Mega Greninja unleashed its signature Water Shuriken. Greninja, let Zhang Feng witness our might. Unleash the Golden Water Shuriken. As the Golden Water Shuriken collided with the regular Water Shuriken, Ash's Greninja's abilities surged forth, shattering the Water Shuriken and sending Zhang Feng's Greninja tumbling to the ground. As anticipated, with Ash's Greninja executing the Golden Water Shuriken, Zhang Feng's Greninja was indeed vanquished. Regrettably, Lizard King, I must once again entrust you with this. Observing this scene, Ash's expression shifted, despite Zhang Feng's recent Mega Evolution. He sensed that Zhang Feng had deliberately held back in their previous battle. Otherwise, why would he have summoned Greninja instead of allowing Lizard King to continue the fight? Chapter 64. The Final Battle. The Fate of Victory and Defeat. Lizard King, Solar Flare. Greninja, Golden Water Shuriken. With a thunderous explosion, Ash found himself seated on the ground. His loyal Greninja had lost its fighting capabilities and reverted to its original form. Thus, Ash's 3 Pokemon were incapacitated, with Ash's champion having lost 3 Pokemon. The match proceeded to a halftime break. As the second half commenced, Ash promptly summoned one of his original ace Pokemon, Charizard. Upon witnessing Charizard's return, Zhang Feng responded by releasing his own Charizard. Ash's Charizard boasted impressive strength, having reached level 97, placing it on par with Pikachu, arguably Ash's most formidable ace. Given that it was Charizard, Zhang Feng also brought forth his own Charizard. At this point, it became evident to all that Zhang Feng harbored a mischievous intent. He aimed to defeat Ash using a Pokemon nearly identical to Ash's own. However, due to Zhang Feng's lack of a powerful Greninja or Pikachu, it was improbable for Ash to defeat one of Zhang Feng's Pokemon solely with Pikachu and Greninja. As Charizard emerged, the two combatants, both seasoned in battle, unleashed torrents of searing flames. One was the sovereign of Charizard Valley, while the other was the world's mightiest Charizard. Indeed, Zhang Feng's Charizard stood at level 98, surpassing the level of Dan D's Charizard, which was merely 97, indicating a clear strength advantage. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Ash, the ever-unpredictable trainer, could devise a strategy to counter Zhang Feng's Charizard. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Charizard, we shall also unleash Flamethrower. As both Charizards executed their signature moves, 2 pillars of flame, one crimson, the other golden, clashed ferociously. Ash's Charizard was undeniably powerful, but faced with Zhang Feng's Charizard, it still paled in comparison. After a brief stalemate, the golden flames surged forward, ultimately enveloping Ash's Charizard. Witnessing this, Ash couldn't help but cry out, Charizard. Hearing Ash's voice, Charizard, engulfed in the searing flames, suddenly opened its eyes wide. With a fierce roar, Charizard flapped its wings and charged directly at Zhang Feng's Charizard. Excellent, just like that. Charizard, close in on the opponent and use Seismic Toss. For Ash's Charizard, the most effective move would be Seismic Toss. However, against Zhang Feng's Charizard, this maneuver was destined to fail. Charizard, take the hit head-on, and then, using the opponent's strongest move, bring him down with Seismic Toss. Upon Zhang Feng's command, Charizard complied without hesitation. As Ash's Charizard surged forward, Zhang Feng's Charizard, leveraging its formidable physique, barreled through and collided with Ash's Charizard. The immense force rendered Ash's Charizard defenseless, helplessly watching as it was seized. Subsequently, Zhang Feng's Charizard executed Seismic Toss. With a resounding crash, Ash's Charizard was hurled from the sky, plummeting to the ground, unable to withstand the impact and losing its fighting capabilities. Ding! Charizard has defeated Charizard, earning 59,300 experience points and leveling up. Ding! Charizard is now at level 99. In the fourth match, Ash's Charizard suffered yet another crushing defeat. As a result, Ash was left with no choice but to summon his fifth Pokémon, the mightiest creature of the Sinnoh region, Infernape. Upon facing Infernape, Zhang Feng assessed its level, 96. Yet, Zhang Feng's Infernape was the ace among his ordinary Pokémon. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng released his Infernape. In a flash, Zhang Feng's Infernape unleashed a Mach Punch, instantly obliterating its opponent. The sheer power was terrifying. Observing this, Ash, Shota, and Shinji were all taken aback. The mightiest ace of the Sinnoh region, Ash's mainstay, couldn't withstand even a single strike from Zhang Feng's Infernape. Such prowess was simply unfathomable. Under these circumstances, even a typical legendary Pokémon might struggle to endure a punch from Zhang Feng's Infernape. However, with Ash's Infernape succumbing to defeat, his aces, his initial Pokémon Pikachu, the mightiest Charizard of the Kanto region, the strongest Lizard King of the Hoenn region, the formidable Infernape of the Sinnoh region, and the powerful Greninja of the Kalos region, had all lost their fighting capabilities. The question remained, what final companion would Ash summon? As Ash fell silent once more, his last ally made its grand entrance. I entrust this to you, Melmetal. Ding! Melmetal's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Melmetal. Role. Steel God. Level. 98. Ability. Iron Fist. Increases the power of punching moves. Type. Steel. Quality. Red. Bond Evolution. None. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Gigantamax. Gigantamax Melmetal. Titanium Transformation. Unlocked. Special Forms. None. Skills. Thunder Punch. Thunder Wave. Melt. Cannon Beam. Heavy Slam. Steel Wing. Superpower. Giga Impact. Ice Punch. Brick Break. Toxic. Rock Smash. Rest. Endure. Earthquake. Thunder. Affection. 255 points with Ash. Background. The evolved form of the nutshell Pokémon, Melmetal, disintegrates and rusts as its lifespan nears its end, ultimately breaking into tiny fragments that revive as Melmetal. Its body is composed of liquid metal, possessing the unique ability to produce steel, as iron is insoluble in mercury. Its arms can bend significantly, generating greater destructive power. In ancient times, Melmetal was revered for its iron-producing abilities and was considered the mightiest Pokémon in the realm of punching moves. Hobby, fond of Ash. Chapter 65. Our journey never ceases. Upon witnessing Ash summon a legendary Pokémon, not Solgaleo as in the original narrative, but Melmetal, Zhang Feng couldn't help but regain his composure. After all, since Solgaleo had already become his, it inadvertently caused Ash to miss this opportunity. Thus, it could be said that Melmetal was now Ash's most powerful legendary Pokémon. With this in mind, Zhang Feng produced his own Pokeball. Then, let us commence Ancient Fish. Zhang Feng chose not to unleash Melmetal, but instead summoned Ancient Fish. In the original narrative, Ash has indeed established connections with nearly all legendary Pokémon. In other words, barring any significant setbacks, Ash's charismatic persona would easily persuade them to assist in a few battles. However, the unexpected emergence of Zhang Feng has altered the dynamics. Consequently, although Ash's strength remains formidable, his connections with legendary Pokémon have significantly dwindled. As the final battle approaches, Ash decides to embrace a more carefree attitude. Having prepared for a rematch against Ash, Zhang Feng reveals his most powerful second-tier Pokémon, the ancient Jade Fish, whose strength rivals that of the Fire Emperor, both being formidable fire-type entities. Indeed, the ancient Jade Fish has reached a new level, standing as the highest ranked among his second-tier Pokémon, an impressive level 98. Upon witnessing the ancient Jade Fish, Ash is momentarily perplexed. He immediately consults his Pokédex, hoping to retrieve information about this enigmatic creature, only to be met with a frustrating lack of data. Even his companions, such as Gary, Shinji, Tetsuya, Yayue, Masamune, and even Daigo and Yolongdu, are largely unfamiliar with this legendary Pokémon. What is the ancient jade fish? What Pokémon is it? Only his companions, such as Yessi, have some knowledge of the 4 calamity beasts from the Paldea region. The ancient jade fish is indeed one of the 4 calamity beasts of the Paldea Pokémon League, classified as a legendary Pokémon of both fire and dark types. Possessing immense power. Even at Ash's level, there exists a multitude of Pokémon in this world that he has yet to discover. Does he truly wish for his journey to conclude here? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Ash finds himself in a state of contemplation. Indeed, there was a time when he aspired to become a Pokémon master, diligently striving toward that goal. Now, as his strength continues to grow, he grapples with the realization that he is still no match for Zhang Feng. Why is this the case? Does Ash believe that his journey should cease in Galar? With these thoughts, Ash's fighting spirit is reignited by Zhang Feng's challenge. Could it be that there are still Pokémon in this world that I have yet to uncover? Zhang Feng, let us engage in our final battle. Melmetal, use Thunder Punch. Upon receiving Ash's command, Zhang Feng smiles and instructs the ancient jade fish, unleash catastrophe. With the release of this malevolent skill, Melmetal's stamina plummets by half. Realizing the depletion of its energy, Melmetal becomes anxious. In the next moment, an overwhelming force of punch-intent strikes. Facing Melmetal's full-on assault, the ancient jade fish is enveloped in flames, transforming the battlefield into a molten sea of lava. Under such circumstances, Melmetal, being a steel-type Pokémon, is naturally unable to withstand the onslaught. Finish it with Inferno Abyss. As blazing flames erupt, Melmetal is engulfed. Already weakened by the catastrophe, and now further hindered by the fire-type move, it succumbs to the relentless searing heat. Ultimately, Melmetal is rendered unable to battle. With Melmetal's defeat, the ancient jade fish emerges victorious, leading to Zhang Feng's triumph in the second World Championship, as all of Ash's Pokémon have been incapacitated. When the final outcome is revealed, Ash cannot help but feel despondent. In contrast, Zhang Feng has made a resolution. It is time for him to depart from this world. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire world, Zhang Feng grasps the trophy that symbolizes his championship title, glancing at his companions. Earlier, he had already informed them of his impending departure, so those willing to accompany him are present. In the next moment, the colossal form of Arceus appears behind Zhang Feng, a manifestation of the Arceus from this realm. Due to the overwhelming power of its true form, Arceus remains in the cosmos, awaiting Zhang Feng. The sight of Arceus leaves everyone in awe. Zhang Feng then addresses the gathered crowd. Friends, the time for farewell has come. I am preparing to journey alongside Kona, Cynthia, and Karina to explore other Pokémon worlds. I entrust this Pokémon League to you. As Zhang Feng's gaze falls upon Ash, Yolongdu, Daigo, Dan D, and Macaulay, they are momentarily taken aback. However, they soon realize that with Zhang Feng's strength, there is no one on this planet who can rival him or pose a challenge. Ash possesses potential, yet it is still insufficient. Thus, his departure seems entirely reasonable. After all, Zhang Feng is the man who has even tamed the creator god, Arceus. As Zhang Feng's words resonate, Cynthia, Kona, and the others, empowered by Zhang Feng's abilities, take their place beside him atop Arceus. Finally, as he gazes at Joy, Kona, Cynthia, Karina, Serena, Dawn, Mei, Jay, Nagi, Pear Blossom, Hoenn, Izumi, and the others, Zhang Feng's attention returns to Ash. Ash, it appears that you and Misty's wedding may not occur, but I have a message for you. With sincerity, Zhang Feng continues, your adventures are far from over. You have left your mark across Kanto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar. The cheers of your friends and the allure of unknown adventures are constantly encouraging you. There are still many you have yet to meet, and even if you may never know what challenges they face, your journey should not conclude in the Galar region. Not to mention, in the Paldea region, there are numerous new Pokémon waiting for you to discover them. The ancient jade fish is one such Pokémon. In the future, there may be even more new regions, Pokémon, and adventures awaiting you. Ash, you must not halt your journey. Travel has not ended, and youth has never bid farewell. I sincerely hope that you can continue your journey and let the world know that the adventures of Ash and Pikachu are eternal. Your journey shall persist. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in the next tale.